for a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.
All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. Today is Wednesday, December 6th. It is 10:01 a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Vice Chairman Bob Ellis. Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall. Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty and gracious Father, we give you thanks for this day, for your grace and for your mercy. We pray now your peace and your power upon these, your people. Bless now our county leaders. Give them your direction, your peace, your safety. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 230840, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right, any items on the consent agenda? Anything? Madam Clerk? Nothing? All right, I entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Vice Chair Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. On page 11, regular meeting agenda. 230873, adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have 3 proclamations to be removed for presentation today. On page 11, 230875, proclamation recognizing 50 years of Economic Empowerment Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall with full board support. Proclamation recognizing Bagavi Lacardi. And on top of page 12, we're removing the proclamation recognizing Radcliffe Bailey Remembrance Day.
That's it.
That's all I have.
All right. So let me remind everyone that today we actually have a hard stop at 5 o'clock. We're hosting our legislative delegation at 5:30, promptly at 5:30 at Preachy on Piedmont Road. So we leave here by 5. Hopefully a few minutes earlier, we can get there on time. So to be there to receive our guests. So with that in mind, can we move up the commissioners' items and anything that we need to that's time sensitive, that needs to be addressed today? Anything that falls into that? Vice Chair Ellis?
Mr. Chair, I think the agenda as it's outlined, we did not get to the budget discussion at the last meeting. I think that needs to remain at the front end of the meeting.
Correct. That and the deal.
I think the commissioners' action items could continue to rest where they are in the agenda, given the importance of some of these other items that we have at the front right now.
All right, I have no objection. All right, motion to approve the agenda with the exceptions that have been pointed out by Vice Chair Ellis. Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230874, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, November 1st, recess meeting, post-agenda minutes, November 15th, 2023.
All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230875, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Mayor Steele Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Ellis.
All right, how many do we have proclamations?
9.
5 times 9, that's 45 minutes right there, all right. Okay.
Ask Mayor Still to come down and join us, as well as if we've got anybody else here from Mountain Park? Someone come down here. So, we're going to get to recognize 2 of our outgoing mayors today, and get to thank them for their public service. And I'm proud to recognize Mayor Jim Still, who's the mayor of one of the cities that I represent, Mountain Park, and I think it's probably the most unique city in Fulton County. If you haven't been to Mountain Park, when you go, it's sort of a take you back in time moment sometime, right? And has a lot of unique culture and history to it. So I want to recognize Mayor Still. Whereas Jim Still served 4 years on the Mountain Park City Council before being elected as mayor in 2008, and has launched numerous initiatives to improve the city during his 4 terms as mayor, including developing the city's first website and revising the city's charter to make operations more efficient and productive. Whereas the mayor worked to establish Mountain Park Citizens Communication System, a vital communication system that protects the safety of residents by alerting them in the event of an emergency. Whereas Mayor Still helped establish the Mountain Park Community Co-op Garden that brings residents together to design, build, and maintain the city's land by planting fruits, vegetables, and flowers. And whereas Mayor Still's hard work and involvement in the Craft Beer Festival, which is a good festival, I've been there, Oktoberfest and other events, has raised much needed money for the Mountain Park Volunteer Fire Department and Watershed Preservation Society. And whereas Mayor Still has donated his time and talent to numerous community programs, including Mayors for Meals that provides meals to our senior citizens, the bike ride to the Capitol to raise support for improved cycling trails, as well as the North Fulton Municipal Association and the Cherokee Municipal Association, 2 organizations that support and educate county leaders. And whereas Mayor Still is retiring from political office and looking forward to spending more time with his family and 3 rescued pets. We got a few more down at the Fulton County Animal Shelter. So, now therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends Mountain Park Mayor Jim Still for his long-standing service to the citizens of Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 6, 2023, as Mayor Jim Still Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give him a huge hand. Thank you. Say a few words.
All right. Yeah. I'll make this brief because I know y'all have got a full agenda today, but I just want to thank everyone for the support and all the help that we've gotten over the years from Fulton County and from all the folks that helped me look good over all these 16 years. So thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Get our folks, step up here.
Next proclamation is recognizing Mayor Clark Bodie Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
All right, it is certainly my pleasure to present this proclamation to Mayor Clark Bodie of Palmetto. Proclamation reads as follows. Whereas J. Clark Bodie was first elected mayor of the city of Palmetto, Georgia in 1986 and holds the honor of being Fulton County's longest-serving mayor. He served as the chief of police of Palmetto from 1977 to 1985 and retired from the Fulton County Marshal's Department as chief deputy in 2007. And whereas Mayor Bodie was an active member of the Georgia Municipal Association, served on its board of directors and is past chairman or of its public safety committee. And whereas the members of the Metro Atlanta Mayors Association unanimously elected Mayor Bodie as chairman on January 25th, 2015, and he currently serves on the Georgia Peace Officer Standards and Training Council as vice chairman of the certification committee. And whereas Mayor Bodie has served on the Fulton County Public Safety Training Center Board for 33 years, and he served on the Atlanta Regional Commission for 24 years, representing the cities of South Fulton County. And whereas Mayor Bodie is chairman of the South Fulton Municipal Regional Jail Authority, the South Fulton Municipal Association, and the Middle Chattahoochee Regional Water and Sewer Authority. And whereas Mayor Bodie has received the Community Service Award from the Fulton County Office of Aging, the Community Leadership Award from the Georgia Municipal Association, the Liberty Bell Award from the South Fulton Bar Association, and was named Mr. South Fulton by the American Legion, post number 51. And whereas Mayor Bodie is married to Karen and has 2 children, John and Tasha, and granddaughters Morgan, Madison, and Selena, and 3 great-grandchildren, Addie, Nolan, and Rowan. And whereas they have demanded his retirement, those great-grandchildren have. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County commends Palmetto Mayor J. Clark Bodie for his long-standing service to the citizens of Fulton County and does hereby proclaim today, Wednesday, December 6, 2023, as Mayor J. Clark Bodie Appreciation Day in Fulton County. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Mr. Chairman Pitts and other board members of Fulton County Commission. It's been great. It's been a long run, and of course, now y'all know what we know because Commissioner Arrington has read it to you, so to say it's been a long journey is to say the least. But we couldn't have done a lot of this as far as the city of Palmetto without the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. You know, we've worked very, very close over the years on sewer projects, still working on sewer projects, you know, dealing with animal control, and I'm so excited about the new facility. That's always, and I think our county manager will testify to that, one of my pet peeves is dealing with animal control in Fulton County. And of course, our 911 system that they operate so well and have over the years, and our community development block grant money. Many years ago, we entered into an agreement where they manage that for all the cities in Fulton County, and it's been terrific. There's not a year that goes by that we're not funded for some project, and that's due to Fulton County, and we certainly appreciate that. And last but not least, last year I went through my 3rd local option sales tax negotiations, and I'll use Mayor Steele as a witness. He was there, and I had the honor of representing South Fulton, and they had a mayor from North Fulton, and we had our chairman, Chairman Pitts, Commissioner Ellis, and Commissioner Arrington serving as Fulton County representatives on that. I wish I could say it was easy. Of the 3 I've been through, it was the hardest. But at the end of the day, the cities, Fulton County did the right thing for its citizens. And, you know, Fulton County is being commended for that. And with 15 cities now, we kind of ganged up on Fulton County. They fought a good fight. No, you did not lost, Mr. Chairman. Let's don't get into that negotiation again. 10 years from now, we'll let those folks talk about it. But we all represented the same identical citizens. There's not a group here, and all the county citizens were the city citizens. So it worked out well. Everybody shook hands. Everybody left with a smile, and we're happy. But I thank the Board of Commissioners and everyone, our district commissioner, for this event today, and it means a lot to me. And I will miss everyone. I'll miss the interaction, but I'll replace somebody, and somebody replaces me. So thank you very much.
We'll see you at Frank's.
Yes, looking forward to that. We've got a favorite spot where we love to do lunch.
The next proclamation is recognizing Sudden Cardiac Arrest Survival Awareness Month, sponsored by Vice Chairman Ellis.
Welcome up Michael Charles to join me for this. Michael is the Executive Director for Better Outcomes, and you'll hear from him at the end of our proclamation. And I think a timely proclamation, if you listen to the words here, something important for us to all to pay attention to. Whereas heart disease is a leading cause of death in Fulton County, Georgia, and sudden cardiac arrest is often the first manifestation of known and undetected heart disease. And whereas sudden cardiac arrest is defined as a person unresponsive, not breathing or not breathing normally, and collapsing suddenly without warning, or in less than 1 hour from onset of a warning symptom or distress. And whereas anyone can experience sudden cardiac arrest, including infants, high school athletes, people in their 30s and 40s in Fulton County who have no sign of heart disease. And whereas sudden cardiac arrest impacts all socioeconomic levels and opportunities in Fulton County, regardless of race, ethnicity, gender, age, income, educational achievement, and place of residence. And whereas approximately 80 lives were saved in 2022 in Fulton County because a sudden cardiac arrest was recognized, and CPR and early defibrillation with an AED, more than double the chances that a victim will survive if administered in time. Whereas should a citizen need to provide CPR, it will most likely be on a person who lives in, near, or is visiting their home, as 70% of sudden cardiac arrest in Fulton County occur in a residence. And whereas with more incidents of sudden cardiac arrest occurring in Fulton County in December and January than any other time of the year, it's imperative that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners supports efforts to raise awareness about the risk of sudden cardiac arrest and to educate citizens on how to identify warning signs and seek medical attention in a timely manner. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Commission calls on the citizens, community stakeholders, and departments of Fulton County government to observe the month of December 2023 as Sudden Cardiac Arrest Survival Awareness Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Now, I want to recognize Michael to come up and say a few words, and this has been an important mission for him in terms of sharing this message, and he's been very persistent and persevered in getting that message out to all our communities and making a difference. So, Michael.
Thank you. This beautifully written proclamation said most anything I would say, but the reason it comes at this time, I've been coming down to the commission and asking for proclamations since 2015 as part of Sudden Cardiac Arrest Awareness Month that nationally is in October. The Congress did a resolution in 2008 declaring October as Sudden Cardiac Arrest Awareness Month. About 10 years later, the American Heart Association did a study and found that most cardiac deaths and cardiac arrest actually occur in the winter months. I don't know why October was picked, but most of them occur in the winter months, particularly the end of December and the 1st of January. So I looked into it for Fulton County. Is that true in Fulton County? I asked the hospitals and I asked the EMS services, when do you run most of your cardiac arrests? And it's true, it's in December and in January. So for that reason, I thought it'd be appropriate to move the recognition at this time of the year. And the point of the recognition, or the point of the, is that if there's any preparation, CPR courses, or any kind of emergency response programs, December would be a good time to do that training and do that retraining, because those cardiac arrests are on the horizon. They're coming in the winter months. And I appreciate Commissioner Ellis and all the commissioners sponsoring the proclamation. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Derek T. Mosley Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Will Derek Mosley and anyone supporting him please come down? Derek? Hello, hello. All the CPM, come on down. All right. So you know I've heard a lot about you, right? Especially from my chief of staff, Anita Harris, because she said she knows you personally and that you're a really great guy. So, of course, it was my pleasure and my honor to accept sponsoring this, especially also because I'm the only commissioner that's been through the CPM program and requested funding for it because our illustrious Chief Human Resources Officer, Kenneth Herman, and our county manager came up with such a wonderful idea to have this program. So Derek, the proclamation reads, whereas Derek T. Mosley is a managing archivist at the Auburn Avenue Research Library on African American culture and history, which opened in 1921 and was the first public library in the Southeast to offer specialized reference and archival collections dedicated to the study and research of African American culture and history. And whereas Mr. Mosley has been a champion for raising awareness and improving access to Black history and culture throughout his career at the Auburn Avenue Research Library, the Ernest J. Gaines Center at the University of Louisiana, and Atlanta University's Archives Research Center. And whereas the Morehouse College graduate has been inducted as a Fellow of the Society of American Archivists, a distinction that is the highest honor for outstanding contributions to the archives profession, in which there are only 199 fellows. Mr. Mosley is one of the 4 new fellows named in 2023. And whereas Mr. Mosley was highlighted on the front cover of the fall 2023 issue of Library News magazine, published by the Georgia Public Library Service, and whereas Mr. Mosley is leading a project to create a digital exhibit on the origins of the Auburn Avenue Branch Library that will explore its origins, including the efforts of W.E.B. Du Bois for the library's creation, he has also partnered with the Afro-American Historical and Genealogical Society to spearhead a joint project with Georgia Public Library Service to digitize over 11,500 pages of funeral programs from 1886 to 2019 held by both institutions. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Derek T. Mosley for his dedication to the preservation of historical aspects of African American history in Atlanta, the southeastern United States, and beyond, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 6th, 2023 as Derek T. Mosley Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hall, and all of the Board of Commissioners. I'm so thankful for this honor. It is definitely a huge honor and a surprise. I want to thank my CPM cohort for all of your support and help, as well as the Fulton County Library System. They have really enhanced my career, and so it is to Mrs. Holloman and to Mr. Victor Simmons that I am so thankful to work for Fulton County, and I will continue to work to preserve our African American collections. So thank you.
Good morning. On behalf of Cohort M of the Certified Public Managers course, of which Mr. Mosley is a recent graduate, we are elated to present him with this token of our admiration and appreciation. He is awesome and so deserving. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Dee Dee Murray Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Dee Dee, wait, and Regina at the same time, right? Dee Dee and Regina Davenport. Hi, how are you? Good, good. Hey, how are you? Come on over. Okay. So you know, Rodney is the reason for this, and he made us aware of how outstanding both of you women are in the industry, the music industry, and I'm so honored to give you your flowers. So I'm going to start with Regina Davenport. Whereas Regina Davenport is the general manager of A Banner Vision, where she negotiates and books speaking engagements and performances for David Banner, and she's the executive assistant to head of music of I Am Other Entertainment. And whereas Regina has served as executive assistant to the senior vice president of A&R of Atlanta Records and A&R assistant of Island Def Jam Records. And Regina has served as A&R administration and production coordinator for Get O Vision Entertainment and director of A&R and administration for Purple Ribbon Aquemina Records Aquemina, thank you, Records Outcast Incorporated. And whereas Regina oversaw recording and production for Outkast, Earth Tone 3, Boom Room Productions, and Slum Drum Productions. And whereas Regina also served as A&R coordinator at LaFace Records, where she assisted vice presidents of A&R with recording projects for LaFace artists. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Regina Davenport for her contributions to the music and entertainment industry and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 6, 2023 as Regina Davenport Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Regina, do you want to say something before I move on to Dee Dee? Okay.
Thank you. Up 5'2", got to bring it down a little. I just want to thank Commissioner Natalie Hall and the Fulton County Board of Commissioners for acknowledging our contributions to the arts and culture of the city of Atlanta. arts have shaped this city, and the music has also made Atlanta the entertainment mecca that it is today. So I'm grateful for having the opportunity to contribute along with Dee Dee here. And I ask that you continue to support the city in arts. It's crucial, and by supporting it, you'll continue to help Atlanta flourish into the amazing city that it's going to be. It already is, but you know.
All right, hold this. And Dee Dee, whereas Dee Dee Murray is the owner of Murray Media Production Partners, LLC, a private agency that provides film permitting facilitation, entertainment industry consulting, and many other services that support the growing motion picture industry in the state of Georgia. And whereas Dee Dee is a graduate of Savannah State University, whose work has supported the careers of recording artists such as The Whispers, The Gap Band, MC Hammer, Full Force, Freddie Jackson, and many others. Oh, I can hear songs playing in my head. Whereas Dee Dee managed Organized Noise Productions and played an intricate role in the development of the Dungeon family and its roster of award-winning artists, being responsible for production management, publishing administration, and contract negotiations. She is featured in the Netflix documentary, The Art of Organized Noise, which chronicles the production company's musical impact over the past 20 years. And whereas Dee Dee has been a member of the Atlanta chapter of the Recording Academy since 2004, serving as governor and national trustee from 2006 to 2011. And whereas Dee Dee served on the National Executive Finance and Membership Committees and is a founding board member of the UGA Music Business Certificate Program and a past member of the Friends of Georgia Music Hall of Fame. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Dee Dee Murray for her contributions to the music and entertainment industry and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 6, 2023 as Dee Dee Murray Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Okay, I know I needed to take this down some.
I'm 5 feet.
Oh my goodness.
Greetings. I would like to thank District 4 Commissioner Natalie Hall, Commission Chair Rob Pitts, and the entire Fulton County Commission for recognizing my contributions to the Atlanta entertainment industry. I would also like to recognize my mother, my aunt, and my daughters for being here with me today. Over the past 30 years, many of us have dedicated our lives to fostering the development of Atlanta's entertainment industry, which now has global recognition in the fields of film, music, television, and most importantly, arts and culture. Without the funding of arts and culture, none of us would be here today, and none of our accomplishments would be possible. As I proudly accept this proclamation for my accomplishments, I would be remiss if I did not take this moment to advocate for the continued funding of arts and culture in Fulton County so that those who precede me will have the same opportunity to thrive and grow as we have. Salute to 50 years of hip hop. Thank you so much for recognizing us today. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Jocelyn J. Dorsey Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
All right. Dr. Dorsey and friends and family and FACA members, come on down.
at the crowd she's bringing up here.
Yes, ma'am. No, bless you. Bless you. You've done so much work.
Oh, look at this.
Yes, ma'am.
No, you do it. Oh, look again. This is not no fun. I just don't know what to do.
You ain't comfort, Dr. Dorsey, you know that.
Hey, that was fair. Right. 20. At the church saying.
It's all right. I'm making flowers under the house. We can present for you. Is that all right after this?
Go get him.
I got it right there. Just soon as they, I just.
Oh, my goodness. Take off these glasses so I'm not seeing.
So right after I finish, all right. Well, my, is that everybody? All right, Greg fan. All right, Dr. Dorsey, you know you have done so much work in Atlanta and the community, you and your sister. I mean, just serving people. You both are true public servant leaders in Atlanta and beyond. And so to present you with this proclamation after your retirement, and let me just say, and you were replaced by, I can't even say replaced, I'm going to say, she said, number one, you know, Howard is absolutely wonderful. Yes, you made an excellent choice. But this proclamation says everything, and it reads, whereas Dr. Joycelyn J. Dorsey served as the founder and president, CEO of the Fulton, Atlanta Community Action Authority, affectionately known as FACA, for over 31 years, where she coordinated poverty alleviations programs for residents in the city of Atlanta and Fulton County, providing services that address the needs of low-income citizens. And whereas Dr. Dorsey was born in Brooklyn, New York, the 9th child of Reverend E.H. Dorsey and Gladys Alderman Dorsey, her family relocated to Atlanta when she was 8 years old, and she was educated in the City of Atlanta school system, graduating from Booker T. Washington High School. All right. And whereas Dr. Dorsey furthered her education at Spelman College, where she earned her bachelor's degree, the Atlanta University School of Social Work, where she earned her master's of social work degree, and doctorate in biblical studies from the North Carolina College of Theology. And whereas Dr. Dorsey is the past chair of the board of directors of the Anchor Center, secretary to the board of directors of the National Association of Community Action Agencies, and she was active on several other boards and organizations, including the Decatur DeKalb chapter of 100 Black Women, the Atlanta League of Women Voters, the National Council of Negro Women, and the NAACP. You deserve retirement. Goodness gracious. You were gonna come work for me. Oh no, you would probably quit on the first day. It's a lot of work. Whereas among Dr. Dorsey's many accomplishments, her proudest role is mother of her 2 sons, Jaquez and Michael. Are they here? Okay. And grandmother of her grandson, Brandon. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Dr. Joycelyn J. Dorsey for her many contributions to the citizens of Fulton County and Metro Atlanta, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 6, 2023, as Dr. Joycelyn J. Dorsey Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Hold on one second. We have another special presentation for you. She's looking at me like, thank you. You're so welcome. You can thank Eddie Lee.
Present you with these flowers
and thank you for the years of service in Fulton County and the city of Atlanta, helping to move the needle of poverty. And rest assured that there was a changing of the guard at FACA, but I'm committed to guard the change. So as we move forward, FACA will continue its work in not only providing wraparound and support services that individuals need to become self-sufficient, but also teaching individuals how to fish for themselves.
You taught him well.
We want to present these flowers to you. Beautiful. And we love you, we miss you, and understand you will be called on. So retirement is just a time for you to rest on a regular basis, but we still need your brain power and your commitment. So thank you.
I just want to take the time, and I don't want to belabor the point, but you saved so many people's lives. Your family saved so many people's lives in Fulton County and beyond. What I want this audience to know, the Atlanta and Fulton County that we see today has not always been this. It is you and your family that help usher the respect for people of color, to allow people to get a bootstrap mentality and to help themselves to a better economic situation. But you did it with a heart, and Miss Hattie, you know we go way back. You cannot say that you know about Atlanta and Fulton County, ain't that right, Eddie Lee, if you don't mention the Dorsey family. So I say to you, I appreciate you having your flowers today, but more importantly, I appreciate the footsteps that your family have put in place for people like Commissioner Hall and I to walk in. You are the wind beneath our wings. Thank you.
I'd like to say something on behalf of the concerned black clergy of metropolitan Atlanta. The Dorsey family knows God, and you've been at the heart of it. And I want to say to you, when I came to Atlanta, I could not have made it without you and Hattie and so many that are standing here today. In the church, there's a song that we sing called I'm on the Battlefield for my Lord. But I want to tell you this. Please take this the right way. You are not on the battlefield. I'm tired of folks talking about they own the battlefield. You were never on the battlefield. You were in the battle. There's a difference between being on the battlefield and in the battle. And because you were in the battle, Atlanta and Fulton County is a better place.
Anyone else?
I don't know exactly how to take all of this. I don't feel like I deserve it that much, if you ask Hattie. But I tell you, when I left the Fulton Atlanta Community Action Authority, I was kind of mad because, except for the fact that somebody succeeded me that I knew could handle it, I was going like, I don't know nobody better than me. But from the beginning of the all today, all the way back to when I got started in the world of work, I have not felt so accepted as I do right now. And I just want to say thank you, because I don't want to show y'all how I show tears, but I see people whose mamas and daddies worked for EOA, and they're now gone to heaven to rest. I see people who worked for FACA, and sometimes they didn't like what I was saying, but they put up with me. And then I see somebody who has succeeded me, who know what he's doing, and I see my sister that says, hush and let them do their work. And I see those of you who are working now and been working for years, and you haven't lost your way. You're not tired. Yeah, and I am a preacher, so I'm trying to, your mama would have told me to be quiet. But see, this is what you do when you say thank you. This is what you do, Max, when you say, we stayed late last night getting those things ready for the council and everybody else that has to watch our work. I just want to say thank you, thank you, thank you. And I want to say thank you to those of you who retired years ago, and you're here. I don't know if I'd have gotten up out of bed. I just don't know for sure. But this is what's going to remind me of how good you were to me today. But I'm going to always remember how good it's been to work for Fulton County, the city of Atlanta, all over the place, all over the United States, sending me to meetings and things of the sort to represent you. And y'all got to pardon me, but I'm a preacher's daughter, so I but all of you who have retired from FACA and you're here, and I just want to say I love you, and I miss working. If I come up there to volunteer, at least, I'm not going to ask you for no money, but if I come up there to volunteer, don't turn me away. You know, I love the people. And this young fella who took my job, I was mad for a minute. but he's been doing so good, I just smiled. Ain't that right, Chris? You know, you took me away from Chris. No, all of y'all, they took me away from you too, Yvonne. All of you. I love you. I thank you. God bless you. Hattie, keep on putting up with me because you're the only one that can take their place now. Because we fuss. No, that's my oldest sister. And, well, I didn't say she had a younger brother now, an older brother, but she's my boss lady. I just want to say thank you. It's not for me to make a speech, but I'm so full. I want to say thank you. God has favored me because you paid attention to the work. Right, Yvonne? Wow. Right, Pat? Right, baby? Well, what's your name? No. See, I'm so full of it, I really stop calling names. Thank you all again and again. I don't want to show out, but I want you to know that it is God who has brought us here. That's right. And enabled all of you to do what you do. Ain't that right, mister? In the battle. That's the Reverend. He has enabled all of you to do what has happened in the lives of all of them that you have served. And on that, I'm going to hush, because Hattie is looking at me like, what? Thank you so much. Thank you. God bless you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Alliance Theater 55th Anniversary Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall.
Alliance Theater. That's all right. That's all right. Any supporter of the arts who'd like to stand with Alliance Theater? Collins, she comes here and speaks on a regular basis and reminds us how much our contribution means to the arts and culture community. And so it is a pleasure to present you with this proclamation. And it reads, whereas the Alliance Theater was founded in 1968 and is the leading producing theater in the Southeast, reaching more than 165,000 patrons annually. And whereas the Alliance Theater is a recipient of the Regional Theater Tony Award in recognition of sustained excellence in programming, education, and community engagement. And whereas the Alliance has premiered more than 100 original productions, including the Tony Award winners The Color Purple and Ada, and recent premieres, including Sister Act the Musical. And whereas more than 80,000 students each year experience age-specific professional performances and participate in acting classes, drama camps, and in-school initiatives through the Alliance Theater Acting Program and Education Department. And whereas the Alliance Theater Institute has been recognized twice by the U.S. Department of Education for leadership in arts education by equipping teachers with theatrical techniques that link directly to school curriculum and proven to improve student learning. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners applauds the Alliance Theater for 55 years of theater and cultural entertainment to Atlanta and Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, December 6, 2023, as Alliance Theater's 55th Anniversary Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Congratulations to the Alliance Theater.
Good morning. My name is Collins DeSell, and it is just my absolute privilege to be able to accept this proclamation on behalf of the entire Alliance staff and board, particularly our new artistic directors, Tinashe Kajese Bolden and Chris Moses, and our managing director, Mike Schleifer, who send their full thanks as well. I'm using this as my 2 minutes of public comment, and I would be remiss if I did not say thank you to the full. I like to be time efficient. Thank you. But I would be remiss if I didn't use this moment just to say a huge thanks to Fulton County. We are so truly grateful to be able to call Fulton County home for the last 55 years, and that would not be possible without the tremendous support of the full Board of Commissioners throughout that entire time period and into the future. So thank you for supporting us. Thank you for supporting the entire arts community in Fulton County. I never get to face this way, so this is kind of fun. And I just encourage everyone, if you haven't, just buy a ticket to any arts and culture organization, not necessarily the Alliance, but any of them over this holiday season. There's so much joy and happiness to celebrate, and we just would love to be a part of your holiday celebrations with your friends and family. So we do look forward to seeing all of you at the theater, museum, anywhere, and have a wonderful holiday. Thank you for this honor. We are so, so grateful. To have my photo taken.
The last proclamation is recognizing Cottrell Coleman Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
Oh, here he comes. Hey. I was about to do that for you.
Okay, thank you. My pleasure to present this proclamation to Mr. Cottrell Coleman. Proclamation reads as follows: whereas Cottrell Coleman, also professionally known as CA the artist, is a distinguished mixed media artist whose roots extended from Little Rock, Arkansas to the thriving artistic hub of Atlanta and Fulton County. And whereas CA is a proud resident artist of Fulton County and has carved a niche in the world of art with his remarkable portraits capturing historical figures and classic cars, skillfully bridging the past with contemporary creativity. And where CA's forthcoming recognition at the 50th anniversary of Hip Hop Atlanta Film Festival will exhibit his exceptional contributions to the art scene of Fulton County and Atlanta, Georgia. And where CA's work serves as a testament to the fusion of cultures and artistic expression, drawing inspiration from the cultural tapestry of Little Rock and the vibrant spirit of Atlanta and Fulton County. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Cartrell Coleman for his many contributions to the arts and culture community in Fulton County, and does hereby proclaim today, Wednesday, December 6, 2023, as Cartrell Coleman Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I'd like to thank the Board of Commissioners as well for this honor. I am grateful for you recognizing me and my works of art. I would just like to say thank you, and I appreciate you again. Thank you.
Yeah, all right, Madam Clerk, Commissioner.
I'd like to recognize one of our colleagues from Chicago, Illinois, Cook County Commissioner Stanley Moore.
Stand up, Commissioner.
Stand up. Thank you for, no, thank you for visiting us. We appreciate that.
Second only to Fulton County. All right, Madam Clerk, continue.
On page 12, public hearings. 230876, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing, registering on the county website at www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have received 16 speaker cards. Will the first 5 speakers please come forward? Paul Hershey, Julie Allen, David Mitchell, Nicole Watson, and Prophet Curtis Martin Hairston.
All right, as always, when you have 15 seconds left, I'll simply say 15 seconds. That's your clue to conclude your remarks. With 16, that's about an hour's worth, but we have 30 minutes allotted for this. We'll try to accommodate everybody. First speaker.
Yes, my name is Paul Hershey. I'm from Milton, Seabiscuit Lane. I'd like to remind everybody about the oath of office that you've taken to support your position. If you're a member of the court, your oath to support the court. You've got a chairman of the BOE that states emphatically at a town meeting that she doesn't have to follow the law, That's on a video. You've got a sheriff that assumed $76,000 plus from a teletrax company that's really owned and managed by a lot of state legislators. He signed a contract without the commissioners knowing it, the county attorney, the county controller, the county manager. You've testified that you didn't know about it. He spent funds out of a fund code that never should have been done. And to me, this commission and they should be looking at either completing your financial responsibilities to the constituents of Fulton County in a censor or a no confidence vote on the sheriff. And if you don't do that, then you've abandoned your fiduciary responsibility and your financial responsibility to the constituents of Fulton County. And you need to do something about this because it's appalling. And if there was a bond that was posted by the sheriff, then maybe the rescinding of that bond ought to take place to take back the money that he's already spent out of a fund code that he shouldn't have used.
15 seconds.
And I expect something to be done about this. And I'm not just out here today to complain, but I'm speaking for the residents of Fulton County. This is not good.
Good morning. My name is Julie Allen, and I thank you for serving. Thank you, Dana Barrett, my commissioner. I appreciate you. And I concur with Mr. Hershey and what he said. We do have a problem with the sheriff. So thank you. I'm here because Mildred Aaron, who died July 9th, 2012, was given credit for voting in the Fulton County general election last month. Gabriel Sterling responded to say the issues in Fulton were related to redistricting at the city level. Someone please explain, what does someone who died 11 years ago and yet voted in November 2023 have to do with redistricting? I don't understand. A recently reviewed recording of a public town hall held by Bridget Thorne, Commissioner Thorne, thank you, in September in Alpharetta, where our chair of the Board of Registrations and Elections, Attorney Patrice Perkins Hooker, was asked why Georgia elections violated the law with a QR code preventing the voters from knowing their votes were tabulated as voted. I voted yesterday, and I looked at the QR code. Why do we have QR codes? It makes no sense. Perkins Hooker stated that she follows the Secretary of State's interpretation of the law. Perkins Hooker must know that anyone's interpretation of the law is not the law itself. She undoubtedly has access to Georgia's Constitution relative to election law. The public is being deceived about election integrity by the Fulton County Board of Elections chair entrusted to ensure election laws are known and followed. Georgia has made election mistake after mistake. Happy faces errors, machine errors, counting errors, ballot image errors. A filthy voter rolls were not cleaned up. Even there, you'll see on a recording that Attorney Perkins Hooker would have the public
15
believe
seconds.
that the few incorrect street addresses that frustrated a couple of legitimate voters were the only claims. But she completely ignored the thousands of unqualified voters based on bad addresses, lots, P.O. Box.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker.
I'll wait for you to start time, Commissioner. My name is David Yoakley Mitchell. I'm the Executive Director of the Atlanta Preservation Center. I'd be remiss if I didn't say I'm very excited to have a Cook County representative. I went to school in Chicago. If not for the arts, I wouldn't be here today. So I'm ecstatic to have, as a graduate of the School of Art in Chicago, to have a Cook County man here to back up this reformation that I'm about to give you. The lack of funding for the arts is disturbing. The idea that $1.5 million be removed from funding the arts in a community that bases itself on cultural identity is alarming. We have an opportunity in 2026 to show the rest of the world why Atlanta matters, why Atlanta is supported, why Atlanta is significant, and without funding, without the support to the arts and the humanities, we have a deep problem. Atlanta is supposed to be a beacon. Atlanta is the hub of the Southeast. Atlanta is supposed to be the place where people come to find themselves, to discover themselves, and understand who and what they are. We have a culture that's unparalleled, we have a history that's unparalleled, and we have done things significant. We are the leader. If we do not support our arts, we do not support the culture, we do not support our identity, then we forfeit our opportunity to speak on these subjects. We are supposed to be something important. I think we are important. I know we're important, and funding that is equally important. $1.5 million. We all know what a budget is. I've sat over, we all have gone to the Capitol, $1.5 million thrown around like wads of paper. $1.5 million is what we're talking about to fund something that defines who and what we are. It is a huge deal. As the executive director of the Atlanta Preservation Center, I operate the oldest nonprofit for historic preservation in the city of Atlanta. We fight every day. I'm here today, look like I slept in a car and hadn't shaved because I work, because I do this. It's important to me for you to see what people look like, important for me to understand what it means. This is who and what we are. And I implore you, this $1.5 million, do not remove from the budget. Do not remove the opportunity for everyone like myself, those who look like me, those who don't look like me, those who will come after me. Every single student coming up today, they have something to believe in. They
15
need
seconds.
to believe in something now more than ever. And the removal of funding, the removal of support for who and what we are is terrifying. I implore you, do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Board of Commissioners. My name is Nicola Watson, and I am grateful for the opportunity to speak today. I am the owner and founder of Le Fashion Lab, a vocational school in Atlanta that educates students in all aspects of apparel, from design to specs and sewing. This summer, I was so excited to see Atlanta finally get its own Fashion Week. That's a huge achievement, and I know there are more plans in the works to grow that initiative. I am grateful for initiatives the Georgia Department of Economic Development has taken to encourage additional growth of the film industry, which now makes Georgia a leading destination in the world for filming. Growing these initiatives requires us to be able to sustain them by providing the skills necessary for employment in this industry. Every movie and theater production needs talent that is knowledgeable in all aspects of apparel, which is required for their productions. My company, like others, is the supply chain of this skill set. I am therefore grateful for the current funding for the creative arts, and I'm requesting that the funding increase, more specifically not be cut, so that Georgia can continue to expand on the film industry and other creative ventures that are in the works to put Atlanta and Georgia on the map as a force to reckon with. It is my opinion that cultural arts funding is an essential piece of the plan which defines the success of the film industry. Thank you for your time.
Next 5 speakers, please come forward. Tracy Lloyd, Michael Collins, Jean Andrews, Eddie Lebert Jr., and Dorian Forbes.
Hello, my name is Prophet Curtis Harrison. Tony is my nickname, Curtis Martin Harrison. Again, homelessness in your city streets. People are dying, freezing to death out here in your streets due to homelessness. Again, it's not about the government, it's about the legislature and the judicial boards to let you know I know what I'm talking about. Money's been advocated for homeless people every time you make a purchase, every time you buy something. And again, I want to speak about my friend too, Ron Shakir, who I know personally. And these people came down here to publicly discredit this man for doing a good job. How do I know? I was hungry and Shakir gave me $10 to get something to eat. And he didn't have 20. And he gave me 10 to get something to eat. That's how I know y'all lying. Now, the next thing I want to say is this. Sex trafficking is #1 in Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, DeKalb County. And again, I'm trying to be nice. I really am. We are. We're trying to be real nice. But if we're losing kids to people that just want to induct children, and you police officers are not doing anything about it, then we got to take matters into our own hands. So I'm going to leave that right there. Now, again, people are dying out here in these streets due to cold weather. People are freezing to death. While you're passing Christmas gifts, people are freezing to death. Black and white. Now, I know the right steps. I know the right things to do and the right things to say. Again, I'm trying to be nice today. First of the year. Some people ain't gonna be around no more.
15 seconds,
Get
sir.
some people out of them seats.
Chairman Pitts, and esteemed Board of Commissioners, on behalf of the Board of National Black Arts Festival, I want to express my deepest gratitude for your steadfast support. Without it, we simply could not provide the enriching art programs that impacts thousands of Fulton County residents each year. From our youth arts education initiatives to community events to artistic development opportunities, your funding empowers our work. Your investment in the arts enable us to foster equitable economic empowerment across Fulton County's creative community. Through workforce training and development programs, we cultivate pathways for young people to pursue careers in the thriving creative industries. Our artistic development opportunities help level the playing field by directing more resources to historically underfunded Black artists. A vibrant, equitable, and well-supported art ecosystem attracts talent. It fuels innovation and drives sustainable economic growth countywide. In this year alone, we awarded over $70,000 in grants to 60 local artists and spent over $100,000 on contracts for teaching artists, producers, performers, and local vendors. Art organizations are essential economic engines as well as cultural pillars. We create and sustain jobs and drive spend across Fulton County. Gutting arts funding threatens the livelihood of nonprofit workers, independent creatives, art entrepreneurs, and countless connected businesses we work with. As the Atlanta Regional Commission affirms, creative jobs are growing faster here than in any other sector. To keep that momentum going, we need robust investment in developing talent, expanding opportunities, and retaining artists.
15 seconds.
Thank you. I'll skip along. I urge you in the strongest possible terms not to cut arts funding from the 2024 budget. The arts are critical to the health, vibrancy, and prosperity of Fulton County. Your ongoing support allows us essential work to continue.
Hi, my name is Michael Collins and I'm with Colour of Change, and I wanted to discuss the jail feasibility study that you will debate later. The study assumes that the detainee population will grow from 3,105 in 2024 to 3,275 in 2028. Today, the jail population is 2,790 people, a drop of almost 23% in 3 months from September 2023, when it was 3,618 people. In Rice Street, the jail population is currently 1,832. The study also states that costs will increase by 25% from 2028 to 2031 because it assumes the jail population grows to 3,406 by 2031. These numbers are not based on reality or best practices. They are cobbled together to justify an extortionate $2 billion project whose success relies on the increased caging of Black and brown people. The study also spotlights 5 facilities that are supposedly models for the proposed new jail. Of the jails that are currently online, I decided to research their performance. According to the local Denver News, quote, 2 days before he died, Leroy Taylor called his public defender from jail and in a barely audible recording left her a message where he said, "I need to get out of here before I die." The 71-year-old wasn't exaggerating. Taylor died in the Denver Detention Center. The center saw another death last month. And the Washington Post noted that police are investigating the death of Paul E. Thompson, an Arlington Detention Center inmate who was arrested last month on a trespassing charge and held without bond while authorities tried to determine his identity. Sound familiar? Is this what we aspire to? More death, more incarceration, more wasted money? Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to just say thank you, first of all, for acknowledging cardiac arrest. I lost my wife to sudden cardiac arrest. She was an educator in Fulton County. So just wanted to thank you for that. But I'm here. I'm Gene Andrews. Most of you know who I am, and I work up in Alpharetta as a commissioner in cultural arts. So I'm here to speak about cultural arts and how important it is. As we look in this room today, we see what? Culture. We also see opinions, but it's our culture that keeps us together. It's our opinion that separates us. So the one thing that cultural arts does, it brings us together. And over the last year, I can speak in Alpharetta and North Fulton, it's grown. in that environment and a dynamic, and I see the wonderful job that the commissioners have done in the past. So I really would love for you guys to continue the push of cultural arts, because it is the arts that educate us, and it actually gives young people an opportunity, because everyone that's been in arts and in culture, it has started from young. And if we look around and you look at the weather, you look at God, you look at all of these things, if we did not have winter, we would never know what cold felt like. If we never had fall, we would never see the foliage. So these things, the arts and the cultures and the paintbrushes and the music, it brings us together. So I just think that, and I'm honored to be here today as well, but I thank you for hearing me, and just please let us continue to push the arts. Thank you.
Hello, good morning. My name is Eddie Levert Jr. I'm here to talk about the arts too. I'm here to, my family's been in the music business forever, and the arts mean a lot to me. And I'm here in Fulton County to say that I'm going to start a academy for music arts in Fulton County, and I would love for the commissioners to help me get to where I need to be with, I'm not a speaker, so I'm kind of nervous, but help me push this academy for the kids that from ages from junior high to high school, business and all that. And I just wanted to get your support. So whenever I can get with whoever I need to get with, let me know. All right? Thank you very much.
You should have sang Forever Mine.
Good morning. I'm Dorian Forbes, and I'm here to speak on the cultural arts as well. I'm from Buffalo, New York, and I came here in 1995 to go to Clark Atlanta University. And since I was a kid, I always wanted to make movies and do filmmaking. And I've accomplished that here in Fulton County. And now that I've got to my goals, I created Make Believe Village, a nonprofit that teaches kids filmmaking. We take kids from A to Z from filmmaking. And the things that I know that kids need is access, exposure, and opportunity. Without these things, it's almost impossible for kids to grow. And I know what helped me is exposure, opportunity, especially here in this city. And I know that cutting the budget would definitely take away from these kids and giving them the future that they deserve. And they shouldn't take to their 40 and 50s to get to where most kids in other cultures get to when they're in their teens. So that's it, and thank you for your time.
Last 6 speakers in Assembly Hall, please come forward. Eddie Lee Brewster, Brian Allen, Ann Dennington, Ron Shakir, Devin Barrington Ward, and Rosie Jackson Puckett.
Repeat them again so we.
Hello, I'm Ann Dennington. I'm the Executive Director of Flux Project, a nonprofit arts organization in Fulton County that presents temporary public art projects, and we work with artists of all disciplines. Obviously, I'm here to speak on support of the arts. I have no question whatsoever about your individual passion for the arts or the county's belief in the arts and the value that it brings to our communities. I'm just here to ask you to please leave the $1.5 million in the budget. It was such a windfall last year for that extra funding to come in, and it came after tremendous work from the Fulton County Arts and Culture. And it would be so wonderful if we could come one day and say, please increase the funding for the arts. So I know that it's in your hearts, and I just wanted to be another voice saying the community cares, and please, please sustain the funding for the arts and culture.
Hello, I'm Brian Allen, Vice Chair of the Libertarian Party, Fulton County, and District 3 resident. This August, you all decided against raising property taxes by not increasing the millage rate. This was the right decision, though an even better decision would have been to decrease the millage rate. A lot of people are struggling just to keep a roof over their heads and food on the table. They can't afford to be paying the taxes they already have, let alone paying more taxes. Decisions have consequences, though, and as I've heard several of you point out time and time again, when you made that decision, you committed yourself to cutting back on spending. The The special interests and government bureaucrats those cuts impact aren't going to be happy, and you've already seen a number of them coming out of the woodwork asking for more money. You need to say no to these people. It's the nature of the system that special interests have a greater incentive to come seeking handouts than the average citizen has to speak out against it. Concentrated benefits and dispersed costs is a very real problem. Similarly, it's the nature of government bureaucracy to grow. Their incentive is always to ask for more funding, more resources. If you claim to represent the people in general, if you support the general welfare over special interests, then you have to say no to these people. In fact, you should be more aggressive and cut out even more than what's already proposed. I don't want to be hearing a bunch of complaining every time a cut is being discussed. Cuts have to be made. If January comes around and you all end up throwing in a bunch of pet projects and adding things seemingly just for the sake of adding them at the last minute like you did this past January, I'll be very disappointed. That process was a farce and you all know it. Thank you for your time and attention.
Good morning, Ron Shakir, Southwest Atlanta. There were some comments made last week, and a Fulton County office was shut down, and people was marched down here to have testimony against my character and what I consider my passion and my purpose. Anybody who know me, I always talked about housing and injustice. And coming from a small town in Alabama, my father was the oldest of 12 children. He graduated from college. His sons have attended, and daughter have attended colleges. The fact is that he's an honorable man, but we also lived in public housing. But when we came to Atlanta, we moved on Peyton Road. Atlanta was a new place. It was a place where citizens and mothers and fathers had good housing. And the fact that we need public housing today and good housing today is not a shame, but it's a shelter and a need for it. And for somebody to come and attack me from being kicked off that board or removed from that board is, it represents that chair. But I say the fact that the issues of the day are of concerns that hadn't changed much. Housing matter, and I would hope that y'all will continue to be sensitive to it. And the fact that I was attacked personally here, I think that when people come up with those kind of remarks, they ought to prove them. But I want to thank you, Brother Curtis. But anybody who know me, if I come up to the city of Atlanta to engage, it's because of housing. The city of Atlanta, Fulton County, tore down public housing.
15
People
seconds.
are sleeping on the streets today. Mothers and fathers who sent their kids to schools that made our schools great, those housings were tore down, and I think it's shameful, and I would always speak up, and I definitely wish that you would have someone come up here to say something about me to have proof. Thanks so much.
Good morning, Devin Barrington Ward. When are we going to learn our lesson? Why do we keep doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result? Every day on the news, there's something about the Fulton County Jail. Every day. Every day. Now the latest. Now we know that the teletext contract is being pushed by legislators down at the state capitol. So before we do anything else about the jail, we need a full stop, because we can't even guarantee that this feasibility study has been done in a way that is above reproach. Isn't that right, Commissioner Ellis? We don't necessarily know whose special interests and who has hedging bets on whether or not you all are going to put money into a broken system. Actually, it's a system that's working as tended as it's supposed to. You all are just being levers to the mass incarceration of our people with no end in sight. So I'm asking you all first, follow the city's lead. They recently increased funding for PAD at the tunes of about $500,000 to do outreach at the airport, because they recognize that criminalizing homeless people is not the path forward for Atlanta. Throw out the feasibility study, because we can't afford $2 billion. For the art advocates that are here, they are pushing a $2 billion jail. So that's where your money is going when you're talking about cuts to art funding. Everything costs, right? And then in addition to that, we need to pass legislation that commissions a real decarceration plan. We can't deal with another $2 billion for a jail that will be overcrowded yet again. We can't deal with another $2 billion at the expense of property
15
tax
15
owners
seconds.
who are going to see their taxes go up. Enough is enough. The plan isn't working. Get with the people who actually know what they're talking about, because thus far, we've been right. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's been a long time. My name is Rosie Jackson Puckett, and I live at 4365 Melanie Drive, College Park. I have submitted to you each some paperwork. I won't say what it is, but I realize there is an intergovernmental relationship between the City of South Fulton and Fulton County. I don't believe you are aware of the continuous discrepancies that we have faced with the qualifying of candidates in the City of South Fulton. I submitted to you today the information from the candidate-elect for the District 5 Council seat in City of South Fulton. Based on the information before you, the elected candidate did not live in the City of South Fulton at the time these papers were filed. She lived in Union City. This clearly disqualifies her candidacy. She clearly answered the summons before you on August 24th, 2023, which was the week of qualification. This information was brought to the attention of the election superintendent in the City of South Fulton, and the answer was that this information was presented after the fact. I am asking that you do not be a co-conspirator by certifying this election that clearly appears to be unlawful. The constituents of District 5 will be following the instructions of the elections liaison for the Georgia Secretary of State's elections. We will contest the election in writing to the election superintendent, and hopefully there will be a special election held for the two deserving candidates that qualified and have lived in the City of South Fulton legally to run for the District 5 county seat. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we have 4 speakers on Zoom and 2 emailed in comments.
All right, quickly.
Good morning, Commissioners. The first person to speak is Adrian Coleman.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Adrian Coleman. I live in Southwest Atlanta. I'm here today. You have received multiple emails from me about the Housing Authority of Fulton County asking for the Fulton County Commission to provide some level of best practices to all the boards, commissions, and authority of Fulton County for transparency and for community engagement and accountability. I have been watching the Fulton County, well, I did watch the the Housing Authority of Fulton County meetings until this summer when the chair unilaterally decided that Zoom meetings would not be accessible for the public. I too was appalled and disappointed to see the Housing Authority of Fulton County come before me to make allegations against Commissioner Ron Shakur. And quite honestly, I found them to be defamatory and very dangerous, and I'm concerned that the commission, that you will make a decision that lacks evidence and that it's not been a fair process. I would hope that you will do an independent audit of the Housing Authority of Fulton County. I also would ask the law department to review the commission's meetings and to actually take a look at these meetings. There's concerns about resident elections, that when you have people who said that they've been on a housing authority for 20 years, 18 years, something is wrong in that.
15 seconds.
Also, thank you. So I'm here today to say that Ron Shakur is not the problem. At HAFC, there's much bigger problems. And I hope that you as the commission will evaluate and do an objective review. I thank you for your time.
The next person to speak is Lauren Parker. Lauren Parker. Okay, the next person to speak is Shahida Alamin.
Hi, I have nothing to say.
Okay, and the last person to speak is attendee 9618. Okay, with nothing said, that concludes the Zoom public comments.
Greetings, Commissioners. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. If Commission Chairperson Rob Pitts were to announce I'm canceling the next Commission meeting because I can't be there, eyebrows would really be raised. To the county seat last month came a parade of persons seeking the ouster of a fellow Housing Authority Commissioner. The Housing Authority of Fulton County Chairperson announced the November meeting of the Housing Authority was being canceled because he himself could not be present to control. But wait a minute, there is a well-qualified vice chair who could take over. Commissioner Natalie Hall had appointed him, and Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. only recently reappointed him. And did not the Housing Authority chairperson arrange for the presence of a Fulton County Sheriff officer with handcuffs and a second sheriff's deputy, and from the Fulton County Police, a third officer? Yes. Just how much force is needed to silence one outspoken activist?
And this concludes the public comment.
The first email comment is from Zane Placey. The budget document has all the trappings of transparency with nice sounding summaries of the various projects. However, if you did deeper, you would probably struggle to know what many of the line items are, let alone whether the proposed amounts are appropriate or a huge waste. If I were a city councilor, I would know that my reelection does not depend on how the budget is actually spent. It only depends on the perception of how it is spent. Therefore, I would applaud the parade of public commenters asking for funding for their favorite causes. Then I would put zero effort into making sure the money isn't simply a big payday for a favorite contractor, because that would be hard. I would know that no one has the time or knowledge required to hold me accountable for the purchases. So why should I bother to care? Consider the line item, additional funding for senior transportation, or about all the extra spending on jails and prisons. The list can go on. Consider this Christmas when you pay 7% sales tax on your gifts. The next comment is from Ginger Jones. I am aware there is a new Fulton County Animal Shelter opening currently at this time, but I feel compelled to state some feelings on the issue. I recently learned that there is absolutely no legislation regarding spay and neuter in Fulton. My husband and I adopted our dog from there, and he was not neutered until we brought him in several weeks later. I do not understand remotely how a county-run shelter can adopt dogs out that are not fixed. I'd like to know why there is no legislation regarding spay and neuter, as well as how Lifeline Animal Shelter is okay with letting people take home dogs that are unfixed. This is both unsafe for your constituents, and it is terribly sad. This concludes the email comments.
All right, Madam Clerk, next.
Continuing on page 12, under public hearings, 230877, finance, public hearing for the fiscal year 2024 proposed budget.
All right, how many people? How many speakers?
We have received 3 speaker cards.
3 speakers. All right, call them.
Brian Allen, Ron Shakir, and Devin Barrington Ward.
I'm still Brian Allen, Vice Chair of the Libertarian Party of Fulton County and District 3 resident. It'll be easy enough for me to just come down here, tell you all you need to cut the budget, and leave it at that. But I'm willing to put in the work. I've been attending the Fulton County Citizens University program put on by External Affairs, learning about the various departments, how they operate, what sorts of programs they're running. I'll be more than happy to sit down with any of you or your staff, go through the budget in a comprehensive manner, and identify cuts or even alternative funding mechanisms that don't rely on taxation. All it will cost you is your time. To give you a starting point to think about, there's something that I, as a citizen, can give to. If I can go onto a website, make a donation, or show up somewhere and buy a ticket for some other product, tax dollars should not be going to that. We, the people, know what we want to give our money to better than you ever could. Americans are the most charitable people in the world, and Georgians are some of the most charitable people in America. We don't need to be forced to give to worthy causes. We'll do it voluntarily. In fact, when the government spends money, what it actually ends up doing is diverting resources away from what people value more towards what people value less. You'll see the project that you funded with tax dollars, what you won't see is the project that didn't get funded with private dollars as a result. There's a reason why central economic planning doesn't work while markets do. I'll be sending each of you an email after this with my contact information, and I hope to hear back. Thank you for your time and attention.
Name going to be announced. Ron Shakir, Southwest Atlanta. When we're dealing with the budget and dealing with prisons or arrests or police services, we have a rich history that we ought to try to stay in touch with. Malcolm X was a citizen, well-known and very popular, and had a great impact and a great movement in America. But he had a life, besides rural life and hardship of city life, he also rehabbed. He recouped his life and became a great contributor to the society. We have to look at these organizations and people who have a history of being able to approach the jail system, work in the jail systems. It's communities in the jail systems that is helping to help people recover their life and be a contributor to society. These communities are well known. We ought to use resources. Besides just, we know we can't just keep arresting everybody, but it's citizens who don't need to be in jail, citizens who can live and give themselves to a committed life to be a good contributor to society. But they need income. Most crime is generated from the garden of need of food and housing. Well, there's movements and there's resources in this city that we can give housing to people, and those same people can be contributors to our country and to our community. So let's use them. You know, we used to call it fishing. We used to ride around asking people, would you like to improve your life? Have you heard of self-development? Have you heard of doing something for yourself?
15
Come to
seconds.
our meetings, and that meeting help people regain their life and gain direction in just society, maybe. But the fact is, we can use resources better than just locking people up. Thank you so much.
Devin Barrington Ward, $2 billion. That's a lot of money, y'all. $2 billion. $2 billion, and we can't trust the process. $2 billion, we're not sure who's invested in what. We're not sure who's pulling the strings behind the scenes. We're not sure who is padding whose campaign coffers. $2 billion. We couldn't even figure that over a Teletrex contract, and we're talking about a $2 billion jail. What I would love to see is a comparative analysis of, like, if we're spending $2 billion on a new facility, if we spent $1 billion to improve the facility that we have, to invest in decarceration programs, to invest in real mental health programs, to deal with substance abuse, and have anti-poverty initiatives, how would that reduce the incarcerated population in Fulton County? How would that improve public safety? You all have never done that. And so I challenge you, before we're talking about a feasibility study for a new building, when we know that buildings don't work to solve the problem, they literally just perpetuate the issue over and over again, because it'll be 6,000 people, and then we'll say the building's overcrowded then. And then another set of commissioners, maybe some of you will still be commissioners, but another set of commissioners will then have to commission $4 or $5 billion for a new building. You see how the cycle never really ends? And so what we're proposing is something that is radical. We are proposing something that is different. We are proposing something that you are uncomfortable with. But you know what is radical? The status quo. Right now, people dying in our jails, that's radical. You know what's radical? Using $2 billion to do something that we know has not worked already. You know what's radical?
15
The idea
seconds.
that we aren't actually hearing the needs of the people that are saying that we want less cages and we want more programs in our community. Not listening to that is radical. The status quo is radical. Let's do something different, please.
Anyone else?
No
All right,
further
that
speakers.
concludes the public hearing on the proposed 2024 budget. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Presentations to the board, 230878, Atlanta Beltline Annual update.
Good morning. My name is Clyde Higgs, and I am the president and CEO for Atlanta Beltline, Inc. Thank you for allowing us to be here today to present. Chairman Pitts, my board member, Commissioner Hall, Invest board member Dana, good to see you all. I promise to be brief here. I'm going to give you about a 5-minute overview of what's been happening with the People's Project, the Atlanta Beltline, but I will stop if you have really specific questions about the project. Happy to answer those. But this first slide here is just a quick reminder about the responsibilities of the Atlanta Beltline. Yes, most people know us as a trail initiative. That perhaps is the star of the show. Commissioner Marvin, you know this more than most, but we are responsible for so many other items for the community. It's trail, it's transit, it's affordable housing, job creation, economic development, environmental cleanup, public arts, which you all have been a major investor in. And we'll go to the next slide. And just a couple of highlights with regards to trail construction. You may remember when I came to visit with you some time ago, we were in a very ambiguous time with regards to completing the Beltline Trail, like we promised the community by 2030. But because of a couple of significant transactions that the voters of Atlanta passed with regards to transit, and then also with regards to what City Council did with the Special Service District that was passed about 2.5 years ago, those dollars were transformational. Ultimately, the Special Service District pulled forward about $100 million to support the Beltline construction of the trail. And what that did is create a cascade of funding opportunities for the Beltline. Not only did we secure the money through the SSD, the $100 million, but because of that, we also were able to secure about $80 million from the Woodruff Foundation, and then another $30 million from the Cox Foundation. And then we also secured this calendar year our largest federal grant ever for $25 million to help support what we describe as the Northeast Trail of the Atlanta Beltline. So perhaps these are the golden years for Beltline. You may remember we were in a significant conversation about housing affordability. If you go back to 2015, 2016, fast forwarding to today, we are in a very strong position. We still have a lot of work that needs to be done, no doubt, but this calendar year will mark the 3rd year in a row that we have exceeded our housing affordability goals for the Beltline. So we are moving things forward in a very equitable manner. But just real quick, you will see here on the screen, we were very happy to do the grand opening for what we describe as the Northeast Trail Segment 2. But also this calendar year, we were fortunate to host 3 groundbreakings of the Atlanta Beltline, again, setting more records. We were happy to have Commissioner Hall involved in some of those groundbreakings with us as well, but lots of activity. That should be kind of what your takeaway here is: activity. No longer are the days where we were developing Beltline discreetly, then we would stop, twiddle our hands, and wait for more funding to come down. We are in a strong financial position to really push the People's Project forward. We'll go to the next slide, please. And this gives you just a quick overview of where we are with regards to trail construction. What you'll see here in green is what has been completed, and you can see the orange dotted lines is what we actually have under construction, and you'll see the blue is what we actually are in the throes with regards to design. And the takeaway from this slide, just to give you the headlines here, so think about this. If you don't remember any of the other stuff that I'm saying in this presentation, but think about this, Chairman Pitts, that within the next 12 to 15 months, 85% of the Beltline Trail will be completed or under construction this time next year. And the last time I came to visit you, it was very ambiguous where we were with regards to construction. And on top of that, we have been very aggressive in our contracting. So almost 60% of our contracts have been awarded to minority and women-owned businesses as well. So we're definitely trying to achieve, the goals of the People's Project. Go to the next slide, please. And if you believe the numbers from the Atlanta Regional Commission, and we do, but in the next 25 to 26 years, we plan on adding another 2 million people to Metro Atlanta. 2 million people to Metro Atlanta. So we need to be prepared to provide transportation options to Fulton County residents, Atlanta residents, Metro Atlanta residents. And so we are in the throes of our next transportation study that was funded by the federal government. And so very excited about that work. And go to the next slide, please. And this just gives you a quick snapshot of where we are with regards to housing affordability. Our goal for the end of 2030 is to create 5,600 units of affordable housing created or preserved. We are roughly at 3,300 units to date. So that's about 60% of our goal. And you go to the next slide here, please. But the real star of the show, from my perspective, is making sure that residents that have been in their homes for a long time can actually stay in their homes. And our sister organization, the Atlanta Beltline Partnership, has stood up a very successful program called the Legacy Resident Retention Fund, and essentially gives us the ability to pay rising property taxes for residents that have been in specific neighborhoods for a long time. We can actually pay their growing property taxes out of that fund. So very excited about that. And go to the next slide, and this will be the final slide on housing affordability. But this is one of the things that doesn't get a whole lot of headlines. And this is our land acquisition strategy. So we have essentially quadrupled our land for housing affordability around the Beltline in the last 30 months. And so I know I'm preaching to the choir here. We have lots of affordable housing experts, but when you control and own the land, you can exact long-term, potentially permanent and deep affordable housing units when you actually control the dirt. And so that's why we're involved in this strategy. You may have read in August of this year that we just purchased Pittsburgh Yards from the Annie E. Casey Foundation. That was a significant transaction, and ultimately we will program that for housing affordability, but also commercial affordability to make sure that our small and mom and pop businesses along the Beltline or who want to be on the Beltline can take advantage of some reasonable lease rates. We'll go to the next slide here. And talked a little bit about the Legacy Resident Retention Fund. That continues to grow, over 200 participants inside of that program to date. Go to the next slide. And continuing to work with all of our TAD partners, we were fortunate to host what we described as the Beltline Bike Fest. Many of you may know a radio personality. His name is Big Tigger. Big Tigger, during the pandemic, said that the Beltline saved his life. because it was the one place that he could get out and actually enjoy the outdoors, get fresh air, rode his bike around the Beltline. And so this whole Bike Fest concept was a way to make sure that kids from surrounding neighborhoods, specifically associated with APS, got opportunities to enjoy the outdoors via a bicycle. And so because of Big Tigger and his partnership, we were able to give over 100 free bicycles to APS school students. And Commissioner Hall, you were there. You know, that was a festive event, even though it rained a little bit, still was a great family function. And go to the next slide, please. And so this concludes my official report. If you want me to go deeper, I'm happy to do that in discussion. But just look at this trail update slide for Beltline. Again, when I came to see you last time, we could not share this, but 85% of the Beltline Trail will be completed or under construction in the next 12 months. So thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Questions, Vice Chair Ellis, Commissioner Barrett.
2 or 3 quick questions. I want to make sure I got the numbers right. What your overall, your annualized sort of revenue coming in from all sources is what?
So last year, our approved budget was about $150 million.
150 million. And then what portion of that would be TAD versus other sources?
So roughly about 70 million of that 150 million is TAD.
Okay. Okay, thanks.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Barrett.
Just a question. You mentioned the Legacy Resident Fund. I was just curious what how long does that last?
Yeah, so we're thinking this will be a fix for about a decade. And so the thought process is here that this wouldn't be the permanent solution to rising property taxes, but this would at least give us some runway for a policy fix to be in place. And so there's about a 10-year runway for that program. And so Bank of America, Georgia Power, the Woodruff Foundation, Google have all made contributions to this fund. And just as you know, Commissioner, that we cannot use our TAD funds to pay for that program. So we have to get external funds to make that happen.
And then on the small business front, is there, as you look at affordable housing opportunities, are there also, sort of, I'm going to use the word protections, but for either small businesses that are already there, but also ones that want to come into some of these areas that are being developed?
Yeah, and I need to give a shout out to, because oftentimes I think we give our developers a little bit of heartburn, but they have been very responsive to our whole push. And so as new developments pop up on the Atlanta Beltline, getting developers to carve off a piece of their development specifically for commercial affordability is the opportunity. And I'll give you a good example of that. We're working with Portman right now, who's redeveloping Amsterdam, and a portion of their retail space will be dedicated for small businesses at roughly a third of the market there. So that's a very fair question that we need to start thinking about commercial affordability. And so you heard some of the comments earlier about making sure people have access to wealth creation, job creation, making sure they get access to the Beltline, and the foot traffic could be game-changing.
So maybe when you come back next year, you can give us a report on the commercial property side of the business. Well, thank you for that. I just had a comment more for the other commissioners. And so I want to commend you, and I'll say this about Invest Atlanta too. You all, both organizations, have done a really good job of including affordable housing and some sort of additional sort of requirements for projects that I don't think we're doing at the Fulton County Development Authority. And I think, given the news of that we've been hearing about the Fulton County Development Authority, we should be looking into our development authority, sort of following that model, including requirements for affordable housing, small business, things of that nature, because I think that's what sort of, helps the entire community with whatever project is going on. It shouldn't just be good for tax dollars, it should also be good for the community. So thank you for that work, and Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Ellis?
Just to follow up on affordable housing comment, the one, and you had this legacy resident retention program, and why I think the intentions of that are very well. I think one of the more problematic things when it comes to the city of Atlanta residents and those that would fall within this program is that the highest driver of your property taxes are school taxes. And unlike the rest of Fulton County, where outside the city of Atlanta, which have caps on what happens with your property taxes with increasing assessed values, APS does not have true caps. And I think this is a specific, I mean, we go through this occasionally, but I think I'd like to see it as a specific add to our legislative package, and hopefully something you all would push as well, to move towards traditional caps for homeowners, because this is sort of a part and parcel. This program is a back-end way to get at something that could be solved by something that we have in place for, I think, almost all our municipalities right now in the Fulton County school system, but we don't have it in place for APS. And I think it's something that, you know, we should all sort of make an ask for, this board as well as yours, to the APS, that they put that on the ballot and have a traditional cap in place like everywhere else. Because, I mean, yes, the Beltline has been tremendously successful, but we also know what that means for property values. And with an open cap on the highest portion of your taxes, these programs like this, they're not sustainable. Why not let us try to fix something and provide something that provides for a little bit more of a permanent fix? So, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thorne?
I was just also wanted to ask about the Legacy Resident Fund. So do you just set aside amount of money, you have a fixed number of residents, or does it change, or how does it work?
Yeah, so we've identified what we describe as very vulnerable neighborhoods along the Beltline. That's specifically on the West Side Trail of the Beltline. And so we have a pot of money. We've identified the number of residents that kind of fit this profile, that have been in the neighborhood for a long time, that own their homes and at a certain age group. And then we calculated that ultimately. And then the rate limiting factor to this is the trust piece. So can you imagine someone knocking on your door and say, hey, you know, we're here from this entity and we're here to pay your property taxes? Seems a little bit suspicious. And so we really had to double down on our communication, and that we are legitimate and we're not trying to have some type of slick transaction to take someone's home. And so the numbers are starting to climb up, but we have a lot of runway. We would love to see those numbers closer to the 1,000 range versus the 216.
Is there a way of working with maybe our tax commissioner's office to make payments there, that they get a credit, they see the credit to develop that trust factor?
Yeah, and that is a part of the process. There is a whole, what we describe, a ground team that's working with the tax commissioner, the local neighborhoods, the NPUs, to really educate residents, and it's working. It just takes a while. And I will tell you, we're not the first ones to do this. You know, the West Side Future Fund really deserves the credit for being kind of the trailblazer in this space, and that was their significant challenge too, is just the trust factor.
Is there, and you said that you expect the fund for about 10 years. Is there a way of maybe endowing that program so that it could last beyond 10 years if needed?
Yeah, well, you know, that all depends on fundraising, and luckily we have, you know, corporations that believe in this and want to figure this out. But that's all contingent on fundraising, because again, we can't use our tax allocation dollars specifically for that program. But the hope is that we'll continue to raise more funds to grow this. But that's to be determined. But that's a fair comment.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
I just want to thank you and your team. You guys are doing great work. You know, all of this looks good. Affordable housing, arts. You're really hitting every area that's important, I think, right? Mobility, transit. It's just great work. I love the Legacy Resident Program. I understand you have sponsors paying for that, so it's not something coming out of your budget. So kudos to you and your team.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Commissioner Arrington, you might be happy to know that as we think about the Beltline as this hub, but it really is a regional initiative. And so one of the things that we are doing is trying to create connectivity to other parts of Metro Atlanta, not just the city of Atlanta, but we're actually working with ARC to submit a grant to the federal government that would ultimately have the Beltline connected from the West Side Trail all the way to College Park, East Point, and south, and to make sure that this economic juggernaut is felt throughout the whole metro area.
Well, it's real important because then I go down there and you got pop-up shops along the trail and a lot of activity, a lot of health and wellness, people walking, exercising. It is just more than I would have ever imagined. It has provided much more impact, and I think in a positive way for art, for health, for economic development. And, you know, while I think Commissioner Ellis is right about the Legacy Resident Program, it's not sustainable, and maybe it doesn't hit all the people, but it is at least an attempt to address that issue. And we probably do need some additional attempts and probably have to try to find a way to work with APS to get them to put a cap on those taxes. But, you know, you and your team are doing great work. I'm very proud of the work that you've done and where the Beltline is and where it's going.
I appreciate that.
All right. Commissioner Abdu-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief. I wanted to not only commend you all on the Legacy Resident Retention Program, but I wanted to make sure I do a moment of education. The individuals that make less than $35,000 that are over 65 years old, who have been in their homes for over 20 years, are the ones that are first targeted. Let me buy your house for pennies on the dollar, and let me get you out the neighborhood. So they don't get to walk those beautiful trails and be part of those health and wellness exercises that you do, and the other beautiful things that come with the Beltline. And so let's have a serious conversation about trying to make this a model that APS, City of Atlanta, and others will follow in. This needs to be the blueprint of saving our legacy homeowners. Because at the end of the day, and I'm pro-business, but I'm pro-community. I'm pro-progressive, but I'm pro-making sure our legacy homeowners are not priced out of their homes. And then when they have their back against the walls, here comes this person, hey, we want to buy your house. Hey, we want to buy your house. Because truth be told, I'm a legacy homeowner. I'm in a legacy neighborhood. I'm in a neighborhood where I've watched some of the seniors have to sell their homes for little of nothing because they could not keep up with it. And so what I say to you in educating the public, we are going to need more programs like this, not less. Because what we end up doing is displacing those teachers and doctors and government employees who have worked all their lives. And now when it's time for them to enjoy the fruit of their labor, we've made it where they can't afford to live in it. So the Legacy Resident Retention Program is a wonderful program, and I hope other entities follow your lead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hall.
Well, you know, I am 100% with you and your team on all things Atlanta Beltline. And having literally lived walking distance from the Beltline for 20 years and watching the progress of it, it is an honor to work with you directly and your executive team. And just speaking of the, we do need relief on the APS side, Atlanta Public Schools. And I've said many times before that, you know, the seniors in Cobb have relief from paying into the school board. Their children are grown or they don't even have children. And so they should not have to pay into that. But I want to say publicly, congratulations to Alfred Shivy Brooks, who is a dear friend who won the election last night and is now a newly elected member of the Atlanta Public School Board. And he ran on the fact that he is willing to look at how do we solve that problem. So you have a new partner on the APS board to help with that. And thank you for all of your great work, you and your team.
Thank you. Thank you for your leadership on the board.
All right, other questions or comments? Thank you. See you next time.
Thank you.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk. It's 12:06.
Bottom of page 12, County Manager's items, 230822, Finance. Presentation of the fiscal year 2024 proposed operating budget.
Full attention, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir.
You have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. We've waited this 2 weeks to be able to present this to you, and we're very pleased to be able to present the 2024 budget recommendations today. They represent $1.33 billion in all funds, a flat millage rate of 8.87, assumed a set of tranches of unfunded requests, which we had the opportunity to discuss with many of you that could be funded, with underruns in 2023 or a rigorous mid-year review in 2024. There are certain expenses like the presidential election cycle or the 5% COLA that we feel are largely unavoidable. And the general fund revenues are increasing by $17 million, but we would remind you that that's about a 2% revenue growth in a world where inflation still runs at about 4%, which leaves at least $13 million in contractual, statutory, and regulatory requirements unfunded. And I think that would be the first priority that we would recommend. Beyond that, it would be helpful, though, to have your guidance on prioritization of those tranches and perhaps items within the tranches. Because as funds become available, then I think the notion was that we would fund based on your prioritization. So that would be quite helpful. It's not that helpful to pick one or two items out and ask why they're not recommended. It's the same answer really applies to all. The revenue from a flat millage rate doesn't allow for program expansion, new programs, or continuing programs previously funded from non-recurring fund sources. So that really is the answer. As we submit this recommendation, we first note that it is financially balanced. We also hope that we brought much more visibility to the enhancement request, and we thank you for asking for that. And then finally, of course, it was delivered on time, which was November the 15th. That happened to be a board meeting day. I want to give special recognition because we weren't able to in the last meeting. I think Sharon got home around 2 a.m., Hakeem pulled in at 2:30 a.m., and Sabrina and her team at 4 a.m. So I want to thank really all of them for their dedication, professionalism, and then really commitment to this process. If you ask us what our primary concerns are, I would say there are top 5 worries rather than concerns. One is not covering all the contractual commitments. I discussed that already. Number 2 is not increasing contributions to the risk management fund. I think that's a bit short-sighted, perhaps. Number 3, not increasing resources for additional health care access initiatives. I think while we have, and we'll be discussing today, the agreement that we've reached with Grady, which of course is really the bellwether of what we do in public health. We also launched the clinic with Morehouse, but there are other opportunities there to close the health care gaps that I think we think we'll need to have resources. Number 4 is not keeping employee pay competitive with the market. The COLA is good, but not sufficient. And I think you saw some of that from the very personal presentations by the Marshal's Department in the last meeting. And then last is kind of the unknowable. I think there are many unknowns in jail outsourcing, the jail blitz plan, or replacement jail procurement that we don't know as we sit here today. And the point in listing those 5 is the 887 millage rate really set the direction and expectation. We're just asking you that you respect what we brought to you today in a balanced budget has significant caveats that we've laid out previously in board retreats in painstaking detail in some cases, bolded statements that we've put in the document and in my own personal comments. Because mainly it's around the issue of margin. And if you recall in last year's budget, there was some margin built in by the board. And 2 specific things, the $5 million in healthcare reserve and $5 million in facility reserve, really allowed us to capitalize on things that we didn't know at the time. If you recall, during the course of the year, it became clear what resource requirements there were to launch the Morehouse Clinic with us, what opportunity there was to buy a public safety training center building at much reduced cost, but one had we not had the dollars, we would not have been able to do. Opportunistically securing parking on the Bowden campus that gives that senior center much better parking going forward, as well as senior transportation needs, which continue to grow. So those things during 2023 came up, weren't known when we were discussing this with you, and those reserved helped us be able to respond to that. So this year, there is not that margin for error. What we will have to do, what we will recommend that we do, is have much more rigorous use of underruns. Again, funded in some kind of priority order, some of the unfunded tranches that we'll discuss today. And those underruns will become clear as we get to the end of 23, which we obviously are close to. And then we would suggest a much more rigorous approach at mid-year of 2024. So we'll ask at this point, Mr. Chairman, for Ms. Whitmore, the CFO, to provide an overview, and then she and her team will be able to be available, hopefully, and able to answer any questions. And again, thank you very much for including this first on the agenda today.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Ms. Whitmore, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We can move on to the next slide. Commissioners, as we normally do, we like to start with just updating you on where we're at in the current year. For 2023, as we are working towards closing out the fiscal year, these are the projections that we were using as part of the proposed budget. And we will continue to monitor and update these as we go through the end of this month. But to highlight, we're expecting and have projected about $832 million in in total revenue in the general fund in 2023 on $865 million in projected expenditures. When you take those 2 numbers, you'll find that the expenditures are outpacing the revenue, which means we'll be drawing down some of the fund balance that we began the year with, pulling that number down from $224 million to roughly $191. We will still meet our fund balance reserve requirement, and we will carry the $191 million forward to 2024, a portion of which we are using to help support the balancing of the 2024 budget. Next slide, please. As the manager mentioned in his remarks, the total budget for all appropriated funds this year is very similar to the 2023 level, $1.338.9 billion as compared to $1.3382 in 2023. The majority of that total appropriated budget spend is in the general fund at $917 million for 2024, followed by our 2 funds that support our water and sewer system, the Water Revenue Fund and the Water Renewal Fund at $164.1 and $105.5 million, respectively. The next most significant fund is the county's Risk Management Fund, which is where we accumulate resources to meet our property loss and other legal and claims-related expenses. The other fund on this particular slide that we wanted to highlight this year is a new fund. It's in the middle of this section. It's called the Animal Services Fund. It's a special revenue fund that is set up to account for the operation of the new animal shelter. With the new facility being a much larger facility, the cost have increased associated with operating that facility. It will be supported through intergovernmental agreements with each of the municipalities that are served by our Animal Services Division. And so we've pulled it out of the general fund, set it into its own fund so that we can keep track of where we are with the operations of that particular activity. Next slide, please. This next slide is a different view of each of the appropriated funds and how the resources are allocated out into our 5 focus areas. If you'll see at the bottom right-hand corner, we're still talking about the $1,338,000,000 in resources, and the spread across each of the focus areas results in an investment in health and human services of $215.8 million, an investment in our justice and safety functions of $462.8 million, the majority of which is, of course, coming out of the county's general fund. In our open and responsible government priority area, $266.7 million. Infrastructure and economic development, $337 million, being carried primarily through our general fund contributions as well as the water and sewer system. And then lastly, the arts and libraries focus area at $56.6 million. Next slide, please. So focusing in on the county's general fund, as the manager indicated, it is a balanced proposed budget for 2024. It's funded in part by our carry forward fund balance of $191 million and proposed anticipated revenue of $879 million. That proposed revenue breaks down into 3 categories. First being taxes, which is about 88% of the total anticipated revenue. All other revenue of $89 million, which is about 10%. And then the local option sales tax coming in at $19 million, which represents about 2% of the total revenue. In the green on this slide is the proposed expenditure budget for the general fund, which is proposed at $917 million, the majority of which resides in the justice and public safety area, $424.2 million, followed by open and responsible government, $200.3 million, health and human services, $139 million, infrastructure and economic development of $114.2, and arts and libraries, $39.6. When you take all of these together, the fund balance, add in the revenue, subtract out your proposed expenditure, we will be left with roughly $152.9 in reserve fund balance, which is in compliance with the board's resolution to have 16.67% of fund balance reserved. And it's 16.67% of your budgeted expenditures. Next slide, please. I think the manager mentioned some of this in his remarks, but we did want to provide you with some of the underlying assumptions around the resources that we're using to support this expenditure budget. As indicated on the previous slide, we have the 4 sources: taxes, local option sales tax, all other revenue, and the use of fund balance, the portion that is above the minimum required balance. Specifically with regard to the underlying assumptions for property taxes, the manager did mention a flat millage rate of 8.87 mills. We have anticipated 7% of billable growth in the digest from either new construction growth or reassessment. And again, while the digest as a whole may grow above this level, this is the portion that we believe will fall within the areas that the county benefits from growth in the digest, meaning those areas of the county that are outside of a tax allocation district. And then lastly, we have assumed a 96% collection rate on the 2024 tax billings. And of course, we're carrying forward as prior year taxes the balance that will not be received in this year related to 2023 taxes or any other previous year that still remains uncollected. Next slide, please. With regard to the local option sales tax, while the amount that we're projecting is around $19 million, it is based off of the new negotiated rate. It bumped up a little bit this year to 6%. It will continue to increase over each of the next 9 years. So this is the second year of the new rate, and it bumped up to 6%. And then lastly, as previously mentioned, use of fund balance. And we are meeting our minimum fund balance reserve. Next slide, please. So what are we funding with this $917 million in resources? We are funding all positions that are currently filled, and we are providing for partial funding on vacant positions. We did not fund new programs or program expansions or new positions for new programs. With regard to the funding of vacant positions, we applied an attrition factor to every agency that had vacant positions as of the end of October. We basically, in our balancing effort, made a determination that we would like to generate about $10 million out of the vacant positions for the year. So that's the base that we started with, was the need to generate the $10 million. And from that, we backed into an attrition factor that was applied to each of the departments that had a vacancy. And that attrition factor ended up being about 29% of the value of the vacant positions. So it does not stop departments from filling their positions. It just means that they will need to feather them in over the course of the year rather than trying to fill all of them at one time at the beginning of the year, which routinely doesn't happen anyway. The next item that we wanted to highlight is a new expense in the general fund budget. This is something that we've discussed during our offsites, and it surrounds our ability to begin funding the costs necessary to plan and design the replacement jail. So we've built in $10 million as a debt service payment to support a future issue of bonds by the South Fulton Regional Jail Authority as the county's third-party conduit issuer for the construction of this new facility. So we've built in this $10 million, and at some point in time in 2024, we expect to issue those bonds, more than likely sometime late second quarter or early third quarter. We have included in the budget continuation of funding for the outsourcing of inmates, specifically for the 4 entities that we currently have arrangements with: Cobb County, the City of Atlanta at the Atlanta Detention Center, Oconee County, and Forsyth County. So we have provided the funding to secure the same number of positions that we have been funding in 2023. I said positions, I meant inmates, the same number of inmates that we have been housing externally in 2023. We will also be using the same bucket to provide for any county-paid electronic monitoring that we may incur in 2024. I believe the manager also addressed the 24 elections budget in his comments. We did fund 4 out of the 5 requested election cycles. That was an incremental cost of $35 million. The 5th election cycle, if necessary, will need to be funded out of underruns from the first 4 cycles and or underruns in general from the rest of the county budget. So this is in essence a first call, if you will, on underruns in 2024. We have provided for a 5% cost of living adjustment for county employees. That percentage is tied to the same percent that was provided for a subset of employees in the 2023 budget. Not all employees benefited from a cost of living adjustment in 2023. We have, as the manager indicated, we did not increase the risk management fund premiums in any of the operating funds, so we will continue to fund the risk management fund at the same level as we have in 23 and in the most recent, probably 3 years. Next slide, please. The manager also mentioned in his comments the renegotiated operating contract for the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority and Grady Hospital. We have provided for the funding level that those negotiations have arrived at, plus the amount of resources that we've committed to from a debt service perspective for the surgical facility that was constructed and opened in 2022. And we also are continuing to fund the medication assistance therapy program there, the MATS program as well. The last 2 bullet points are relative to some of the programs that we have been funding out of our recurring, non-recurring portion of the budget, and we have provided for these programs to continue again. That's the school-based therapy program for $2 million, the emerging adult reentry programs for individuals coming out of incarceration, $1 million, and the funding for PAD, their operational support dollars, of $400,000. This is in addition to the county providing the funds for the IGA that we've recently entered into, or renewed, I should say, with the City of Atlanta for the operation of the new Center for Diversion there at the Atlanta Detention Center. And then lastly, funding for our community service programs and contracts for services are at the base funding level before the incremental funding that was provided as part of the final 2023 budget decisions. Next slide, please. We have provided resources for the continuation of the jail bridging program, in particular, the incremental costs associated with ensuring that we have a medical provider on site. So we've had to increase the budget to fully fund the NAFCARE contract. We also had to increase the budget to support the full cost of the inmate food service contract, which now provides for the meals for the jail staff as well. We've provided for funding for a communication program around the replacement jail, as well as some funding for the tower security contract where the sheriff has been working with an outside third party to provide staff to secure the towers in the facility. We have the annual contribution, pay-as-you-go contribution for our capital and vehicle replacement, $7.5 million. So that will address all of our infrastructure, both facilities and IT-related capital investments, and provide some resources for our vehicle replacement program. We've also provided for some small incremental costs associated with the lease for the new warehouse and elections hub, primarily to cover the cost of increasing property taxes and other common area expenses that the landlord is passing on to the county that were not contemplated in the original lease amounts. As we have previously communicated to you, we shared with you back in September a list of items that were included in the 23 budget and funded from a non-recurring source of funds that we were not able to provide for again in the 2024 budget. So those items have not been funded. Some of them are included in the unfunded enhancements tranches that we've provided, and we'll discuss those shortly. And then with regard to our approach to enhancement requests this year, we primarily focused on those enhancement requests that met our rules-based criteria, meaning that they were life safety, contractual, regulatory, statutory, or inflationary. We did not focus on items that were program expansion or new program related. And then we've identified those, tranched them out based on our prioritization, and would recommend that those tranches be considered for funding if we have additional underruns through the end of the year that we can bring forward to 2024. And in fact, that would be how we would make the recommendation to the board in January, should we have any additional underruns, as we would come into these tranches and make recommendations from there. So with that, if we can go to the next slide, it is the summary of the unfunded enhancement requests as we have identified them into the prioritized tranches with 3 top priorities that I think the manager addressed very well in his opening remarks. A lot of things that we were not able to fund, we've identified here in this list, starting with in the light blue on the far left, our first priority item, which were the rules-based items, totaling $12.5 million. These were the items that were deemed to be life safety, contractual, statutory, inflationary, or compliance related. The second tranche would be moving ahead with implementation of the market-based pay plan, the Siegel study that was conducted. This would be in addition to the 5% COLA, and would address the balance of the workforce who were not impacted in 2022 when we moved forward with the key classification compensation plan that addressed some but not all of the workforce. So this would catch the remainder of the workforce up with market-based salary ranges. And the third item in this list, third priority item in this list at $9 million are items that we identified as being of community interest. This is where the additional $1.5 million for arts for contracts for services would come into play, where the additional funding for the community service program, funding for the youth homeless initiative, for the veterans program, for Sadie G. Mays. These are the items that the board added into, many of these are the items that the board added into the budget last year from that non-recurring source of revenue. But because they do generate such community interest, we've brought them back as the third priority. And then the balance of the items that are listed here, we had 57.5 million of justice-related requests, the majority of that coming from the Sheriff's Department. And then 9 million to extend the ORCA positions from July through the end of 2024. Currently, based on the current fill rate of those positions, if we do not begin to ramp that program down and we just maintain everyone that is sitting in a current filled position, we will exhaust the ORCA resources by the end of June, 1st of July. And this $9 million would carry those positions through the end of 2024. And then in that last column under all other would be all of the enhancement requests that were identified as new programs, program enhancement, or compensation type requests that were outside of the COLA that we have recommended. And then on the very far right, we have provided a millage rate equivalency for each of these tranches. And if you take it all together, if we were to fund 100% of what had been requested here, that would result in about a 1.57 mil increase. Next slide, please. This last slide is just intended to give a real quick update on a couple of key other appropriated funds: the airport fund, the water and sewer fund, and the Fulton Industrial District. With regard to the airport fund, it provides for continued status quo operations, including the operations of a firefighting capability there on premises, as well as some funds available to address the items in the airport master plan for the continued expansion of the airport. In the water and sewer system, again, we have provided sufficient funds to fully operate the system and to continue the pay-as-you-go capital improvements that we have been making from a mostly from a sewer capacity expansion perspective. We did want to highlight that it does include the last rate increase, the 5% rate increase for FY24, and in 2024 we will need to conduct another rate study to determine if additional rate increases will be necessary in order to continue the capacity expansion efforts that have been programmed and planned for the system. And then lastly, in the Fulton Industrial District, we've provided funds to cover police, public works, and the fire services contract with the City of Atlanta. We've also set a significant portion of the available resources into non-agency so that we will be able to continue to address the economic development efforts that we've undertaken with the parcels that we purchased on the Fulton Industrial Boulevard. Next slide, please. And this last slide is a budget development calendar, and we just kind of, every time we present, we just kind of show you where we're at in the process, because this presentation was originally designed for the last board meeting. It was telling you at that point that we were presenting the proposed budget. We're actually one notch down from that now, having now held the official public hearing, which means we are, from a statutory compliance perspective, we've met the requirements to be able to adopt the budget, and the county's budget ordinance requires that we do so by the second meeting in January. And Mr. Chairman, that concludes this presentation, so we're ready to take questions.
Thank you so much, Madam CFO. Vice Chair Ellis, Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Barrett.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. It's sort of a multitude of items I wanted to touch on. One, I want to talk a little bit about the different tranches that you had and sort of the recommendations of that. I mean, I think I'm not going to ask you to project, kind of what our potential year-end, what our potential year-end could look like and what type of, additional underrun we might have. But historically, we do wind up with some level of underrun.
Where are you, Vice Chair, on a particular page?
I'm not necessarily on a particular page, but if you want to look at the 2023 projection, we can kind of focus on that on slide 2. I think it's slide 2. So, our projected underrun on expenditures is what, like 33 million, is that right?
Currently, yes, sir.
Yeah, so, I mean, if that, historically, and I know you all have been a little bit more aggressive on this number, so it's probably not going to be, as big of a swag as we've seen in other years, but the chances are we'll see some sort of level of benefit, which I'm hoping would allow us to address many of the items in the first tranche, which you've identified, which I generally agree with, that the first tranche of items would be, those that are noted in, you don't have it in this presentation, I don't think, but you've got it in the budget book, right?
Yes, sir, starting on page 29.
So page 29 has the sort of first tranche of items. And as I understand this, sort of what your view would be in the way you presented it, let's say if there's roughly about, in this first tranche of items, there's 12.5 million. If there was an underrun of, let's say, 13 million, that this would be the first set of items that would go back into the budget that would be funded. That's sort of the concept of the tranche, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I agree with that approach, and I hope the board supports this approach. I generally agree with the items that you have in here. I have two, and then in the second tranche, you've identified as sort of second priority would be, we've got 5% COLA built into the budget. In the second tranche, the second priority you've identified, if there were to be other funds available that would be funded, would be the transition to the Siegel market rate plan, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I like that, and I agree with that, and I think that should be given priority. Because I also think it addresses, kind of some of the other things that, some of the other enhancement requests and that sort of stuff that came through individual departments would get addressed that way, as well as collectively work towards, addressing our objective of attracting and retaining talent. So I think those two are on point. In the third tranche, which is the community development area, which you would recommend would be the sort of the third set of items that would come through, I agree with, we added a lot of this stuff as through non-recurring funding and through, for the listening public, I guess, to help understand a little bit about, why do we have such a swag from year to year? There's 35 million in funding that's in this year's budget versus, what was it, last year for elections. The swag is about, is that about 25 million? What do we have in non-election year for the general fund budget for elections?
In 2023, because it was a municipal election cycle, we funded one full cycle of a special call election for about $16 million. So
but we have funding coming back in to support that.
So the 16 million was not for the municipal election.
Okay. So
it was just to fund if there was a countywide special election, we would have the resources.
8.8. Yeah. Or is that 8.5 is what we have in? That was our amended budget for registrations and elections is 8.5 million. for 2023. Is that correct?
Yes, for 2023, it was 8.5. And I'm
Right.
sorry, Commissioner,
You're talking about I got you.
Yes.
I got you. Right, so 8.5 million we have funded in 2023. This year, we're running the elections. We don't have offsets to funds that we're doing in terms of that sort of stuff. So the budget in that is 35 million. So that's $27 million right there that we're funding sort of every other year, right? So I think for the public to understand, okay, why all of a sudden are there things that get squeezed? This is one of the issues. I mean, this is not an insignificant amount of money, and the cost of elections has gone up, as we know, over the past several years. So we have, every other year, we have this sort of difficult challenge, particularly in a presidential year, to deal with. So I think that impacts really a lot of the stuff that's in the community tranche. And I do think that several of these items are ripe for consideration for a mid-year review type thing. Many of these are application-based programs, which we will have an application for anyway, right? We're not cutting off community service program. We're not cutting off contract for services for arts. The question is more around what amount of funds we will have. I think on those two historical programs that we've had, the subject that whether there is additional funding should be really for contract for services and the CSP. We should run the RFPs, and then when we get to the points of award, and if we need to push the art awards back slightly, because I think we've done that a little bit earlier than the contract for services, those can be subject to mid-year review and availability of funds. The one item on this tranche, which I know it may have been funded with non-recurring funding, but it is something that we have done for 2 years now, or is it 3 years now in the Veteran Services? 2 years. Is this Veteran Services Program. I would have generally viewed that as something that we had put in as something that would be sort of a permanent structure for, when we set up that whole area. And I would like to see if there's a way that we can move that to the first tranche, or it's something that's sort of could be addressed within the scope of the regular budget. And I think the other ones could be subject to mid-year review with priority to CSP and contract for services for arts. Additional funding. And some of these other programs that we have maybe we just did one time, grant-like program, could be consolidated under the CSP program with an area of focus, i.e. the homeless portion, and potentially the summer youth program, because we ran that as a grant program as well, right, or contract program, with sort of specific dedication to kind of those components and an area of focus around them. And I do think there's a high probability we could have some funds at mid-year to look at additional support for those, right? And it wouldn't disrupt the flow in the process for, kind of the RFPs to go through. So I offer that up as a suggestion for consideration. In the justice tranche, or maybe it's in the all other tranche, I'm trying to remember where it's at. I think it's in the justice tranche. The one area I do, I think it probably needs some finer review and look in terms of what exactly should be funded and the purpose for it and all that. But an emerging area that we have in an area of, I won't call it crisis, but some people have referred to it as crisis, but we clearly have a backlog and a challenge around is in the evictions area. which probably most impacts, kind of our marshal. I do think we've underinvested in the marshal's office. I don't necessarily think we have a great plan to identify what type of investment should be made, or where the investment should be made, but I think we should dedicate some level of funding to address sort of the challenges related to eviction in the marshal's office specifically. And I would recommend something in the neighborhood of $1 to $1.25 million for you all to come back with some sort of plan for how that might be invested in the marshal's office. And if we could use ARPA funding for a portion of it, great, or some way to realign the general fund budget to address that. Now, in tranche one, and so I also want to talk about sort of two potential, some offsets for expenditures or budgetary expenditures and or revenue benefit to help us address some of these things. Talk about elections, and this is, kind of the year where we've got, our big budget in there. I don't think we should carve that back considerably, but if there's a way to carve it back from 35 to 34 and we fund the veterans program through that, I think I would recommend something like that. And I don't think that puts that much of a squeeze on the elections budget. Within that tranche one, there's a lot of stuff in the police area, which I think is a significant portion of that is dealing with security at our buildings, right? And it's become an increasing challenge for security within our library footprint and that sort of stuff, right? And the central library being one of those. And so I imagine we've got existing expenditures that are taking place there, right? Plus new things that we need to do. We do clearly have TAD money coming in for purposes of the library that's already existing. It wouldn't be new. And, when that was designed, clearly we didn't have the challenges that we're having right now with security at those facilities. I would like to see if we could take some sort of TAD funding and associated with the library stuff coming in and apply it to that to provide some sort of offset to help us address a couple of these components. It might be priority, whether that's the veteran services or whether that's the evictions component or marshal's component. The other thing, which is probably maybe a little bit more provocative, but I think it needs to be on the table. We've got, I don't know how much we have in here for diversion collaboration with the city of Atlanta, but probably about 2 million, 2.5 million is in here. 2.5 million. That's for the diversion center plus the pad, or is that just the diversion center?
Just the diversion.
Okay, and then we've got other.
400,000 for pad.
Okay, so roughly a tad under 3 million for diversion stuff. And then what is the lease payment? What's our estimated sort of lease payments or whatever sort of payments we've made for use of ACDC estimated for next year? I know, but we got a budget. I mean, we've got a budgetary figure in there.
I believe it's about 600,000 or so a month that we pay.
A month. So 7.2 million or something like that is what?
Something like that, yes, sir.
Yeah, I mean, look, we partner with Atlanta and stuff and all that, but look, we've got asks coming down from, Atlanta, a lot of Atlanta citizens. A lot of the art stuff comes in, goes and benefits Atlanta residents. A lot of Atlanta's a heavy user of the justice system, the heaviest user. It's a large sum of money, given some of the challenges that we've heard and, we've heard from people and, people don't want to pay any more in property taxes. Rest assured of that. I mean, I think we've been down and beat that horse enough, and I don't think that there's going to be any willingness to raise the millage rate. But I do think it's worth having a conversation with potentially with the city of Atlanta about, reducing that and or, allowing us to pay $1 for it or whatever it is to provide some additional funding to deal with some of these other challenges that we have, whether that allows for additional funding for arts, CFS, et cetera. It's something that I think it needs to be on the table for consideration. There are other things that we could talk about, larger TAD, pilot payments and that sort of stuff, but I don't think those are probably realistic to really do get done in the context of the current sort of budget stuff. But I do think these other two items that I mentioned, using some of the TAD library money as well as a discussion with Atlanta about some offsets on our payments for funds to ACDC, are things that, we should consider and we should do. You saw some of the numbers up there. We're not, they are what they are, right? So I'd put those two things out for consideration on the revenue front. One I think should be fairly straightforward, hopefully, and the other maybe requires a little bit of, would certainly require a lot more conversation, but I think it's something that, we should engage with a discussion with the city of Atlanta about. And last, on the tranche on the Orca, which is, I think, if you look at on the deck you had, it was, where were those tranches at? You want to go to that, the prioritization of enhancements. It was the $9 million.
Slide 11.
Yeah, so I just want to make sure I understand this sort of correctly. What we presently have planned out for funding with the ARPA money, in the tranche of ARPA money was $75 million, is that the ARPA positions would be funded through July of next year, correct? Okay.
Yes.
That's right.
If they all remain filled.
If they all remain filled. Now, if they all remain filled, as in what we have right now filled, or they all would be filled in terms of what the total authorized amount would be?
The current filled level.
What we currently have. I do think the program needs to end, and I do think that, they do need to, the positions need to roll off, and then we need to have sort of a really hearty discussion about what we do with that in the 2025 budget. Now you say the funds would run out or projected to run out in July.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But that's, again, assumes that you're going to have, but that's not all of the ARPA money, that's just the ARPA money associated with ORCA.
It's the $75 million that was programmed
Associated
specifically
with
for
that,
ORCA.
right. We obviously, this thing is, we made a lot of good progress in it, but there is still more to be done, potentially with it. My recommendation would be that we reposition some of the ARPA money, not general fund money, but use ARPA money to say, hey, for the folks who are in those positions right now, you can't add any new positions to it. But for the folks who are in those positions right now, we would hold those positions. If they leave, they leave, but you can't refill them. But if they're in there and they stay through the end of the year, we guarantee that, and we fund it through ARPA. And if we need to reposition some of the dollars in ARPA, we do that. And that we have this discussion either in the context of a mid-year review for additional position ask, or in the context of the 2025 budgetary discussion about personnel within the courts. Because I do think it may be $9 million shortfall, or it may be projected to run out in July, but if we don't necessarily do anything to adjust that and extend it out, it may go from being it ends to we wind up, kind of shortchanging, and a lot of people move out, and we've got excess funds in ARPA anyway. So my gut feel would be if you extended it out, it's not going to be 9 million. It's going to be a number that's going to be less than that. And there are also going to be open positions that will allow for some of those people to be, if they're good and they want to stay with the county, to transition over. So I think it might be sort of a best of both worlds approach for us to, extend it out and guarantee funding for the positions through the end of the year for that, but fund it through ARPA. So those are my suggestions and comments in what you've presented so far, and I'll yield the floor to others.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
First, I want to thank the county manager, our CFO, and their team, our COO, everyone for working hard to pull this budget together. As always, you guys have done a great job at coming up with the proposed budget. I do have some questions, though, in particular as to the definition of some of these terms. Non-recurring funding. As Commissioner Ellis stated, we've done the Veterans Program for a couple of years now. That seems like it is recurring. I would argue that that's recurring funding, right? Same thing with the Summer Youth Program. We've done that now for 9 years. I would argue that that is recurring and not non-recurring. I also have some challenges with the word enhancements, because some of the things that I see on here, I don't know that they are in fact enhancements, right? At least not as I would define the word. So we've included money for outsourcing for inmates. Was that recurring funding? Or is that an enhancement? Now, which one are we doing? And I don't want to get caught up really in the words, but it's easy to see how a play on words could have something be included or not included depending on who is pushing it or where someone puts it. I think we got to look at that. I know you guys are in a tough position because you guys presented a millage rate and a budget that would have allowed for us not to have to make some of these particularly hard decisions that we're having to make now. And had we adopted that millage rate, we'd be in a much better position. I think Commissioner Ellis is absolutely right about approaching the city of Atlanta. It makes no sense to me. And y'all just voted to give them an art center. Just give it to them free. Well, they don't give us the jail free. Why are we gonna give them an art center free? That just doesn't make any sense to me. But the city of Atlanta, absolutely. They've got more than 50% of the people in the jail. And, they ought to be paying. Now, this Animal Services Fund, is that an enhancement or is that recurring funding? How is that defined? Where does that fit in that group?
It's contractual fund.
Excuse me?
Contractual funding. We're getting the payment through IGA with the municipalities within the county.
Well, now, the slide that I saw said that it was proposed and that this would be the first year for it. So I would argue that that's not non-recurring and that that's an enhancement. Maybe that argument is wrong. Sounds like an enhancement to me. It certainly is not non-recurring.
It is. I mean, if you want to look at it as being the first time that we have this expanded program. Because
Well, it's not if I want to look at it that way. It is the first time.
that we're having the expanded program, yes. And the $11.7 million is considered to be, enhancement. However, the funding is not out of our general fund. It is being paid by the cities within the county.
So again, back to my point, we need to be real careful before we say we're not funding enhancements, and then we are in fact funding an enhancement, right? So as it relates to Orca, I don't know if we've had any luck with reaching out to the state about the apparent $200 million that they have left over for public safety and whether we will be able to have access to that, any of those funds.
Commissioner David Sumlin reached out to them on a couple of occasions, and they asked for some additional information, but they have not indicated that they're prepared to provide any additional funding at this point. I'll follow up with him, but he did reach out to them because he has relationships with the individuals who make the decisions around that incremental funding and the use of those funds.
Right. So if there's $200 million in Fulton County's 10% of the state population, and we get 10% of that, that would be an additional $20 million that could go towards Orca funding. And then, this Orca funding is kind of nebulous because there are probably 10 or at least 10 different departments or elected officials that get access to it, but some of them probably use more than others, and some probably don't use any at all. And so I think Commissioner Ellis is right in that respect. I mean, because if my job is Orca funded, and I'm going into next year knowing that my job might be eliminated in June, guess what I'm gonna be doing? Looking for another job. So I need to know specifically how that Orca funding is broken down. Where is it going? How much is going to DA? How much is going to sheriff? How much is going to solicitor? And who's actually using it, right? Because money could be allocated for the solicitor, but if he's not actually using it, then we can reallocate it to someone who is actually using it, right? And so I guess I need a little more insight on the Orca funds and the allocation versus actual use by those people. But I agree with Commissioner Ellis, and I think that's what he was suggesting, is that, let's make sure we fund those jobs for those Orca positions that are gonna be needed and that are there. And I think there's also, in regards to this vacancy rate, the district attorney informed me that I guess you guys had her down for 24 vacancies, but that 18 of those positions are actually already filled. And maybe that's because of the October cutoff or whatever, but I thought we had said, hey, extend that. So I don't know why we still have an October cutoff if the board voted to extend those Orca funds and to make sure that they were there. And maybe it's just the October cutoff for the vacancies, not for the actual pay. But I have trouble comprehending this whole enhancement versus recurring and non-recurring thing, because we seem to make it fit when we want it to and not when we don't. And so, again, the Veterans Program, the Summer Youth Program, all examples of what I would, in my mind, if after 9 years it's not recurring, what is? What is recurring then? So I think we got to look at all of those things. I think we got to make sure that we have the money for, again, the Orca positions that are required or that we believe are required, because we've been seeing some good trends in the jail population decreasing. But just as fast as it went down, it can go right back up if we don't make sure that we have the people in place to ensure that that system continues to run. Obviously, you all know I'm a big supporter of the arts. Certainly, I don't like seeing any cuts to the arts. I know we do have to make some tough decisions. I guess I would also like to see what are the typical mid-year underruns. Because that may be insightful. That may, if we typically have, I mean, I don't know what the typical end of year underruns are, but let's just say we got like 33 million we're looking at this year. If it's typically 33 million in underruns at the end of the year, but there's typically 60 in mid-year, then that also presents the opportunity for some additional funding, I think. And so I would love to see what our typical mid-year underruns are, in addition to seeing what the annual underruns are. And, it just seems disingenuous to me. We're saying we're not doing any enhancements, but we're going to create an $11.7 million animal services fund. I don't know how we do that at the same time. I just, it's incomprehensible to me. So maybe y'all can provide some definitions for what y'all mean by recurring and non-recurring, and what y'all mean, definitions for what y'all mean about enhancement or non-enhancement, because I think people have a general understanding of what they think those terms are, but I don't know if everyone's understanding is the same. So other than that, great job, and I look forward to continuing the conversation and hopefully being able to dive in a little bit more after I get some of these crazy domestic terrorism things off my back.
Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by also thanking you, Mr. County Manager, Madam CFO, both COOs, and all of your team for all the effort that went into preparing this. I know it's a lot of work, and then we kind of come in and ask a lot of tough questions. So I do appreciate the effort that went in, and I think, we're moving towards where we need to be on this. That said, Mr. County Manager, can you just review the 5 areas of concern that you mentioned in your summary?
The first one, I think, I'll go back and look at my notes where I don't miss any. The first is not covering these contractual obligations. I think in the end, those are going to be what they're going to be. So those need to be dealt with. Number 2 is not increasing the contributions to the risk management fund. I think what we've seen in 2023 would argue for some increase in that, although we have a healthy fund balance. Number 3 was not increasing resources for additional healthcare access initiatives, which I think will present themselves, and we would like to take an opportunity to address. Not keeping employee pay competitive with the market, and again, using the Marshal's Department as the most recent example. And then finally, kind of the unknowables around the jail, whether that's, in jail outsourcing, will there be more needed? The jail blitz plan, which, has puts and takes associated with it. And then ultimately in the procurement world, I think that not having anything to anticipate something that could be presented in that might be a worry.
Thank you for that. I want to kind of talk through these a little bit. For starters, on the concern about not meeting contractual obligations, I do have some concerns about that. So let me ask this. In the first tranche, all right, let me get my thoughts together here. In the overall budget, what's presented as the base budget is what we think that we're going to have. Anything that's in the tranches is extra we might get, but we don't know if we're going to get. Is that correct? So everything that's in the first tranche Is there anything sitting in there that we have already agreed to contractually?
A good number of our contract renewals come forward as subject to the availability of funding in a future year. So yes, ma'am, some of these are directly driven off of the renewal rates for those contracts, which means without the funding for them next year, we will have to go in and modify the service level that each of those contracts are able to support.
But none of them are contracts we've already approved, because we've already approved contracts for 2024 in previous meetings this year. So, but none of those are sitting in that tranche, is what you're saying.
I'm saying that they are.
So they are, they're just
Yes, ma'am.
subject to cancellation.
Not cancellation, but I would say renegotiation or modification, service level modification to fit the service level within the resources available.
I find this whole process really troubling. Like we're approving contracts and saying yes to something, and then we're not putting it in the budget. So while I appreciate the constraints that you've laid out in terms of assumptions and what have you, this is actually a budget that doesn't really meet our needs. If we don't actually do, according to what I'm reading here, a good bit, if not all of what's in the first tranche, then we haven't actually met our needs or the needs of our citizens. Would you say that that's correct?
Yes, ma'am, potentially.
Right, so I think it's irresponsible of us to work off of a budget that does not actually meet the needs. So either there is an additional $12.5 million that you are expecting to come in from underruns, and this should be included in the actual budget, or not. And if not, then we need to reevaluate either other cuts or raising the millage rate assumption, because this doesn't get us to where what's proposed in this booklet does not get us to a place of responsible government. And that's a huge problem for me. Secondarily, on the risk management, and I think I could go through each one of these one by one, but I do see that also as a huge issue. We've had a lot of problems this year, and granted, I hear what you're saying about having a fund balance there, but not increasing that, at least inflationary-wise, like some increase there, even if it's small, seems like it would be prudent. Obviously, I'm very passionate about healthcare, so when you talk about that, it was, the healthcare, the $5 million healthcare reserve was last year something that I asked for that we did, and I appreciate that it's written up in the narrative here and that you've mentioned it, Mr. County Manager, but I don't see it in any of the tranches. So where is it? If we agree that it's important, it should at least be listed in some tranche somewhere. That's a problem for me. Obviously, I agree with the employee pay issue. That's the question I think becomes, is it that $13 million Siegel market rate plan that if we got to that, Mr. County Manager, would that address your concern or would it not?
Yes, it would.
Okay, and just out of just understanding on my part, does that actually address all departments, including the justice departments, everyone?
Yes.
The 13 million?
It does. Essentially, the 13 million would fund bringing any position that is below the new minimum up to the minimum. So it would be for the entire workforce, changing the ranges and then bringing those below the minimum up to the minimum.
So if we found the funding for all of tranche one, let's say, but only half of, and an additional 5 million, what happens to tranche two, which is right now labeled at 13 million? Is it all or nothing?
We could recommend a partial year implementation of the market rate salary, so defer that to maybe July timeframe and implement that piece of it later in the year, still do the COLA in January, which actually buys down the cost of the increase to the market rate salary, and then implement the market rate later in the year.
So I think that gets to one of my issues with the tranches writ large, if you will, because we're sort of treating each one of these line items as if they're all or nothing. And In other words, why wouldn't we try to find a balance here between some of these requests and say, we're going to do $5 million towards the Siegel Market Fund this year. We're not going to start it until June or July, but we're going to do it then. That gives us another $5 million to $1 million to cover the veterans program, right? Or something like that. So I think there's a problem here in terms of the level of detailed deliberation on each of these things. And I think that needs to be really reconsidered before we move forward with this tranche idea. And listen, I like the idea of the tranches. I think we're starting to get there. This is the first time we've really tried this, but I think there's a lot of work still to get this right procedurally and from a numbers perspective as well. Okay, so I have a couple of other issues here, and I've mentioned this to you all in the strategy room, but I have a concern about the narrative that's presented in the booklet. It's very long. You don't get to the actual general fund budget until page 46. And so we've got 45 pages of sort of stuff before we actually get to the numbers that concern the day-to-day operations of the county. And I think that's problematic, but more importantly, it's a bit contradictory. There are, and I've pulled out some phrases which I'm happy to read out if necessary, or if y'all would take the request to maybe rewrite that narrative. I think it needs to be way more concise. I think it needs to be way more clear. And I would love to see, Mr. County Manager, those 5 areas that you presented in your conversation on the first page. This is the problem. We're presenting this budget, but it has these huge problems, because I think we need the citizens to understand that, and we all need to understand that these are real issues. And per our conversation, you have some of them peppered throughout the long narrative, but they're sort of peppered throughout. And so I think the seriousness of what's wrong with this budget isn't what we're seeing at first glance. And I'd like to see that addressed and fixed. From a numbers perspective, I have concerns about what's being presented, in the sense that it feels like in some cases what's being presented to us is very high level, and in other cases very detailed. So in the tranches, for example, we're getting these line-by-line items that include things that are under $1,000 in some cases, but then at the budget level itself, we're getting only the highest level number of the department. So I believe we need to be seeing a department level breakdown for each of the departments listed on the general fund page 46 spreadsheet. Without that, I don't think we can make valid decisions. We're talking about some of these tranches and enhancements and where we should go from here, but we don't really know. For example, somebody's budget went up or down. We don't know if that's staff. We don't know if that's printing budget. We don't know what or where it is and if it made sense or not. So when they're asking for something additional, we don't really know how much they already got for that particular thing. If they're asking for software, just as a random example that's popping into my head, I think there was a couple $100 request for Canva for arts and culture. Is he currently using a $20,000 graphic artist? I don't know how to even judge that. And I understand what you said, Mr. County Manager, about not getting into these line by line, and I get that. But I think we need to have at least the next level down of information. Like, I want to be able to see for each department sort of a one-pager of their budget and what they had last year, what they got this year. So, when you're telling me they didn't pay more for staff, or they're getting the same number of staff, I want to be able to see that. So I would also respectfully make that request in the next iteration of this document. Also, as it relates to the tranches, well, again, I think it's a good deal, sort of a good idea, sorry. I have a lot of problem with the way this is in the proposed budget booklet, because there are vendor names in here on the tranches. I am not going to vote yes on a budget that has Talatrix's name in it, full stop, period, and it's in here to the tune of $5 million. And you could say that for any vendor that's listed in here. It almost feels like we're approving vendors without going through the purchasing the way we should because they're listed here in the tranches. And that's problematic. I don't think we should have any vendor names listed here. I think these items need to be much higher level in terms of how they're listed. You know, additional graphic arts, it shouldn't be Canva. You know, it should be graphic art program, $200. Ankle monitoring, $5 million. And, you know, there are also things in here, and it feels to me very much like the first tranche was very considered, but some of the other tranches were like, and here's everything the Justice Department's requested. Because, for example, and I don't actually believe it's your recommendation that we fund all of those things, because there's a $5 million ask in the Justice tranche to set up a new clerkship for the magistrate court. That's not something we've agreed to do, and that's $5 million in that tranche. We're really gonna get to that before we get to some of the things in tranche 5 or tranche 6? So I think we need to really rethink. I like the idea of the tranches, but I don't think it needs to be in the budget booklet. I think it's problematic here, unless it can be really, really rethought. And last but not least, in the numbers section, the other thing I would love to see, I appreciate that you gave us some breakdowns on, let me see if I can find the page numbers here, 14 and 15 by a strategic priority area inside the budget booklet. But they don't really tell me a lot because they don't have the year-by-year comparison on them. So what I would like to see is what is presented on page 46, the main general fund spreadsheet that's presented to us on page 46 in the booklet to be grouped by strategic priority area with each department in it so that I can see that, you know, 462.8 million for justice and safety as an example, and see how much it was last year for justice and safety. So in other words, if I can see if you were just to group that spreadsheet by strategic priority area, I think that would be immensely useful. So I'd like to also respectfully request that that be in the next edition of this proposal. I think that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Commissioner Thorne.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to reiterate a big thank you guys, for what you've put together. I'm a bit confused because I hear we need more detail, but then less detail. And I appreciate the effort that you guys have presented it with the tranches, with the priorities, because I think we need to see exactly how we want to prioritize things. So I do agree, the veterans, I'm hoping we can find that money to make that a priority. I agree with Commissioner Arrington and Commissioner Ellis with the jail. If we could save $77.2 million by Atlanta negotiating that number down to free up some of the money for our public safety partners, that would be great. The arts cutting, I read an article where Georgia historically is ranked last in their state funding. They were tied with Wisconsin for $1.5 million. But this year they've bumped up their grants program to $3.1 million, and they've already awarded their 2024 grantees. And I looked on that list, and a lot of them are the same grantees that we give money to. So maybe we could look at that. If they're getting money from the state, maybe we could not necessarily cut them off, because a lot of these National Black Arts Festival, they're longtime recipients, but maybe we could award maybe just a little bit less so that could free up money to people who aren't getting those state contracts. The healthcare, I imagine that you just didn't want to set aside $5 million for healthcare, but if an opportunity arises that we really need to act on, that you were hoping that you could pull money from somewhere, you just didn't want to reserve that money, have it sitting there. That's my understanding, but maybe you can elaborate more on it as to why healthcare wasn't put in one of the tranches.
I mean, I think that's a good catch. I don't remember us having a conversation about putting a reserve in one, but it's very valid to do so in light of all of the other ones not being funded and the opportunity that could present itself. I think that's just a miss on our part.
Okay. And I do agree with Commissioner Barrett, all or nothing. Yeah, maybe we could figure out some partial funding of some things. I did have a conversation, rather interesting conversation with our district attorney yesterday. And, you know, I kind of understood that we dialed her budget back from what was just added in last minute. But then she pointed out to me that it seemed like the other justice partners didn't get theirs dialed back the same. And when you look at the increases, I think it's on page 46, her budget does go down in comparison to, say, the Solicitor General. And I thought for some reason we had a last-minute add-on for him, but I don't see that last-minute add-on in the list that was sent out to us in September. It was just a question that I couldn't answer for her, and I don't know if you can answer it today.
Commissioner Thorne, certainly I will double check this, but I think the difference is the solicitors ask all involved positions, which became recurring in nature. So I think that is the difference between the two. The district attorney's ask was not position related last year. It was operational and vehicle capital related. So I believe that both the solicitor and I believe the probate court was the other entity that received a last minute allocation, and a portion, at least a portion of probates also was for positions.
Okay. Thank you for that. And one final note, because the Uber Lyft program, the expansion that we voted on to expand this year by 1.5 million. And I know we'll have a discussion later on this, so if I'm preempting anything, let me know. But it's in tranche number 1 right now, correct? So we either need to try to establish some type of caps, buy-ins, or something to reel that program in, correct? Okay. And then finally, my understanding of the new Animal Services Fund, it's a contractual fund in the fact that we put IGAs with the cities, so they're going to be paying in for every animal that uses our shelter. So that's why we had to separate that from our general fund. It's not really a new program, but in a way it is, because it's a new facility that's offering new programs. So I was going to see, I know Lifeline has a lot of people that donate nonprofit-wise. Is there a way that we can collect donations within that fund as well that could be dedicated to Fulton County's services versus DeKalb County? Because I know they operate the same shelters. And if we could collect the donations, or people could specify donations for our shelter versus a DeKalb, would that be possible?
We'll look into that, Commissioner Thorne. I'm not certain exactly how the donations piece may have been built into their operating contract, but I certainly will work with Alton and the EMA staff, the newer Animal Services Director, to take a look at that.
Okay. Thank you. I'd appreciate that. That's all.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. My remarks will be brief. First of all, County Manager as well as executive team, I want to apologize to you all, and not that this might not even necessarily warrant an apology, but I feel the need to apologize because you were tasked with coming back to make the numbers work and for it to be feasible for us to maintain the balance that we need to. And you came back and gave us advice, and we did not take that advice. So I would be remiss if I didn't say to even say irresponsible. That does not sit well with me. And I want to openly say I respect Commissioner Barrett, but I must say we as the county commissioners have to take the responsibility of being irresponsible, because you all were tasked with something to do, and you came back, and we rejected it. And so the irresponsibility starts there. The second irresponsibility starts when we know, in order to meet the needs of not cutting services and making sure that things like the arts and culture and making sure that our seniors' transportation and making sure our justice partners have what they needed some type of increase. That's the reality. We decided not to do it. So now we cannot come back and say that you are to be tasked to do all of this when we're going to have to cut somewhere. Listen, I am going to advocate for certain areas not to be cut. You can't say you want more of our justice partners to make sure that they get people out of jail, out of the system, and you don't give them the funding. That's just, to me, hypocritical. But the problem that I have here today is that we ask you all to do something, and then when you do it, we seem to have a problem with you doing what we asked you to do. And so what I'm going to say is that for us to look within ourselves as to what the needs are of the community, cut where we can, increase where we can, and understand that this board voted against a rate increase. We voted against it. Whether you personally voted, the will of the board was no rate increase. So you can't take the position of no rate increase and then say, I want you to fund all these things, because it cannot be done. And I do not want to send the message to the citizens of Fulton County that it is the responsibility of our executive team to make sure that they come to us with something when they did come to us with something and we rejected it. And so what I would say in closing for us, because I know we're in the beginning phase of this, but take responsibility for things we created as commissioners. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
I just want to clear up what I said in case there's any confusion. Sounds like there was some confusion. So Commissioner Abdurrahman, I'll even apologize to you because maybe I wasn't clear. But I certainly, if that's the impression you got, that I was calling you all irresponsible, please know that that is not at all what I was saying. I was saying we cannot sign this, we cannot vote for this as it stands because it would be irresponsible of us to approve a budget that leaves $12 million of contractual life savings, regulatory, and what are the other categories in the rules unaccounted for. That was not a dig on you all. That was me exactly saying what Commissioner Abdurrahman just said more eloquently than I did. You gave us a recommendation on an increased millage rate. We didn't take it. This puts us in a difficult position. That said, I think it's important to note for the public, we didn't vote on the millage rate for 2024. We're not going to do that until the summer. So what we did is vote on the millage rate for 2023, and we held it at 8.87 against your recommendations, taking into consideration all of the big things we have to do over the next couple of years. Last year when it was budget time, we did actually increase the assumptive millage rate, and I think we should do it again in order to at least cover tranche one. That's really what I was getting at. So any impression that I was criticizing y'all for being irresponsible was unintended and not at all what I was trying to say. So I apologize for that confusion.
Vice Chair Ellis?
Yeah, I just want to go back on, just to break down a few things. I don't think I understand some of the comments about like the risk management fund, but I just wanted to just break that down just so we've all got it and understand that. I don't necessarily think this is, I mean, in the year where we've got to deal with a $28 million expenditure that we don't have in other years with the elections. I do think that this is a prudent course. Your mid-year projection on where this fund is going to end is with a fund balance of $37 million, okay? At a fund balance of 42 at the end of last year. Now, we'll see if that ends up at that number or not. And then your projection is, with the added funds in here, it would give you a total expend of 59 point, or just about 60 million. We hadn't spent 60 million in this fund. I've been down here 9, 10 years, we ain't come close to spending that. We do have things in the pipeline, but I do think that's a reasonable figure. Plus, we do have a fund balance. So I think that, I don't think we're being irresponsible if we were cutting it. I think that would be irresponsible, but I do think that the approach here, given sort of the puts and takes and the balance that we have to make, there's nothing wrong with this. This animal services fund, all we're doing, this is just an enterprise fund, correct? So there's no enhancement, whatever. This is just, we're breaking out, it's an enterprise fund. We're IGNA the service, the cities pay for it. And that's what that is, right? Just like 911, just like the risk fund, but it's our money coming, departmental assessment. So there's no question here, right? I mean, that just is what it is. There shouldn't be a whole lot of discussion on that. And then, as you noted too, I mean, we do every year, and we approve things, right? We approve funds if funds are available. So that is not some sort of novel concept, in terms of, what's in there in terms of the tranches. So, and most likely we are going to have some level of additional underwriting, which is going to probably address this stuff anyway. So, I mean, look, I do think we owe you, and I said this at 2 meetings ago, we owe you some decisions on what we want in the tranches. If you want to take something out, take it out. You want to add something, you want to do a partial something? I think we owe you that direction, so hopefully when we get to roll into January, we've sort of made the decisions. I mean, this is all about, hey, what's our prioritization as a board? So I don't think that is, I think that's our job, and it's not your job. So you presented us with an option on that. We either give you yay or we give you nay, and what yay should be. And the other thing I'll say, and maybe this was unintended by Commissioner Barrett, but it did come across as being fairly critical of the process. Well, this process is what we adopted and we gave you to do. County manager has all these departments that report into him. They and their teams sit down and evaluate their stuff, and he makes a decision about what he wants in the budget. I do not support having every department go provide a one-pager about what their budget is. That's a mockery of the process, and it's not fair to our management team at this point in time. If you want a different process, adopt one. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
Okay, once again, I want to clear up some confusion. So, Vice Chair Ellis, I'm not asking the departments to submit a one-pager. What I'm asking is for the accounting department to just run another report, which they have in the accounting system. They know the department budgets line by line. They can run a report per department and just include it in the budget. I don't understand why. I'm not asking for anything that shouldn't take more than, I don't know, a couple of hours at the most, I would think. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's not like you don't know what the breakdown is within those budgets. So you just gave us the highest level summary, and I'm looking for the next level down of detail. It's an accounting report that I'm looking for, not a glossy brochure from each department with their opinions on what we should or should not fund. I just want to see the numbers, that's all. So I don't know, again, if that wasn't clear, my apologies, but that's what I'm looking for. And it shouldn't be, I'm not asking for all of their opinions or a one-pager or and I'm not disrespecting the process. I just want to see the detail level numbers. It's not unheard of to do that. I mean, one of the things I did over the last 2 weeks was pull some budgets from other counties across the country. And there are some that give 20-page, booklets for each department, including graphs and charts and the detailed numbers of what they spend on admin and printing and, software and personnel. And I think, once again, we're looking at a tranche and saying, should we buy a piece of software when we don't know what they're already spending on software? Because all we know is XYZ department has a total budget of $3 million, but we don't know what that $3 million went for. So how do I know how to decide if they need more software or they don't need more software? Because they
made the
asked for it.
decision. Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. So I'm just asking for more, a slightly, the next level down of financial information, which I think we and our citizens are entitled to see. That's it. That's all.
Mr. Chair, I'd say the time.
Hold on, Vice.
The
Hold
time
on,
for
Vice.
that point in direction
Vice Chair, hold on.
was months ago. That's all.
All right, Commissioner Hall, followed by Commissioner Arrington.
I just want to thank the county manager and county executive team for all of their hard work. And I want to thank all of my colleagues here for all of their statements because it eliminated a lot of things that I had to say. Thank you. And I also want to say that as a commissioner, Commissioner Barrett, you have a right to ask for whatever you need to make an informed decision because your vote matters and you need to make sure that you're making the right vote for your constituents. All right? Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you. I just wanted to say I'm not voting on any tranches. I'm voting on the budget. I'm not voting on any tranches. Unless y'all make the tranches a separate agenda item, I'm not voting on a tranche. I'm voting on the budget and how much money we're going to spend and where we're going to spend it. And if money comes out of the general fund, if 11.7 million comes out of the general fund and goes into a private fund and goes into a enterprise fund, then that's money that's not available to go and be spent elsewhere. So I do consider that an enhancement.
All right, anything else? It's 1:47. Anything else? Madam CFO, Mr. Manager.
Thank you all for your feedback. We'll try to incorporate this in a next turn of this, Mr. Chairman, bring that back to the board and again, continue the discussion.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 12, 230879. Discussion.
Oh, well, hold it. No, so, do y'all want to, I got three lunches here. Y'all want to? All right, so I'll entertain a motion to recess for lunch and executive session, items real estate, litigation, and personnel. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam Clerk, strike that. Madam County Attorney.
Thank you, Chairman Pitts. 2 action items from executive session. First, is there a motion to approve representation in the matter set forth in item number 1 of the executive session agenda?
Is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by, all right, I'll second. How do I do this now? Second. Okay, let's vote, please.
And the
Motion.
vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
And is there a motion to approve the selection of interim director of the Atlanta Fulton County Emergency Management Agency, Joe Barriswain, as director of the agency at an annual salary of $184,000?
All right, favorable motion by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk. That's it, Madam County Attorney?
No further action items.
All right. Madam Clerk, let's go.
Bottom of page 12, 230879, discussion jail feasibility update.
All right, Mr. Adams, he's not, where is he? All right, go to the next one. We'll take it up when he gets here. We've got 245.
Okay, on page 13, 230880, finance, request.
Have the feasibility before then.
All right.
Maybe could we take up the Grady piece and knock that out?
All right, without objection, then we'll go to Grady. We're rushing, ladies and gentlemen, because we're entertaining our Fulton County delegation at 5:30.
Did you say go to Grady, Mr. Chairman?
Go to Grady, yes, sir.
Does she need to sound it?
Yes.
Which is,
Top of page 15, 0890.
okay, on page 15, 230890, request approval of agreement between Fulton DeKalb Grady Memorial Hospital Corporation and the Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority for the provision of support payments and other funding from the counties to Grady Memorial Hospital Corporation.
All right, Mr. Manager.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. We're very pleased to present the quad-party agreement with Grady Memorial Corporation, Fulton DeKalb Hospital Authority, DeKalb and Fulton counties. I want to say it was a very collaborative process, bi-weekly meetings over the last year to hammer out expectations, management, new initiatives, and funding. Really a special thanks to John Halpert and Zach Williams for many productive calls that we had outside the formal process and their personal creativity and professional approach. This new agreement, as we've briefed, I think all of you on, is 6 years plus 2-year renewals, so giving us 10 years of certainty into the future. The Fulton County funding will be, as Sharon's already indicated, $43.3 million in 2024 plus debt service, and then will rise thereafter due to, based on medical CPI, giving Grady some certainty in their financial planning. However, all parties agree to pursue vigorously Medicaid expansion in Georgia, which would be a game changer, not only for Grady, but for the county's strategy outlined in Project CARE to significantly expand healthcare access. And as you know, you've approved that in your legislative agenda. In the near term, the agreement calls for expansion of neighborhood health centers in Fulton and DeKalb with 2 and 3 respectively. Mobile health services, Commissioner Hall, again, thank you for early sponsorship of that. And then establishing objective health access and health equity improvement measures, which Dr. Rochelle can speak briefly to, as well as how we will then be meeting quarterly to look at achievement against those measures. And that will then proceed to presentations per year to the Board of Commissioners from Grady leadership. So far more transparency than we've had previously. And while there's still much to do in terms of health access, given the acute need propelled by the Wellstar exits, this agreement, I think we would all say, has been for decades our foundation and will be now well into the future. So again, we've had the chance to brief you. Let me just ask Dr. Rochelle and/or Sharon to make any comments. And then Ryan Locke is here from Grady, and certainly he can come. Ryan, go ahead and come on down just in case there are any questions of you.
Thank you, Dick. The only thing that I would add is that this agreement is really perfectly timed. As you know, we concluded a study Project CARE in the spring, which gave us some direction on how to continue to address the healthcare gaps in Fulton County, and this agreement goes a long way to help us to continue to do that. As the county manager indicated, we have 2 new health centers, community health centers, improving the access to primary care, mobile services, which will really meet constituents where they are in the community. And then, of course, a very new feature is the inclusion of health outcomes. And the reason that is important is because it helps us understand the impact of our health services and how we may need to pivot to continue to see improvement. So really excited about working on that aspect of the agreement moving forward with the team at Grady.
Sharon, any further comment?
Yeah, the only comment that I would make is that from a financial planning perspective, it does provide a solid basis for us to develop the future funding model for this particular portion of our general fund spend. So it's very clear what the funding expectation would be for the next 6 years.
And then Ryan, I just want to ask you to make any comments. Ryan, of course, is previously with the governor's office, now with Grady, critical to helping our relationship, I think, with Grady go to another level. So Ryan, welcome to Fulton County.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. County Manager, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Just would echo what the county manager said. This has been an 18-month negotiation process that started in one position and ultimately ended up in the position that's before you today. Can't thank the county manager, the county attorney, the CFO, Dr. Rochelle, everybody for helping us kind of work through this. It is a very solid agreement that gives us some financial predictability. It gives you guys some financial predictability. It also gives you guys a little bit more insight into kind of what's happening at Grady, kind of on a day-to-day or year-to-year basis. We don't want to be coming to you guys when there's crisis situations and you not having any kind of backup or information of why there's a crisis going on. So a lot of work that went into this, a lot of folks who aren't here today that helped with this. But if you got any questions, I'm ready to stand for.
Any questions? Vice Chair Ellis?
Now, just one question. So this will be, it's a 3-party agreement, right? So the 4-party, between the authority. Yeah. So and DeKalb will be taking it up soon as well, right?
The 12th of December.
The 12th. Gotcha. All right. Well, my kudos too in terms of all the negotiating teams been working with this. I mean, we've struggled to kind of figure out a way to get this thing extended for a while, and we kicked this thing down the road, and everybody worked really collaboratively. The fact that it was sort of this, seamless, but y'all met on it for a long, long time. So thank you all for the effort and the collaboration, and to, our partners at DeKalb as well. So.
All right, specifically CEO Thurman on this matter. So the motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Unanimously with Commissioner Arrington.
All right, back to the jail feasibility study. Where,
Bottom
Mr.
of page
Adams, you leaving
12.
us again? Mr. Adams? Is it? Oh, I thought he was leaving.
Chairman Pitts, Vice Chair Ellis, Commissioners. Almost 2 years ago, the board approved us moving forward with a feasibility study to answer a number of questions regarding the Fulton County Jail. We completed phase 1, and you give us the opportunity to move forward and complete phase 2 and answer some very specific questions about how that jail will be built, where would it be built, what types of services, and so on. The goal of today is to answer those questions, and the team, and John will introduce his team, is here to take us through that study. 2 things I'd like to mention, however. One is we are here to inform, not to advocate. Decision, obviously, in terms of moving forward with a new jail is something that we hope you'll be able to come to a conclusion in terms of the specifics based on the study. And the second thing is that building a new jail is not in conflict with things like diversion and creating a more restorative situation for those who are in jail and coming out of jail, or reentry programs. These are complementary, and one of the things you'll see in the new design is it's designed actually to allow us to do more of that because that helps us to reduce recidivism, and that in turn helps us reduce the jail population. So with that, I'll turn it over to John and his team.
Thank you, Alton. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, nice to see everybody again. My name is John Eisenlau. I'm one of the executive project directors for the feasibility study. I'd like to introduce my team, if you give me a moment. To my right, I have Curtis Politzer, and to his right is Frank Green. To my left here is Chris Soph, and to his left is Jay Brown. All five of us will be participating in different sections of the presentation today. And what I'd like to say in opening is that this presentation is an executive summary of the tasks that we've had underway for the better part of 9.5 months now, okay? So next slide, please. Maybe the next slide.
We have it. It's in the agenda. Page 633.
I go from 6:31 to, that's all I have. That's all right.
Was it sent out later, maybe, an email?
I'm happy to proceed with the presentation just off your handouts if you would prefer. Commissioner, yeah, we can. Another one, Frank?
Okay.
Proceed, Chairman.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. Here we are. Excellent. If you all remember that we did set a vision for the project under Phase 1, and I'm happy to say that the vision is coalescing and beginning to kind of reveal itself not only in the programmatic aspects of the project, but also the solutions that we're proposing for the site. We'll see that later on in the presentation. We've talked about this project many a time amongst the design team, and I can tell you that we're quite passionate about the opportunity here for, in our minds, a once-in-a-lifetime transformative project that can be considered at this point in time. So we realize the social implications of the project. It's a very, very large undertaking, and you'll see from our following presentation the passion that we put forward. I'll take the moment here to say that you will see from the rest of the presentation how this vision sort of unfolds throughout the project itself. Next slide, please. If you recall, under Phase 1, we had 5, we called them tracks that we were focused on. One was, do we need a new jail, which we determined was yes. How big should it be? There are a number of statistics that I'll discuss shortly relative to that. The services, where it could be located, and how much it would cost at the end of the day. The second phase of this assignment is what we call sort of a more granular assessment of the facility. So to the right, you'll see that what are the operating principles and space requirements of the facility. Curtis is going to talk about that a little bit today for you all. The second track, if you will, that we're going to talk about today is the staffing and operating costs. That's also going to be discussed by Curtis. We're also going to show you how it works on the site. Frank will be kind enough to do that this afternoon. and then how much the construction cost plan will be for this project, which Chris will take you through as well. And then we're going to wrap up with a finance and delivery conversation with Jay. And then Alton will conclude with some next steps, if you will. Next slide. As a baseline for today's conversation, I just wanted to kind of remind everyone that the Phase 1 report suggested replacing the existing facility for a number of reasons that you can see here on the slide. We also proposed varying degrees of size to you, from 4,392 beds up to 5,480. So there was a range that was proposed under Phase 1. Our Phase 1 analysis also included the recommendation for robust wraparound services and enhanced staff facilities. We determined through a fairly exhaustive analysis that the new facility should remain on the Rice Street site, and we were comfortable that we could fit it on the site. And the cost at that point in time also had a range of $1.698 billion to $2 billion. Okay, so that was our conclusion of the Phase 1. So this afternoon, we'll take you through Phase 2, track by track, and answer any questions you may have along the way. Thank you. Next slide.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be back here again. So the first thing we're going to talk about are the operating principles and the space requirements for the new facility. Next slide, please. So the foundational approach for the new facility is in line with the vision that John just articulated, but it also are driving principles that will drive the future operations of the jail, the future staffing of the jail, the future programs of the jail, and the space requirements, and eventually will lead to the design of the jail. We're not at that point. But the foundational approach addresses many of the key issues that are of great concern to you all, to the sheriff's office, and to our detainee and our staff that work at the facilities. It really will be a change in paradigm of operations. We're looking at a major shift from the way the jail operates today to the way the jail would operate in the future. A couple of the key elements of that will be a commitment to direct supervision management, a complete departure from the way detainee populations are managed today. Our detention officers will be given the tools and training and classification to be able to work directly with detainees. And based on many years of experience using direct supervision, it will greatly reduce the number of assaults on detainee upon staff, and even suicides, because the officer will be with the detainee population on a daily basis, on a 24/7 basis. Another key element is the wraparound services, which we know is so critical, providing the program services to enable our detainee population to get back into the community, to work with the reentry, which is part of wraparound and is linked to that, and hopefully reduce recidivism, as Mr. Alton just articulated. And also, not last but least, is the focus on a positive work environment for the staff. We need to be able to retain and recruit staff. The new facility, we think, will help do that by its design, by its operations, by its forward thinking, attract younger, especially our Gen Z millennials who want to work in that type of environment. So we're very optimistic in that regard. Next, please. So what are some of the wraparound services that we're talking about? A key component of the new facility is that every detainee, if he or she avails himself, will be able to participate in some program, and the list is there on the left. When I say that, the way we'll be designed is that we're planning to decentralize a lot of the program and services to the housing pod itself. And when Frank, in a few minutes, will show you what that looks like. So having the services right there means we don't have to escort staff to another location, which is a big problem we have today, combined with the fact that very little space is there for programs and services. So those services will be right there on the housing area or right adjacent to it. And so that's a big departure. And some of it will be virtual as well. And the detainees will have tablets to be able to access, so even if they can't get to a particular space, if they're more in a lockdown situation, they still can participate in programs and wraparound services. So that's a really foundational concept in how services will be delivered. Now, what are we offering? Obviously, a range of services, and you see those on the left. And they range, from substance abuse disorder treatment, SUD, which is critical. A lot of our detainee population, as you know, have those issues. Mental health counseling, group counseling, all the various services that the population requires to maintain stability and also address their mental health issues. And reentry services, as I said a second ago, in terms of tying it back to the community. And reentry starts at intake. As soon as somebody comes in the facility, a plan will be developed to work with the detainee, even if they're for a short period of time, until they leave the facility. Education, GED is fairly standard, but we'll be expanding that in terms of literacy and computer literacy, in particular, and life skills training. Again, hopefully, with the goal of reentry and reducing recidivism back into the jail. And last but not least, other services such as volunteer services and faith-based services and library services. Next, please. So the next slide addresses how big is the jail going to be, and based on your direction of a couple of months ago when we first started this, and based on the optimal forecast projections, which are in line with these numbers, we're looking at a population of, or a bed count, not a population, but a bed count of 4,416 beds. That is to meet, at a minimal, the year 2037 bed need, and also assumes, and very critically assumes, that criminal justice reform will continue. You've made a very strong effort these past few months in reducing some of the jail population. You already have an inmate advocacy unit, and you've been partnering with the Solicitor General, the District Attorney, and the Public Defender. But it also assumes an expansion of diversion services, expedited case processing, working with the community for mental health reform and intervention, and even at the street level. So, for example, there are many programs around the country, such as in San Antonio and Houston, and just most recently in Cleveland, that I've been involved in, where we are diverting the mentally ill from even going to the jail. We even do it at the pre-arrest stage. So that has to continue, because these numbers will not work unless all those components continue to go forward. And you made a good start, and you have a couple of years before the new facility opens up. So but that effort needs to continue. So I just wanted to make sure the board is aware of that. In terms of the number of beds, where the population, as I said, the number of beds for men is 3,920, and women is 496. And the key thing here, if you look at the bars below, are the number of beds devoted to medical and mental health. So while the women's population is around 12% of the total number of beds, 5% of their beds are dedicated to medical and mental health. Of total beds. So the total number of mental health beds for men is 26%, yes, and for the women is 5%. So a significant number of the beds will be dedicated for specialized services, and we'll get into that in a minute about what those include. And a big focus, again, on treatment and services. Next slide. So to put this in perspective, we had this conversation last time, Commissioner Ellison, and you were very concerned about this, is what is the context for those detainees that have mental health issues? If you look at the national statistics, the National Alliance of Mental Health and Illness and NAMI, which you probably know, their projections in 2021 were that 22.8% of the United States population, not the jail populations, have reported having some type of mental illness. And if you look at those numbers, again, men comprise about 40%, women 51.7%. Women generally have greater mental health issues than men. And another 6.6% have co-occurring disorders, meaning they have SUD issues, substance abuse, as well as mental health issues. When you look at the incarcerated population, the numbers are significantly higher. In Fulton County, approximately 50% or more have some sort of mental health issue, and of that, 18% of the men and 31% of the women have serious mental illness. These are the types of illnesses that require dedicated housing, which is what you see on the chart in front of you. Those populations need to be kept in small housing units with special treatment on a 24/7 basis. Now, the acute population, again, it's a smaller number. The acute numbers, about 14.5% of the men and 20% of the women. That's the most, that's an Access 1 level, which is called, but that's the individuals that require a tremendous amount of attention and care. And they're the ones that act out a lot in a facility. Today, as you probably know, we've said before, they're housed, they're in your jail now. The problem is you do not have dedicated housing for these people. Majority of them, almost all of them, are in general population housing, and it's designed in a different era back in the 80s. You have a very small few in the psychiatric observation unit, which is a horrible place, which you all know. And so now in the future, that's going to all change. Again, another paradigm change. Subacute, again, I'm just quickly walk through these. The subacute population is higher, about 70.5% for men and 65% for the percent of the women. That's the next level down. But the majority of beds are subacute. These are people who are also exhibiting behaviors that need to be separated. They do act out, and they may wind up in acute, but they need to be in a subacute area for specialized treatment with intense treatment, and then hopefully step down from there. So what is the step down from subacute? There's two areas you could go. One is extended care. These are more vulnerable individuals who really cannot make it in general population, and they would be in an extended care unit that also may include developmentally disabled, low-functioning individuals. And then hopefully, though, from subacute, you might even go back to general population. The goal is to mainstream. That is the NAMI goal, that is our goal, that is the professional goal. You do not want to have to put people in specialized housing if they do not need it. They may be on counseling, they may be in psychotropics, but they don't need specialized housing. And if you take these individuals and put them in specialized treatment housing, they really help maintain a much more stable operation in the facility. They're kept in their own areas for hopefully short periods of time and hopefully return to general population, but they really also afford themselves of the treatment they need, desperately need, and not disrupt day-to-day operations in the facility. Next. So in terms of the square footage and the breakdown of the beds, the facility is large. If you see the bars there, the short one at the top is the existing jail, which was opened in 1989. It had 510,000 square feet. It was originally designed for 1,125 detainees, and it basically became overcrowded almost the day you opened up. We don't want to have that happen again. Right now, the operating capacity of the jail is 2,453. But the new facility is basically 3 times larger, but it's also serving a population that's at 3 times larger than the original capacity. And most importantly, it's going to meet all contemporary standards: American Correctional Association, NHCCC, the National Healthcare Corrections Association standards, PREA, Prison Rape Elimination Act standards. A lot of these standards are very difficult to comply with at all in the current facilities. The biggest change, however, is in medical mental health. If you look at the numbers here, percentage-wise, you can see that 509,425 square feet is dedicated just to medical mental health beds, which represents 29% of all the housing. Now, if you look at the one above, 2% today is dedicated housing, and it's, again, pretty awful housing, as I said earlier. They're in that 90%. That 90% are going to be moving into that new 29% bar. So we're moving the people from inappropriate housing to dedicated housing. Also, a big emphasis here is on programs and services. Today, very little space is dedicated to that. It's 2%, 3% rather, and that will increase to 10%. Last but not least, the square footage, I know it sounds really large, but it's in line with national standards. We're at 398 square feet per detainee. National standards are approximately 400. The current facility at the capacity I mentioned earlier is down to 208 square feet, nearly half per detainee, about half of that. So in summary, before we get to the next section, the new jail needs to last 40-plus years. Your current facility, by the time the new jail opens up, will hit the 50-year mark. And I think what we are proposing is a jail that meets best practices, will meet all the treatment goals that we're looking for, especially for those with medical and mental health problems, and we'll be able to provide for reentry services and hopefully reduce recidivism. And last but not least, we'll also be able to hopefully last well beyond even the 2037 threshold that we're planning for. Next, please. So the next section is dealing with the staffing and operating costs. This is new information that many of you asked for the last time. We hadn't got to that point in the project. We spent many months working on this, working with Sharon and her staff, working with the Sheriff's Office in coming up with what the cost would be to operate the jail system in the interim years. We have quite a few years to go before the new jail opens up, and what it will look like in the future when the jail does open up. So I think one of the key things to look at here, I'm sorry, next slide, I apologize. One of the key things to look at here are, what are the operating cost drivers? And the first slide is between 2024, which was around the corner, and 2028. And why that time bracket? Those are the years when the current system, as it is now, will have to continue to operate with all the problems you have, and do the best you can until the new facility opens up. So some of the key cost drivers were, the assumptions were that you will continue to outsource up to 900 detainees per day going forward. That the current facilities cannot accommodate more than about 2,310 detainees, primarily driven by a lot of constraints, the most important one being staffing. It's very hard to staff the jail at about 16% vacancies. So there's only so many detainees we can house there, and the rest would be outsourced. From a budgeting perspective, we have assumed that all positions will be filled. We know right now that's not the reality, but financially we're assuming that to be the case. And we've also factored in all the staff increase, salary increases, as well as the increases in the contracts, for example, food, maintenance, healthcare. We've looked at the contracts. All those numbers are factored into our calculations. And the last issue, of course, is inflation. We've inflated the numbers going forward. Next slide. So going forward, though, what's the next step? So we have 2028 is the last year of full operation as you are now. Starting in 2029 in the fourth quarter, the jail is expected to will be completed construction-wise, but it will not yet be fully open. And so one of the key takeaways here is that we're looking at a ramp-up, a phased operationalization of the jail over an 18-month period. So by 2031, the jail will be fully staffed. All the services that are necessary will be fully in place. And the costs associated with that and the populations associated with that are in the table below. One of the things that's very important to remember when you look at these numbers, again, we're assuming a gradual decrease in detainee outsourcing as we ramp up. Day one, we're still going to have to do it, we think. And then as you move in, again, we've assumed every year a reduction of 400 until you get down to zero outsourcing in the year 2031. The number of beds we occupy, this is operational beds, not the population, is higher because when you deal with peaking, if you know, we talked about this last time, the population fluctuates dramatically on a daily basis. For men, for example, it's about 9%. For women, it's almost 13%. And the classification, properly classifying our detainee population. So you need about 20% more operational beds than your population. And that's what that table is below. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the table, the bar chart really shows the cost of the jail system between 2024 and 2031 when the jail is fully operational. As you can see, the numbers are rising each year. The population, of course, is going up. These numbers do include, as I said, the peaking classification in the year 2031, as well as all the components I was describing earlier. And it's a very gradual increase, even though it looks large. The difference, between 28 and 2031 is significant, but also a lot of that represents outsourcing as well. The crosshatch, the blue and orange, is why is it blue and orange? The last quarter of 2029, we do expect detainees in the jail to be operational. So it's a hybrid year, and then starting in 2030 and 2031, as I said, by 2031, the jail will be fully operational. And again, a key component of that, we'll see in a second on the next slide, you can go to the next slide, is the increase in services. So if you look at this, at the next slide, you see the total operating cost summarized in the little blue box. So it's comparing this slide, the blue bar on the graph on the chart, the blue is 2028, the last year when you'll be operating your jail system as it is today. The orange bar represents the jail cost, operational costs in the year 2031 when you'll be fully operational. You can see some of the key takeaways here is that the outsourcing was significant. It's about $38.2 million. That $38.2 million will go away when you get to the year 2031. And it's interesting to note, and again, you see the big jump in personnel costs. And, we are looking at an increase in staffing, but when you break down the numbers, it's quite interesting because of that $38.2 million in outsourcing, about $20 million is staff alone. You're not paying for the staff. Those other jails, Cobb, Oconee, Forsyth, they're paying to staff those facilities. Those staff numbers then move into your new facility. We're also bringing staff from Grady Hospital back into the new jail because the new jail will be able to provide a higher level of healthcare services, so you're not constantly taking people down to Grady as well. So the personnel numbers, even though they're high, are when you break it down, and also one more important thing, the $98.3 million is without inflation. When you add 3 years of inflation to that number, you're at $118 million. So the personnel costs, even though they look very high, when you break it down, they're within reason and to be expected. The big change really here is healthcare. The healthcare costs are going basically double from $45.6 to $86.7 million. And why is that? Because we are providing the dedicated mental health treatment, which you do not have today, the ability to expand those services dramatically. And that's probably the big increase in terms of not only the dollar number percentage-wise, but also the quality of services. So to summarize, before Frank gets up here next, what we have covered so far is what is inside the facility, how will it operate, and all the associated costs of how we'll operate it. So Frank is now going to talk about the outside of the facility, how it fits on the site, and how it will look.
Thank you, Curtis. I'm Frank Green, and very happy to be here today to talk to you about how this building will work on the site and how a very preliminary take on what it will actually look like. Next, please. Next, please. So as you know, there was a kind of a consensus determination that the only site available was, in fact, the existing jail site at Wright Street. So our study was based on fitting this 1.7 million gross square feet program onto this site using these kind of principles, best practices, accommodating existing site features. The site actually has some rolling terrain on it, has a number of existing buildings on it. Most importantly, has an existing jail that needs to operate through construction and through transition period. There's some existing uses in those existing buildings at the footprint of where the new building would go. They need to be relocated. And just basically what would be the form of the building, how big is it, what's the extent of it, how tall is it, and how would it be organized. So that's really what I want to show you very briefly today. 30,000 feet, I promise. I know you've got a busy day ahead of you. Next, please. So again, the building blocks are housing units that are humane, that are full of daylight, that are safe,
that encourage normal behaviors because they're normal environments. Everyone in the housing unit has direct access to recreation, to programs, to their own room, to activities that take place in the day space, views from the rooms, and sunlight into the day space. There are services that are directly on the housing unit and services that are centralized on the floors and elsewhere in the building. Next, please. So some of these are some buildings that are going on in other places in the country, some that have been in place for 20 years or so, some that are in design right now. And I guess the main point here, these are all, I'm going to say, beautiful buildings. These are civic assets. These are buildings that the people of those counties, of those municipalities, feel like their government is doing a good job with the people that are in custody. And that's the vision that we have for Fulton County, that you would be a national model for best practices in your detention center. Next, please. So here's the site on the left. You see all the existing site features. Top right-hand corner is the existing jail. Just left of it is the parking lot. Just south of it, the two white boxes, the warehouse and the intake building. It says warehouse, it's actually kitchen. Those are all the operations that need to continue unencumbered by the new construction, which will take place on the left side of the site, where we must relocate the accountability court, Jefferson Place, and the vehicle maintenance facility, as well as take down the old jail. So we really need all of that site on the left image, and is shown on the right image, to locate a building that's sort of a compressed U shape, if you will, that would be, as kind of a base that has all the services in it, and then housing towers on top of it. The parking lot at the top, which is the existing parking lot, would expand so that staff would have, all this additional staff has a place to park, particularly during shift changes, and public parking would be across Jefferson. Next, please. Next slide, please. So this is a quick diagram of showing how the services components, not the housing, it's everything else, would be organized on the site, basically showing that you've got a front door on Jefferson, a side door off the access road that serves the existing kitchen. That's where all the supplies and the garbage going out and the new people coming in would come through the side door. And then at the top of the site is the staff parking where people come to work. So the site organization is very clear. The base of the building connects to everything above. But next, please. But the building above really has three main components, very clearly organized. The stacked up blue blocks on the left, building 1, is where the 3,700 men's rooms are. The building in the center there, men's medical and mental health, is about 1,000 beds of medical, dedicated solely to medical and mental health. Then the building on the right is where the 500 or so women are, and all the different housing types. So you'll see the little designations on there: minimum, medium, maximum, special this and special that. So there's a lot of complexity here, but the goal is to make it really simple, really clear for the Sheriff's Department to be able to operate this building. One really important principle is that women's movement in the building is completely sight and sound separated from men's movement in the building, so as to not deepen trauma. Next, please. So this is a typical housing block. This is actually 2 pods. Each one is sort of mirrored across the corridor and then subdivided into these smaller units. This is a maximum security unit that shows subdivisions down into small housing units. What's really important here, though, is to see those light blue colors, because that's where all the wraparound programs are able to be delivered directly on the housing units, but also in a clustered way, where if you had 2 people from the top left and 2 people from the top right that could benefit from a particular program, they would come into that center corridor to be able to access those pod programs. Lots to talk about here, and we'll save that for another day or for questions. Next, please. So a 3-dimensional view of how those 3 buildings sit on top of the services podium on the site. The men's building is at the top there, of essentially 2,700 beds in 4 towers, all connected by internal programs. The diagonal building is the medical mental health building, again in 3 towers, again all completely connected internally. And then the women's and medical and mental health housing is along Jefferson, sitting on top of the entry podium. The blue block, again, is showing that these are common program spaces where wraparound services would be delivered everywhere in the building, not just in a centralized location. And that's it. Next.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you for letting us present today. So what does this all cost? And we've been through this one time before, so we've run another set of numbers, conceptual numbers, based on conceptual designs and schematic designs. We're at 1.75 billion for the project, understanding that this is still has a range. Most of the uppage, if you like, compared with the last time we presented at 1.698, is due to the 6 to 9 months slippage in the schedule, which is some $40 to $50 million. There's a little bit of honing and just getting up to speed with what these designers are telling us, but essentially that's the increase in cost since the last time we presented. We're hoping, of course, that the competitive groups that try and build and design and maintain this facility will come to the table with all kinds of ideas in order to optimize that, but that's still to be seen at this point in time. So I'm not going to go through all these. Next slide, please. Sorry. I should have been talking to the slide. So site work costs, construction costs, soft costs, and project cost at today's value would be $1.5 billion, but when we escalate it to complete in 2029, we're looking at $1.75 billion. And that, there's some good news on that front, because the rate of escalation in the construction industry, I think all around the country and all fields, has dropped to about 4%, 4.5% in construction right now. So we're in a worse situation last year than we are today. Cost per bed on this slide, 397,700 we've got there, but 400,000 a bed kind of falls right in line with what we're seeing in the marketplace backed out to today's date. So moving on, next slide, please. So there's more detail on this slide, and we've got even more detail behind that when we put these cost plans together based on all the design information we're seeing. And that sets out the different components of the project, including soft costs, FF&E, risk allowances, and change orders. But again, the two metrics in there that are coming out of this slide really are the project cost today, $810 a square foot, and about $340,000 per bed. But in 2029, $948 a square foot and $400,000 a bed in 2029. And we've benchmarked those against probably 7 or 8 major projects around the country, adjusted them for locational factors. You know, New York's much more expensive than we are down here, for example. Changed them out again for the timing and the escalation, and we think we're right in the ballpark. Next slide, please. So we're asked to document the construction spending on a P3 procurement, and we ran a cash flow on that. We basically emanated from a steering committee, a discussion we had if we could map this out. And so we've also included in 2024, 2025, and 2026 on here, you'll see those first 3 years have some money in there for what we call the site enabling projects, meaning the ones that Frank just mentioned, Jefferson Place, and the vehicular maintenance facility, and also, what's the other one? Yeah. And so they're kind of included in this cash flow, and you'll see that that starts to kick in at 2027. If the financial close of the P3 procurement is at the end of 2026, then you kick in with the financial payments and the program management at 114. We have a bit of money in there in 2031, and that's essentially for the demolition of the existing jail after you're into the brand new one. So there's some demolition costs and cleanup costs for the existing site on 2031, and then it drops down again. Next slide, please. So this slide really is to set out the $1.75 billion, but to also point out that very important to enable that site before a contractor breaks ground and starts new construction January 2026. And that just shows the importance. And we know that there's discussions on how the vehicular maintenance and the accountability courts and Jefferson Place homeless shelters will get implemented, how the move of those facilities will get implemented. And we know that there's dialogue in the county, so hence the TBD on that item right now. So with that, I think I'm handing over to Jay to talk to you about funding and financing. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I'm going to round out the consultants' conversation with discussion about financing, delivery method, and the delivery schedule. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So we looked at a number of ways in which the project can be both financed and delivered, and are recommending that this project be pursued with a financing structure that is going to be facilitated between a third-party conduit issuer, like the South Fulton Municipal Jail Authority, in conjunction with the public-private partnership, which is essentially one entity that you would engage to design, build, facilitate the financing, and maintain this facility for the next 30 years. And in doing so, they would be essentially having a facility that's available to be operated by the sheriff in 2029, the sheriff in 2039, 2049, and 59 to provide all the operating services that are needed that Curtis talked about, but without having to worry about whether the facility itself is in the proper condition to be maintained. I want to be very clear, that is not privatizing the operations. It's essentially what you do today. You hire a contractor to design, you hire a contractor to build, and then you outsource a maintenance contract to an entity to maintain it. Public-private partnership means you're going to integrate all of those together, and you're going to benefit in terms of timing and cost efficiency as a result of doing that. That delivery is going to cost the county something on the order of $114 million a year for the next 30 years. That includes debt service on the capital that has to be raised to fund the $1.75 billion, plus the annual cost to maintain it. At the end of 30 years, when this private entity gives the project, the property back to you all, the asset, it will be in much better condition than what most public facilities are, because it will have had the proper maintenance and the proper investment for the last 30 years. In this industry, we expect it to be something on the order of about 60% of the remaining useful life to still be in that building when it's returned to you in 30 years. Next slide, please. This slide takes the cost that Curtis discussed earlier in terms of operating costs, that's the blue bars, annually, and just lays on top of it the facilities, debt service, and maintenance costs on an annual basis. So this slide is really just intended to give you the big picture from 2024 to 2031, what the annual cost to the county is to both operate the facility, pay the debt service to pay off the construction, and to maintain the facility between 2024 and 2031. So you see it peaks at $401 million a year in 2031, but then after 2031, it'll go back down to roughly close to the 2030 numbers, because we have the cost to demolish the existing jail in that last year. So those are the annual costs, operating and facility. Next slide, please. We believe using a public-private partnership is the fastest and most cost-effective way to deliver this project to accomplish the goals that have been discussed today. We think that you can get to end of 2029 construction completion and an operational transition, as Curtis mentioned earlier, but you got to get moving. If you can see on this slide right here, we expect construction to start the last quarter of 2026. To get there means you've got to get that relocation work started. You've got to get your other consultants in place. It's doable, but time is not on your side if you want to get this jail built by 2029. This is a very high-level schedule. There's much more detail behind it, but this is the plan as it stands today. And I think that's it for me, and I think Alta's going to close it out.
I know there are a few questions, so I'll just finish up by, next slide, please. In terms of next steps, this lays out, there you go. This lays out in detail, and there is more detail behind this, but some of the bigger things that we're expecting and projecting to do, to Jay's point, to kind of get going and keep going. The first, and I think most important, is setting out an RFP for a program manager that will include technical folks and legal and financial that will help us start to put together a more detailed plan, including helping us list and find the appropriate bidders to build and design and maintain the facility. We've got some site prep stuff that would have to get started as quickly as possible. Sharon and her team have been spending probably the last 6 to 9 months talking to various entities regarding the financing options. We need to kind of nail those down. Those things need to happen concurrently for us to hit the targeted date. So with that, let me stop and take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Commissioner Arrington, Vice Chair Ellis, Commissioner Thorne, and Commissioner Hall. Now I'll come back to your inform versus advocate later.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we can go to slide 31, I want to start out by thanking you all for this proposal and for the work that you have done to get us to this point. I know that this is no small undertaking, and I'm appreciative of all of the thought that you all have put into it and for putting up with all of us and all of our different nuances. So here's the problem I have. This says county leases facility. So you want me to spend $2 billion for something I don't own that I'm gonna lease? Where do they do that at?
You own the facility. You're not.
So then why am I leasing it? Why does it say leases?
You are just paying it on, if you look at the public-private partnership.
That's what I'm looking at.
The county commits to.
The second dot right there says county leases facility for 30+ years. If I spend $2 billion, if we spend $2 billion, we're gonna own it. We're not gonna lease it.
You're gonna do the bullet on the right, Commissioner. I apologize for that. If you use that scenario by itself, it would be leasing it, but we're not using that by itself. We're combining elements of that third-party financing with public-private partnership.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? You said we were doing both.
Well, you're doing a hybrid between them, but you won't be leasing it. You'll be paying this annual availability payment to pay back the debt service and for the maintenance, but you won't be leasing it. You own the building, and you own the land.
All right, that's confusing. I mean, it's
appreciate
hard
that.
enough to get me to understand $2 billion.
I appreciate that.
But $2 billion and then is a lease?
You're not leasing it. You're not leasing it.
Okay.
I'm a layperson, so I'll try to, because I'm new to this. The public-private partnership means that we're going to hire a firm. They're going to build it for us. We will own the property. They will, in fact, maintain the property for 30 years, but the building is Fulton County's property. So what they're doing is they're financing, and they're building it, and they're running it, but it's our building. Just to, hopefully that's clear.
So Dream won't have to do any maintenance on the new jail?
That is correct. All the maintenance is outsourced, and it's part of the contract. They're responsible to hit certain requirements in terms of the quality of the building and the maintenance associated with it.
All right, I'm gonna go back to something I said earlier. We need to, I'm familiar with the term public-private partnership. I think it means something completely different here than what I understand. And so, we just need to make sure we have a written definition so that we are all on the same page as to what everyone means when that is said.
Okay.
Other than that, I mean, you know, it kind of is what it is. I don't know necessarily that we really have any other viable option. I think the chair might let them, the inmates come stay with him at his house.
Yeah, I can handle it.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you again for coming up with this. I'm supportive of going ahead and getting started. I just need to get some of those details, make sure we got a understanding of the finer points of the details. Thank you.
All right, Vice Chair Ellis?
Yeah, thanks. One of the paradigms of your operations is a commitment to direct supervision. All those facilities you showed up on there as sort of whatever model facilities or whatever, are all those direct supervision?
If we go to slide, short answer is yes. One of them, Arlington County Jail, I believe has been in operation more than 20 years.
Actually, since 1993.
Since 93, 30 years. And ACDC is a direct supervision facility. So
Well, I know ACDs is, but, and I guess maybe underlying my question is, you
slide
know,
19.
the makeup of our inmate population. Are you all, you know, can you say with strong certainty that, you know, it can be managed with direct supervision?
Well, Denver Detention Center also, I'm not comparing Atlanta to Denver, but the other two, Brooklyn and the Confidential, are the replacements for Rikers Island. And I would put our New York City people in custody up against anybody.
Is Brooklyn up and running?
Actually, that building didn't go forward as that design. The existing jail on that site is in the process is being demolished right now.
Right.
And
But it is a direct supervision model?
It will be direct supervision.
Will be?
When it's built, yeah.
When it's built, but
When
it's
the new
not
one.
now.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, that's, I guess that's, I understand sort of the aspirational move, the desire to move to that. I guess what I haven't necessarily heard it be validated is that we can functionally do that given our inmate population.
Well, one of the, and I know Curtis wants to speak to that. One way is that all of the housing units are not the same. It's not a cookie cutter approach. The general population, 75, 80, 90% of the people in the population respond to direct supervision environments because they're normal. And normal behavior is expected, and it's safer for the officers, it's safer for the people in custody. The people that can't meet that protocol are held in close custody environments, essentially maximum security units, where they don't have the opportunity to hurt others. So it's very important, you know, at initial classification, you assess risk and need, and the people that have histories or the people that are known to be volatile get special treatment in a humane, compassionate way, of course.
So what percentage, again, you say would fit for direct supervision?
I think probably 80%, but I'll let, that's the way it's, the program is written.
Okay. The medical and mental health housing units, so just so I'm clear, of the 4,416 beds, it's 1,600 or medical or mental health?
I know,
1,500?
Commissioners, 1,004, if you look at slide 9. The total number of mental health beds is 1,064, I'm sorry.
No, well, on slide 8, you've got medical and mental health beds of 1,168 and 240.
Correct. That's the sum total of men and women.
So the total,
Some of those include, well, are you distinguishing between medical and mental health or just mental health?
both. I mean,
Okay.
so we're
Those-
going to have,
Correct. The balance is medical, healthcare,
okay,
Okay, that's the different slide. 8 is medical and mental
So
health?
32% of the beds essentially would be medical or mental health beds.
30.
Roughly.
Yeah, 31%, yes.
Do any of these other facilities that you showed up there have that percentage of beds dedicated to those specific purposes?
Yes, and more.
Okay.
And more.
Just specifically, the New York City Borough-based jails program, it's 37%. Or they
But
call
that's
it
the one that hadn't
therapeutic.
been built.
That's the one that's under construction.
Under
now, right?
construction. Does anyone that's been built have that?
Yes.
Okay,
Yep, absolutely.
okay. At those levels are
At those
high.
percentages, right. And this is a bigger facility than most.
Right.
You know,
Right, okay. In terms of in terms of prioritization of things, what is this slide you have up right here the highest prioritization in terms of things that you felt like would make a difference in?
I would say yes, Commissioner. This is probably the biggest deficit and direct supervision. I think those two combined will make a
Right.
tremendous difference in the future operation of the jail.
But this is where we have the biggest deficiency of a gap altogether.
Correct, and capitalize, yes.
Okay. I'm not going to belabor it. I do still struggle with sort of the size of the facility. I do think I struggle with, and the metrics really sort of get you to that, but justification for a build that high of 4,416 beds, be a 52% increase in population from where we're at right now, but I'm not going to belabor that point. One other question I want to get back to. So in terms of next steps, one concept to issue an RFP for a PM team. You know, there's a lot of work clearly that's been done on this. There's been a lot of different sort of inputs into this. One of the things that we probably, I don't think realistically have done a lot of, and maybe folks feel it's not needed, is we've not sought a lot of public input into this process so far. And, you know, this is going to, I mean, I think the size of it is too big. I mean, it's too big. I do think the cost of it is too much, a little bit still at this point, but be that as it may, it's still going to be a big number. And I almost feel like we need some sort of series of public input into it, as well as potentially, you know, some third parties who could look at this and poke holes at it and give us, you know, their own views around it. And I don't know if there's a way to potentially structure an RFP that would provide some sort of context around that, or provide that be, hey, here's our critical analysis of the information that you've handed to us, and some ways in which we feel like, you know, this should be, you know, engineered differently, brought to bear differently, have some different views on some of the numbers that are here, not to be critical of your work. But, you know, I do think that it's a big number. I mean, hey, it'd be like I'd be going to a doctor for a second opinion on this thing kind of thing. So can we structure an RFP to have some of those elements in it to give us some of that feedback and different views around it? Number one.
Question?
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, the purpose of the program manager is to take what's been put together and start to get to another level of detail. Now, I will say that we've actually got 5 different organizations represented.
I understand that.
So I mean, we could get a 6th, right? But get
Not
more.
as part of this
Yeah.
team.
But
I'm
no,
talking-
yeah. But no, absolutely. I mean, the program manager is designed to take this work and start to get specific around the financing, get specific around the design, and get specific around other things. And as part of that, kind of reconfirm what's been done.
Or not, right?
Or not.
Right. And then, the other thing, and I don't really know necessarily where this fits in with, the scope of all this stuff. If we, maybe this is sort of a chicken or egg kind of thing, if we move down towards a view of, look, we feel like this thing, our means of financing this should be through a sales tax mechanism. It's going to have to be put forward to a referendum. How do you time up your stuff to align with that? How much should you time up your stuff to align with that? Let's say you make that choice, you bring forth a referendum, and the voters say, no thanks. And we're whatever, in the middle of, whatever stage of, we're at, Where do we go with that? We've had the work and it sits there, we come back and we look at it again and talk about funding it in a different way. We scrap everything, or should we be looking at solving for the financing thing and doing the public input piece first and, getting by?
Is it a question or?
Yeah.
Okay, so, well, you can do all of the above. I think they're
Well, I know.
trade-offs, right? I think one of the things that we haven't talked about is that, and I can't predict where the DOJ is going to come out, but if you look at their previous reviews, like they're doing with our system, one of their recommendations is likely to be
Yeah, I don't want to
do
get
on
into what the
chip.
DOJ
Yeah.
is going to do or not.
Yeah.
We still got to deal with our own citizens.
Understand. And then in
The
terms.
DOJ is not going to be writing us a check to build the thing.
Understand. We can certainly delay it. We could, and by the way, getting public input was going to be part of the next phase. We haven't gotten public input, but we need to do that. I've talked to Commissioner Hall about some of the organizations from the community that we want to get involved in this because we think their input and in some ways buy-in is important. So a number of those things would happen concurrently. As far as the sales tax goes, I don't know enough about the timing and what the probability is of that happening. So it's hard for me to respond in terms of how that would fit into the proposed timeline. But clearly, we can adjust that accordingly.
To what extent have y'all had a discussion about what that timeline could look like stacked up against this sort of delivery timeline? Or have we really had that discussion?
We haven't, I'm not familiar with what the timing is associated. I know we've had some initial discussions around a sales tax, but I don't know how that fits into the legislative agenda.
Look, legislative session is when it is, right? The legislature would have to authorize it to go forward, so the earliest date you would have would be pick whatever date, and that puts you at that. And then you work back from there. So should this, should an RFP for project manager team, be occurring before we've sort of fleshed it out and we've got legislative support to at least move forward with a referendum? Or should we hold that until after?
It depends on when you want the jail to come online. We can delay it, we could wait a term, 2 terms, but I understand. I'm just saying there's trade-offs, Commissioner, in terms of the timing, and then obviously that plays into the investment as well.
If there's no means to pay the bills, then, it doesn't, So the selection for the project manager would be sometime in the second quarter.
We'd have to start the RFP process in January, send out the RFP, do the appropriate
Do we have a draft RFP?
We do, actually. It was ready about 3 or 4 months ago.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
All right.
Oh, wait, I got one other question. You have an estimated cost of what it would be to build, estimated portion of cost to build the the medical and mental health housing.
I don't think we've costed that out separately. Do you have any idea? If we just did the mental, well, we have the mental health as part of the women's, and then we have the men's.
Yeah, and
so
both
we
of them,
have
what would it cost to build that?
Are you talking about in isolation? I'd have to go look at that. I wouldn't answer that in this forum without looking at it, Commissioner, I think, but it wouldn't be very difficult to research and benchmark
I'd be interested
number
in
the
that,
same.
what that number could look like.
Yeah.
All right.
You go look at it.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Thorne?
Thank you, Chairman. I had a similar question. I kind of wanted to know the cost of the mental health with the Sallyport portion of the building for prisoner intake. So if we could maybe get a cost, because that's something I think we definitely need. With the jail population of 50% needing mental health services, I think that's something that is really urgent for us to get. But I was going to start with page 2 of the PowerPoint. And I was just looking at the room on the right. Is that what the rooms are going to look like? Or
These are just a couple of pictures of
Random
things
pictures?
that were of other facilities. Not just just giving a sense for the light, basically, but it's
For the
not
light,
it's not the
okay.
design or the spec for what we're proposing. No.
and each person would be housed individually, correct?
That's
Their own
correct.
room.
That's correct.
For direct supervision, how many inmates will be per person?
Do you know the answer?
For the direct supervision, what we call the standard housing, that would be right now, two individuals per room. The specialized housing, I'm sorry.
If you have 2 individuals per room, how many per staff?
How many correctional officers? Oh, I'm sorry, yes. It would be for the general population, 1 officer per between 48 and 64 detainees.
How many?
1 officer.
One per how many?
Per between 48 and 64 detainees per shift.
Per shift. Okay, so with, I don't know, 4,000 some inmates, how many staff are you looking at? Roughly? 4,392?
No, it's 11, I think 1137, the year 2031. Commissioner, if you look at slide number, let's see.
Is it
Slide
15?
Slide number 13.
13?
Yeah, the bottom, 1137.
1137?
On the lower right, the orange box. Yes.
Because I'm concerned not only direct supervision, Commissioner Ellis raised the issues about if all our inmates were suitable for direct supervision, which my understanding is when we ship prisoners out, they don't want some of our inmates that we have because they probably are best in a non-direct supervision area, from what I hear.
Some.
And when I looked, like I went and visited Orlando's system, they have 7 buildings and only 4 were direct supervision. They said they needed the other buildings for indirect supervision for the safety of their staff. So, I don't know, fact or fiction, I'm not sure, but I just wonder, we struggle to staff indirect supervision if we can actually be able to staff the direct supervision is a concern of mine. As well as our inmate population growing. Right now, it's at 2,800 or so?
Approximately, yes.
And growing to 4,392, maybe up to 5,480, or roughly 5,500.
Again, Commissioner, those are the number of beds. You may have to factor out about 20% of those for classification and peaking. So.
Okay.
So it's
So
a much
not all of them
much
would be
smaller
full.
number.
Okay.
Correct.
But even so, with all the investments we're making in PAD, in mental health, and we have this electronic monitoring system now that we're using more, if that would take away from that number of our jail population.
Potentially, yes, Commissioner. I think that, again, you'll be doing a lot in that direction. As I said earlier, I think the best news would be, we're not in the year 2031 fully occupying all the beds. There will be housing areas that will not be occupied, but to be able just to pick and choose which ones, pull out, maybe 8 or 9, maybe 12. We factored that into the operating costs. We're assuming not everything's going to be operational. And if the numbers show over the next 5 years, the time you open up, that the number can come down, well, then we would operate fewer housing units and keep those vacant until such time that you would need those beds, which may be up to the year 2047. As I said earlier, this is a 2037 plan. My hope and aspiration for you all is that the good stuff you're doing will be able to have that jail be maintained at the proper operating level all the way up to that point, if you continue to do what you're doing.
Yeah, and I'm also hoping that perhaps ACDC, we would get access to that. Is any of that being factored in? There's talk on the Capitol steps of access.
Well, ACDC doesn't solve your problem. You got 1,300 beds available. It's a facility that's almost 20 years old, which means its useful life will deteriorate in about 15 years. So while it's an interesting stopgap, it doesn't allow for the population we have, doesn't allow us to solve the problem in the long term.
And that's another thing too. My understanding when I read the differences between direct and indirect, you save money on building costs with direct supervision because you don't have to build it as strong or resilient. Are we building a structure with, let's say, the metal toilets versus porcelain toilets, the commercial doors versus steel doors, that type of thing?
I'm going to let you handle the toilet question because I don't know the answer.
No, we're still doing stainless steel, Commissioner. But yeah, some of the older facilities. I mean, in fact, that Arlington facility that Frank showed earlier, which has been operational for 30 years, did have porcelain toilets. In 30 years, only 2 toilets were broken. 2 toilets. So direct supervision does work, and it can work with very tough populations. I'm a little bit puzzled by your Orange County comment because I know that facility very well myself, and that I know the staff that run the facility. A little surprised about that, but I think generally speaking, where the direct supervision has been implemented, it's been very, very successful, and with the toughest population. Miami-Dade County, we've done it. Los Angeles, we've done it. Philadelphia, we've done it. So in Chicago, they're going to, some of it is already direct supervision. Some of the facilities also transition from indirect to direct. Like even Orange County, some of the older buildings are indirect. They are to even the old buildings. So, there's a mixture, but when you're starting from scratch, that is the safest way to go. When you do indirect, basically, the officer, it's like really, they're in a cage. It's like, who's watching whom? It's almost like watching, animals in the zoo, so to speak. That's not what you want. If you really want to prevent assaults, or really create safety for your detainee population, for your staff, direct supervision has proven countless times it is the most and safest way to do that. Not for everybody, but for a large number of the inmate population, detainee population.
Yeah, on that point, I did read that it is very stressful for a person to be doing the direct supervision. So I do see the need to have all the personnel, facilities, amenities, wellness, all of that for retention in those areas, because I do see it as a highly stressful situation.
It is.
To be in. Another area was we had discussions over having some type of wristband technology within the walls of the prison. Has that been accounted for with the new facility? It would be an internal Wi-Fi system, I think, that would be needed of some sort, or not necessary.
We did not incorporate or anticipate or discuss any electronic capabilities within the jail. Wasn't part of the analysis or the plan moving forward.
Okay. And then kind of finally, I was kind of looking at your wraparound services. We have a large Hispanic population, especially with an open borders. Are we going to be offering any ESL classes as well?
Sorry. Absolutely, yeah. I think as the programs get developed, you have a couple of years to develop them. We need to look at the profile of the population and where we have Hispanic speaking or even other languages that needs to be accommodated in any of the treatment services.
Okay. Well, thank you. That's all I had.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So all of you know wraparound services was the #1 most important thing to me, and I have to commend you. You did an outstanding job addressing that in this presentation. And so now I see why when you came up, you gave a little wink and a thumbs up because you knew you had covered everything. This is really outstanding, what you've done with all the meetings that you've had with all of us in capturing what's important to us. I have to go back to what one of our residents said earlier today, Devin Barrington Ward, because I wrote it down because I agreed with him. And he said, buildings don't work to solve the problem. But you put in this presentation exactly what does solve the problem inside of the building. And that is the wraparound programs and services, the state-of-the-art mental health and medical housing that supports treatment and recovery. Those are areas where we are currently in need. And you addressed all of that. He also said we need less cages, and I agree with that. I think the focus on the partnership with the Solicitor General, as it was stated by one of you earlier, and the partnership, really putting together a really good partnership with pre-arrest diversion, the PAD initiative, and starting from the arrest and hopefully not an arrest. If we can divert people to services and programs and not arrest them, that would be awesome. And, making sure that we have a good ankle monitoring process so that we don't have to house people so long. We can let them get out, and that will help continue to reduce the population in the jail. You said something when you were addressing wraparound services and the fact that they are going to be in the building, so the inmates do not need to leave to go anywhere, and they can even do them virtually. But you said they will have tablets, and my mind went crazy because we've seen pictures from the sheriff of all these different things that the inmates have used to dig holes in the wall, to use as weapons. And the first thing I pictured was somebody using a tablet as a weapon. So has that been thought about?
Yeah, I think, Commissioner, the concept is not unlike the Zoom rooms we already have in the jail today, where individuals can have discussions with, they actually can have a court hearing or so. You'd set it up where it allows you to basically interact using the technology, but at our Zoom rooms, they're actually behind a glass, plastic glass thing, so you still have the ability to be digital, but you don't have the ability to use that hardware as a weapon.
Good.
So that would be one approach we would use, I think.
Good, that's great. And let me see. And I don't know if I just can't find it or if I didn't hear it expounded on. On page 20, you have relocate the vehicle maintenance, relocate accountability court, and relocate Jefferson Place. But I couldn't find and I didn't hear where those things potentially would move to.
We need to start those discussions immediately. We've been talking about relocating accountability court for some years now because of the condition of that building.
Mm-hmm.
But we'd basically, these are going to take a while. They're going to require some site location work. They're going to require some negotiations and so on. So I do know that state court and superior court have already started discussions regarding combining their accountability courts, and so that was going to precipitate looking for another space anyway. So in that case, we're probably a little further along, but it's going to take us a while. There's going to have to be some real detailed work to get us to where we need to be.
Yes, and I do agree, as you know, because we've had this conversation about engaging the community in talks and, you know, going as deep as the nonprofit partners that we already provide grant funding who may very well play a significant role in the jail programs and services. And so that, I'm glad to hear that you will address that and continue to look at how that's going to be done. Also, on page 7, you have a box that says reentry services, community linkages, housing, employment, social services, healthcare, transportation. And as we know, historically, people with the record have been discriminated against when it comes to the majority of these reentry services. How do you expect to make sure that that doesn't happen?
Well, I think as I said, you have several years to work on this. I think, as you just said, involving community organizations, involving current social services, involving community mental health. All the bits and pieces are there. They need to come together and have a defined plan. One of the things that will be very important, and we're talking a lot about the construction, but the whole transition planning effort to get to where you are in Q4 2029, that needs also to start. Stakeholder engagement, we're starting right now, but over the next 2 or 3 years, all those pieces have to be thought through, so there's a defined plan, so when this jail opens up, those reentry services will be in place.
Thank you. And I think that might be my last, hold on, let me just make sure my notes here. Oh, and I'd like to know, do you ever plan to move away from housing inmates at other sites? Because
Yes. Yeah, but the plan is by the year 2031, there'll be no outsourcing whatsoever.
none whatsoever.
Correct.
Everybody will be in the jail.
Everybody will be in the new facility, correct.
Oh, that's a good goal. All right, and I too also thought that this jail seemed to be really big, but correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like it's big because the size is due to having more efficient housing for medical and mental health, as well as incorporating the wraparound services into the buildings. Is that correct?
Yes, that contributes a great deal to the size of the facility, correct.
All right. And with that, I just want to thank you all for your hard work. It's a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Barrett?
I will try to keep it real brief, and most of my, you love it. You love it if I talk forever. I think that most of my questions were answered through everybody else. I did sort of go page by page with some various questions. I think a lot of it can wait probably to different phases of this. But I would be interested to see a more detailed sort of community engagement plan, because I do think that needs to start sooner than later and getting some of that feedback. I mean, look, some of it we know what we're going to hear. We want it smaller or we don't want to pay for it, right? These are the big things. But I think where input's going to be really valuable is in what the services are. And I think from an information standpoint also, if we are explaining sort of where the numbers are coming from and sort of uncovering some of that data for people so they understand that it's not just us saying we want to have a giant jail, but looking to 40 years of a building lasting, looking at population growth and some of those things. So I think sooner than later, it would be good to see a communications plan and to get that communication strategy outlined. And then the only other thing I had just on the program space, and I know that's going to be part of these discussions, but I know currently we have struggles with the ankle monitoring being available in a timely manner in our current facility. From what I understand, they come twice a day or something like that. And it seems to me that it would make sense to have something in the building where there's just, I don't know if it's 24/7 or from 7 in the morning to 11 at night, where there's someone always on duty to be able to put someone on an ankle monitor so they're not in the facility any longer than they need to be. If they've already been released to an ankle monitor, I'd like them to be on it and out of the building.
And I think that's a great point. We could, in this construct, we could have an office or a location for our ankle monitoring partners, and have those, to your point, on site, so that they wouldn't have to come there twice a day or whatever that, and make it much more seamless. Well, there's some other parts to that too, which is, it's my understanding that if someone has a hearing, the judge says you can be released, they've got to wait for transport to get back and do a number of things. So we need to fix that as well. So if somebody gets released at 11 in the morning, they don't have to wait on 6 o'clock in the evening when the papers come over from the clerk to kind of get home. So we got some process stuff that needs to be fixed there, in addition to the ankle monitoring piece.
Yeah, this is a total minor question when it comes to the dollars and cents, but we were talking earlier when we were talking about the budget about, I think, $1 million towards reentry services in our current budget. Is that inside the sheriff's budget, or is that in our general, is that coming out of our general fund somewhere?
I believe it's in the general fund.
But is it in the sheriff's, is it a sheriff's line item, or is it a health and human services?
Behavioral health.
So it's
Behavioral health.
okay. So does that stay in behavioral health, or does that reentry? Because we're adding a lot of reentry into the jail program that we don't have currently, and it's so. Are those two separate things?
No, well, the money's in behavioral health.
Yeah.
But they actually operate at the jail.
Okay.
So I don't envision that would change. In fact, the goal would be to combine that with some of our external community partners, and basically, we want that program to be enhanced.
Okay.
And in a sense, kind of be on steroids if we do this the right way. So
Okay.
right now, here again, we don't necessarily have the space or the resources to do, I think, as good a job or the job that we'd like to do, to get people out and hopefully not have them come back into the jail.
Yeah, the only last thing I want to say is about the funding. Oh, I also had a question about the P3, but this is really like, later on, after the 30 years is up, do they offer to keep on doing the maintenance, or do we have to take it back? I hopefully won't be here in 30 years. I don't know if anybody will. The chairman will obviously still be here, but the rest of us, maybe not.
You'll have, it'll be your decision whether you want to just do a maintenance contract with them for another period of time, or run a competition for somebody else to maintain it for the next 30 years or 20 years or whatever. So it's your call. They don't own it's your building.
But they don't run away and say, see ya, 30-year-old building, we're out.
No, they'll have a very specific transition plan, and they have to meet very specific requirements, or you hold back a lot of their money because there's a big payment that you give them before they hand it back. So no, there'll be a transition plan.
Okay, and before you walk away, on the P3 management of the maintenance and all of that, what's the oversight from our side? Is it the sheriff that has oversight of them? Is it county management team?
It's a facilities issue, so
Yeah.
I mean, that's for you, but normally, the way I've seen it, it's an administrative, contract management of the
So there's
of the
some ability to
maintenance.
audit, review, make sure they're doing what they're
Right,
supposed to
yeah,
be.
Because
Okay.
it's a facilities thing, it's not a jail thing per se.
Okay, this is another long-term question, but, we seem to have waited a little long to start the planning of this in terms of the age of Rice Street. So what is the recommended sort of time period in which, when a building is aging out? So as this building gets towards, 40 years, is it at 30 years that we start examining what the next steps are? Is it at 25 years? I mean, again, I don't really plan to be here then, but it would be nice to have some kind of flag that pops up for whoever is here at that time to say, hey, it's time to start looking at this, and here's what is recommended.
Everything that I've read says that 35 to 40 years is when you start to get to the end of the useful life and need to start planning.
Okay.
I think Rikers has been around for 100, so that probably ups the average.
They're a little bit
bit,
behind,
but,
yeah.
But yeah, I think that's the key. Here again, though, if you're building a facility, modern types of materials, indirect supervision or direct supervision rather, and you're doing things to manage the interactions and giving people things to do other than tearing up the facility, which is what we have at Rice Street now, then that might be a longer period of time.
Yeah. The comment I was going to make before I reminded myself that I had 3 other questions was just that I think we as a group have to acknowledge that we need to build a new building. And so this idea of waiting to see whether we would get a sales tax or not does not seem tenable to me. In my opinion, we should be moving forward with this plan so that it doesn't continue to cost us more by delaying further. And yes, we do everything we can to get a sales tax, but I think we have to acknowledge that if we are not able to get a sales tax, we will have to raise the millage rate. And if we can't say that out loud, we're not going to get there. We have to do that. So I think we have to agree that we need this project to happen. The current building cannot continue to work, period. Regardless of what gets built, something has to get built. So just wanted to make that official comment on the record, and I don't really need a response to that.
Commissioner Arrington?
I'll be brief. If we can go back to slide 13. I'm trying to see what staffing companies y'all have because I want to buy some stock. If y'all can get 1,137 employees at the jail, we need to hire y'all for another contract.
I think this could be described as a aggressive case. The thinking is that, and I think it's been proven out, that with an appropriate facility, you're going to be able to attract and retain employees at a different scale. I don't know, Commissioner Arrington, if we could say we're going to get to 1137 in January 2031, or whether we might get close by the end of the year. But I think the operating assumption is with a better facility and with a facility that is safer and quite frankly has more to support the individuals working there, we're going to be able to hold our own. And if we continue to be the highest paid or paid the most for correction officers, we think we'll get more than our fair share of individuals who want to work in a jail.
Thank you.
Commissioner Thorne?
Just a quick question. You said that by 2031, you'll close all the outsourcing?
That's correct. That's the assumption. We had to make an assumption in terms of when 2031, everybody will be in the Fulton County Jail.
So just out of curiosity, will Alpharetta Jail still be open?
That's a good question. I mean, at this point in time, Alpharetta is a bit of a satellite. It doesn't house that many people. It's not core, quite frankly, to the issue we're trying to solve, which is the deterioration of Rice Street. And so I think that's one of those that in 2030 you look at and say operationally, does it help us, help our northern counties not have to have individuals come down and all of the things that kind of fed into the initial decision to reopen it. But I don't think that this necessarily presumes that it's open or not, one way or the other. We're not assuming that the 50 people that are under the umbrella are coming from Alpharetta. Let me put it that way.
Okay, so
Yes.
it's not definitely closing, but it's not definitely staying
Because
open
we
either.
just, yeah, it's not that it's not important, but it's peripheral to, I think, the bigger issue, which is getting Rice Street sorted out, getting people from Union City, getting them into a new facility that has all the things we've been talking about.
For the convenience factor, it's good for our law enforcement in North Fulton to have that facility up there and
Understand.
not have to transport immediately down to Rice Street. So just wanted to check on that. Thank you.
Anything else? All right, it's 4:27. All right, thank y'all. Madam Clerk, next item.
On page 13, 230880, Finance, request approval of resolution declaring the official intent of Fulton County to reimburse itself for certain capital expenditures related to the construction of certain projects with proceeds of bonds.
Who in the world wrote this? Was that the intent to deceive the public or the board or what? Declaring the official intent of Fulton County, Georgia, to reimburse itself for certain capital expenditures. What capital expenditures? Related to the construction of certain projects. The hell is that? Now, who's going to interpret that?
Mr. Chairman, this is the reimbursement resolution for the beginning stage of the replacement jail. The document that's before you was drafted initially by the county attorney's office, reviewed by outside counsel.
And just say what it is. This is for the jail. Bonds for the jail, right?
It does not in that lead-in header, sir. It does in the body of the document.
Did you write this, Madam County Attorney? I hope you didn't.
I didn't personally
Thank you.
draft it, but I believe it's just a convoluted topic.
All right, the motion on the floor is, everybody understands it now, so is to approve. Let's vote.
Mr. Chair.
I'm sorry. Commissioner,
I need to make a friendly amendment so that we can have open and honest and transparent government. It's got to say the jail or for the jail. Like what? I agree with you. I mean, this is. If it was going to be like this, we should have dealt with it in the executive session. If it's not going to identify what it's talking about.
I agree. So help us out, Madam County Attorney, Madam CFO.
Well, I'm just asking for a friendly amendment. I guess Commissioner Ellis can maybe accept the friendly amendment so that we make sure that it's clear that this is for the replacement jail.
Does that provide you with enough latitude to really kind of catch all what's encompassed in it, though? I mean, we still have to approve bonds when we issue it, and the bonds will have to show what the express purpose is it for, right?
Yes, and each contract that we enter into would
Right.
come back to the board. What this does is it simply allows us to reimburse ourselves whatever costs we do incur at this point once the bonds are issued. So we will, in essence, be cash flowing these costs until the bonds are issued.
Until you issue the bond. So this is just, this is a reimbursement for stuff we incur now up until the point where we issue bonds.
Yes, it's similar to reimbursement resolutions that we've put in place for
So,
other programs
you
like
want to say to reimburse itself for certain capital expenditures and that are related to the construction of
Yes, I think it's fine to add in that it's related to the
construction of-
replacement jail
Okay.
project.
All right,
Yes.
accepted. Let's move on.
All right, the friendly amendment has been accepted. A motion on the floor is to approve.
Vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
230881, discussion, electronic monitoring.
Mr. Adams, is that you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. At the last meeting, there was an agenda item. It was voted on and approved. We were asked to do 3 things. One was to limit or to cap the number of individuals on county monitored ankle monitors at, I think it was 15, 18, if I'm not mistaken. And so we did, in fact, let the Superior Court know that we had to cap it at that amount. We actually have had 50 individuals roll off. I think we've added 19, so we are below that number at this point in time. The second request, or part of that agenda item, was rebidding the contract. As part of her research into the companies that are able to do business at the jail, it turns out that there is at least 1 and potentially 2 other ankle monitoring companies that would in fact be able to take on the volume that we would need. It would take a bit of a transition. Ms. Strong-Whitaker has actually been in contact with them and is in the process of onboarding them as a vendor. And so the goal would be to come back at the next meeting with a contract for that 1 or 2 additional vendors who are in fact today able to provide services, ankle monitoring services at Fulton County. The third component of that is because of where we are in the year, we would require some transition time because it would take a while for us to start moving individuals who are on monitoring from one company to the next. So we would be respectfully requesting that we extend the current agreement for 3 months to allow us to effect and put together a plan to transition and move those individuals to the new companies. The fourth component of that is that Superior Court and the Superior Court judges are the individuals who actually issue the orders for ankle monitors. Superior Court administration will be taking over the actual management of this. It will be, in that regard, they in fact will be able to ensure that there is coordination between the processes that the judges are using and their orders, and it actually being executed with the ankle monitoring company. As part of those discussions, what Superior Court has indicated is that they are going to take measures to start reducing the number of individuals who are on ankle monitors who have been there for a long period of time. So, for example, I think there are 400 people who have been on ankle monitors for more than a year. And in discussions with the judges, I think they've all agreed that after a year, you could probably take that particular component off of the order. And so they're looking at those, and they've committed to start talking to the judges on the bench, and they've said that they believe that at some point in 2024, they're still doing some research, they could get the number down to somewhere between 700 and 800 individuals required to be on Fulton County paid ankle monitors. So that's part of what they would do as part of that process. Here again, I believe that Commissioner Ellis had asked that we find a way to rationalize the number of individuals on it. So that's the overall kind of plan and in terms of next steps.
Commissioner Abdur-Rahman.
So for clarity, I want to make sure that what we're looking at is transitional-wise, allowing a transitional period for the current vendor to be able to safely execute movement to another vendor. I just want to make sure I'm understanding it.
To another one or two vendors, that is correct.
One or two vendors. And so does that mean that the current vendor, once that 90 days is up, will cease to be a vendor, or they will have the opportunity to vend again? Do we know? Is that, I don't want to ask you something that you can't answer, but I just want some type of clarity. If we're going to have several vendors, 3 vendors, 2 vendors, I just want to know what are our processes, because for me, I think it was a little hard to answer questions from my constituents when they asked, okay, is there somebody else that can do it? Or does Fulton County have an A, B, C, D, E, F plan when it comes to that? And so if you can just kind of, if you understand the point that I'm making.
I do understand, Commissioner. I think the goal, as I understand it, is to transition away from our current vendor and to move our volume to the 1 or 2 other vendors that are available. That is correct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Arrington.
Mr. Adams, there's a lady sitting next to you that's in charge of procurement. How are you going to put out another contract by the next meeting without going through procurement, sir?
So, Commissioner Arrington, I am the one that did the research. There's a couple of things that I did. I reached out to the sheriff's office to see what other companies were providing that service currently at our Fulton County
Hold on.
jail.
I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry. I am asking, how are y'all going to circumvent the procurement process?
If you give me the opportunity, we're not going to be circumventing the procurement process.
Okay.
Okay. I did reach out to those 2 other firms who also have contracts with Gwinnett County and Cobb County. And I also was in contact with them, with both those firms. Because those firms are already authorized by the sheriff and the chief judge to operate at our jail, because that's one of the requirements that you have to have. You cannot provide the service if you're not already approved by the sheriff and the chief judge to provide the service at the jail. And so we do have, there were a total of 3 firms that were at the jail, A&A, A-Swift, and a Second Chance. So I went to the other firms, reached out to them, received feedback from one of them. One of them never received any feedback. Also checked with Cobb County and Gwinnett County on a Second Chance, who is already operating at their jails as well. So we will be bringing forth a contract to enter into a contract with that firm.
Okay, I didn't hear anything in your answer about the procurement process. You told me a whole bunch about jails and about counties. My question was about the procurement process.
So the procurement process that I would be utilizing would be either a cooperative purchasing agreement utilizing one of the other counties' contract, or asking the county to enter into a contract, because there's only 3 providers who can provide the service currently at our jail. And I have reached out to the other 2 who are already currently authorized to provide the service at the jail. So when you're putting ankle monitors on, there's a process to be able to provide that service at the jail. It's a statutory requirement.
Oh, yeah, I'm familiar. I've been practicing law for 28
I
years.
understand.
I'm familiar with it. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
But I'm also familiar with the procurement process, and I don't believe people can be excluded from a process. I think you have to give everyone a fair shake. I think everyone gets an opportunity to bid on a contract. That's my understanding.
Yes, Commissioner, and you are correct in that, but the biggest requirement is that they have to be at the jail providing the service. There's only 3 firms providing that service currently at our jail.
Yes, ma'am, and the process you just described would eliminate one of those companies from the opportunity to bid for the work. The process you just described would eliminate one of those 3 companies, and I believe that that would be a violation of the procurement policy.
Understood.
Done? So what direction do you need from us to move forward?
I think the direction would be, can we proceed with working with Second Chance and potentially another vendor, or are you directing us to actually rebid the entire thing after some transition period? And to that, we can do either one of those, or we can do both of them simultaneously.
So back to Ms. Whitaker, the terms you received from talking to the other vendors, were they the same as or less than what we're being provided right now?
It was less than what we're
Less
paying
than?
right now.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. Well, I'd offer to proffer up a motion to put on the floor that we authorize you to move forward with transitioning to either 1 or 2 new companies, move away from our current vendor, and do that within a 90-day period of time. That's my motion. Seconded by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Commissioner Thorne?
When you're using 1 or 2 vendors, is there, could that be confusing as to, for the actual operation? Because you are like, does this have this vendor? Do we go to this vendor? If you're having 2 vendors come in the jail to put on and manage the ankle monitors, is it best practice to just have 1 vendor if possible?
I'm not sure on the operations of the jail and how that works. Currently, as I indicated earlier, I've reached out to both. I've only heard back from the one.
I've only heard back from
Yes.
the one. And how much less is it than the current vendor?
$1 per day.
$1 per day. And do they have any other systems? Do they have tracking systems in place? Do they have the quicker charging, or do they have the wall charging? I mean, there's different features. Not every ankle monitor is built the same. Do they have an app on their phone that people can transition from an ankle monitor to an app where they can do check-ins or FaceTimes with parole officers? Does this company give you scores so you can score to see if someone's abiding by keeping their ankle monitor on? And if they score a certain score, then that gives the judge, hey, this guy's doing a good process because it tracks their daily use of the ankle monitor. The features, what are the features? Are they the features for each ankle monitoring company? Are they the same? Are they equivalent? That's why I kind of think we need to rebid the whole project.
Right, Commissioner. We would be doing 1 for 1. Of course, all of them offer all of the different types of services, but the $1 per day charge would be different based on the type of monitoring that is done. So it increases if it's, if they also want under track if they're drinking. So there's a lot of different, if there's alcohol involved, there's a lot of different ways. But we have the basic traditional ankle monitors that the county is paying for. If the participant were paying for it, they could select which one, and they could pay that price per day, that per day fee. So currently, the county would be paying, so it would be a one-for-one. The firm also indicated, because of the Scram device, that they could switch those over. They would have to do some reconciliation with the other company, but they could switch about 1,250 of those over without the individual person having to come to a facility to have it changed. It would be the flip of a switch. They would switch some. There are some, about 350, that would have to come in and make the change because the devices are a little different.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Abdur-Rahman.
Thank you, Vice Chair. The concern that I have is I believe we should have more than one option, but I also believe we should have a sense of fairness. So I just want to make sure that we are moving with a sense of fairness. Not saying that we're not, but what I would hate is for us to send the message that if you have a contract with Fulton County and somebody doesn't want you to have it anymore, then we're going to take it away and give it to somebody else. And so that's, you understand the point I'm trying to make? I don't want us to send that message. Not that that's what we're doing, but I want to be crystal clear that that's not what we're doing, for one. For two, I need an understanding on what the sheriff authorizes. Does the sheriff have to authorize everyone, or in essence, does the sheriff only have one authorized? Because if the sheriff has only one authorized, then, you know, depending on the scenario, if we decide to go with someone else, that may actually cause a problem. Do you understand the point I'm trying to make? I'm trying to get clarity. I'm trying to look at transparency, and I'm trying to look at fairness. So if I can get answers to those questions, I would appreciate it.
Well, let me start, and I'll defer to Ms. Strong-Whitaker. I think to your first question, Commissioner, the cleanest way to reboot would be to do an RFP. It's going to take us a little longer, but that would be if you're asking me, that would be the cleanest way, right? Because then you get past any issues with concerns about the process and fairness and everything else. It's going to take a little longer, right? But that would be the cleanest way, and I do believe that Commissioner Ellis did kind of give us that instruction the last time, right? Now, so maybe we went a little bit astray by coming back with this other option, but he said, hey, let's rebid the thing. So I think if we go back to the language, the cleanest way would be to rebid it, let everybody compete, and compete along the county guidelines. In terms of the sheriff, actually, Ms. Strong-Whitaker and I sat down with the sheriff and chatted about this. He's comfortable with the two vendors that we looked at, but he basically said, I'm comfortable with the process that we need to do to move forward and just keep things going. So I think if we went back to he and Judge Glanville and said, hey, we're gonna rebid this thing, and we're gonna try to get it in the press on January 1, and we're gonna select a new vendor by February 15. I'll probably be aggressive here, but you can slap me later. And try to get a new person on board at a certain time. I think they'd both be comfortable with that because Felicia's done a really good job of vetting who the options are, and we know who we would send the RFP out to. So that's kind of, doesn't mean we can't diversify in the meantime, but to your point and to Commissioner Arrington's point, that's probably the cleanest way to do this so that there's no issues about how individuals got their contract with the county.
Well, let me be crystal clear why I'm asking, and let me be crystal clear about the process. I would be remiss if I didn't say that we have a problem somewhere, and we charge the executive team to help solve the problem. So if this helps in the interim to solve a problem or transitionally get us from point A to point B, I will support it. I'm just trying to make sure that going forward, whatever we saw as a problem, that we're not again with the same situation, one vendor, nobody else, or maybe somebody else, maybe somebody can't. Do you understand the point? I'm not sure how we got here, but I just don't want us to be here again. I guess that's the point of me asking what I'm asking. Thank you.
Commissioner Barrett?
I just have I just need some clarification. So on the current situation, in order for this to even go forward, whoever the vendor is has to be approved, signed off on by the sheriff and Judge Taylor. Judge Glanville,
Judge
sorry.
Glanville, yes.
And so right now there are 3 firms that already are approved in that way. And so if you're doing a full RFP, is it only to those 3 firms, or are you asking others to apply to get those 2 signatures?
You would open it up to anybody who wanted to bid. So
Okay.
it would be those 3 plus others, and then Judge Glanville and the sheriff would be part of that review process. The sheriff would say, yes, I'm okay with that organization being in my jail.
Got it.
Felicia would say, I'm okay that they meet county requirements regarding a vendor.
Got it.
Judge Glanville would say, I'm okay with them being the ones that I would provide orders to. And then we would come back to the board with a recommendation on the approved vendor or vendors, right? Because it could be more than one. And then you would basically kind of vote yea or nay.
Okay, that makes sense. And then Vice Chair Ellis, I'm not sure I understood what your motion was. Can you repeat what you have on the floor?
My motion was we move away from the current vendor and we move towards a replacement with up to 2 vendors. And we do it over the course of the next 90 days. Extend the existing contract up to 90 days and transition to these one or 2 of these new vendors.
So not going to a full RFP, but
Correct.
choosing one of the
Given
2.
the fact that there are only 3 qualified vendors as it is, and we've got options on the table that are lower than what we're receiving right now.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you for the clarity.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, in my 19 years in county government, having done bids, Felicia, you taught me how to even create a bid, write a bid when we were at the City of Atlanta. In all that time, I've never heard of just not doing an RFP unless it was sole source, right? Sole source, which means that there is no other company that can do a specific thing that is needed by the organization. And so that's where the word sole comes from, and then the source. So I don't care how many times you say that, oh, we're not taking away and giving it to someone else. That's exactly what is being done. The RFP process, we just had people coming here talking about a news article about a no bid that took place in the sheriff's department. And that does not look good. We do not want to continue that. We definitely don't want to look like we're just continuing the process of doing the same thing that is already being questioned.
And Commissioner, if I may.
Yes.
So first of all, let me start over.
Okay.
First and foremost, this has never been bid through Fulton County Department of Purchasing and Contract Compliance. It never had to be. The pretrial ankle monitors was always handled by the sheriff's office. That's the way it was intended, because in all cases, the participant, the defendant, or the inmate would be paying the per charge, the per day fee. So we've never done this contract. During COVID, the county elected to do this. We did go to one of the providers who was already at the jail and did an emergency contract with that provider, that single provider. That provider has had this contract for about 2 years now. So one of those providers has already had the contract for 2 years. There are 2 other providers who are providing the service and who currently is at the jail and can provide the service. So I was trying to provide another option to get it done quickly to transition over. So with that being said, I understand everything that everyone is saying.
Yes.
I cannot guarantee that I will get the same price that I have gotten, but do understand that that other provider has been there and was selected during the emergency process to provide that at the jail. And so there is another option because Gwinnett County and Cobb County already has a contract with Second Chance. So we can also utilize one of those contracts as well.
Okay, so first let me go back to what you said about the emergency contract. That makes sense that in that instance, you did not bid because it was an emergency. Is this an emergency?
No, this is not an emergency.
Okay, so then I don't see how you could not bid. So going on to, you said one of the vendors is Second Chance.
Yes,
Who are the
a
other-
Second Chance.
A Second Chance. Who are the other vendors?
The other vendor's name is a Swift Bond Company.
And
Actually, all of these companies are bonding companies who happen to provide ankle monitoring services.
so the other company is A Swift.
A&A, who we currently have a contract with, A Swift, and
A Second
a Second Chance.
Okay, and so explain to me who's getting what and what's being taken from who?
So what I attempted to do was provide the county with options. So I did go to the other two firms to see if they would be
Who are
willing.
the other two firms you went to?
A Swift and A Second Chance,
Okay,
to see if they would be willing to take on, if they had the capacity to take it on. And then I also found out that A Second Chance has a contract with Cobb County and with Gwinnett County as well, providing ankle monitoring services.
okay. So I really think this should be bid. I think I know too much to know that there's some conflict behind the scenes.
Understood.
I think it should be bid.
We will do that.
Commissioner Arrington?
All right, yeah, so let's put it all on the table. We're gonna put it all on the table. A&A got this contract. Second Chance wanted the contract, didn't get the contract. Then Talatrix bought out A&A, right? We're gonna put it all on the table. The truth is the truth. We're gonna put it all on the table. And so I'm gonna make a substitute motion that, first of all, I don't even know why it's being rebid or why any of this is being done, because somebody is mad with Talatrix and this contract was an A&A contract and the other Talatrix contract was for the other monitors and that didn't work, so now we're gonna terminate all their contracts? What if they just turned off all the monitors today and let people go? What about that? What about that? So I'm making a substitute motion. I really don't even want to rebid it. I don't even know what I want to make my motion, because there's nothing going on with the contract. There's no reason for it to be terminated. There's no reason for the contract to be terminated. But the idea that we would terminate somebody's contract and call somebody else up, and they say, oh yeah, I can do it cheaper. I can do it for $1 cheaper. I save you 50 cents. I save you a quarter on each thing. Come on now. That is absolutely insane. That is insanity at its highest level. And so then I ask a question about the procurement process, and I get an answer about counties and jails. Oh, you got to look at what's going on. You got to look at what's going on. You got to know what's going on. I'm making a substitute motion that if anything is done to this contract, that it will require a bid. If this contract is terminated, there hasn't been anything to terminate this contract.
Commissioner.
So I don't even know why we would even be doing anything with it.
Commissioner Arrington, the contract is not being terminated. The contract expires on December 31st of 2023. That's all. The contract expires. Some action has to be taken to either extend the contract until a new solicitation is done. And as I said, I was just providing the county with options. So if we are going to rebid, we will need to bring forward an action to extend the current provider for a set period of time until we can get a new contract awarded. So the contract does expire on December 31st of 2023.
Yes, ma'am, but what typically happens when a contract expires like that, we don't go looking for options. You usually come in here and tell us to renew it or do what you just said.
Emergency contracts don't have renewal options. It was an emergency, and it only went through December 31st of 2023, and it did not have any renewal options.
Okay, so the contract is expiring. I make a motion that we extend the contract temporarily until it can be properly bid.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you wish to be heard?
Thank you, Vice Chair. You know, sometimes, anytime you hear Commissioner Khadijah gonna apologize before she says something, then know that the apology is, let's not pretend like there has not been some issues publicly. I don't have a dog in this fight, I swear I don't. But there has been some issues publicly with who actually owns Teletrix. And so what I say today, and my colleagues can either vote it up or vote it down, in a sense of transparency and the fact that we do have, or should I say, I know for a fact, I have had some colleagues, not colleagues, but some people to call in against and for Teletrix. So I am trying to be fair. So since the contract does end, can we not extend it? When we extend it, we open it up and we allow those individual companies that are going to bid for it. If Teletrix bid for it, so be it. If Second Chance or whoever, I just think we're getting too in the weeds with this when we're not understanding that there has been concerns with Teletrix. Whether it's true or not, it may not be true, but there is a problem and the contract is ending. And so if there is a problem, the contract is ending, 90 days transitional, it may come back to them, it may not, but I think that's a happy medium to extend it, give them 90 days for transitional. If they want to rebid for it, they can rebid for it. Or if somebody else wants to bid for it, they can bid for it. I think that's reasonable. And so I want to put that forth. Well, I don't want to jump ahead of Commissioner Arrington, but I want to put that forward as a possible answer to what we need to do.
And you seconded it, yeah.
Commissioner Barrett?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think that we're all kind of saying the same thing. I think, Vice Chair Ellis, your option was just to give the direction to not necessarily do that, but I think we'd all be fine with, I don't know, we can vote on it, but I think that is what Arrington and Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, I think, are saying the same thing, so.
All right. Do you have what we approved? I mean, I'm going to say this, this discussion is frustrating because if you go back and you look at what I moved at the last meeting, it called for you to do just what we're talking about. Now, you brought forth, and I've been supportive of it with the motion I had, an alternative recommendation based upon your purchasing research. Now, if you feel strongly about that is the recommendation coming from the management team, I want to hear that now. Because what I've heard is sort of two different things. My motion was based upon what I was hearing as your recommendation coming from purchasing collectively from management for replacement of what was a no bid emergency contract that we never voted on for a particular vendor. Right? And so what is the recommendation coming from you?
So my initial recommendation,
What, no, I mean, what's your recommendation?
my recommendation was in order to move it quickly for the transition, because those farms are already at the jail, was to utilize the cooperative purchasing with either Cobb County or Gwinnett County to utilize a second chance. I did reach out to a second chance to find out if they had the capacity to provide the service for us. They indicated that they could. And so the other option was also we could rebid. So both of those are procurement mechanisms.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm saying with this is like, if we gave you the direction to rebid it, okay? And then now we come back and we've wasted an hour-long conversation or whatever it's been around these two sort of choices. Well, we gave you up front what the direction wants to do. It's a very frustrating discussion. I mean, I'm not blaming you, Felicia, on this or not. I mean, I guess, so, I mean, underlying this, we're back to the same direction we gave a while at the prior meeting. So, and we've wasted whatever, 3 weeks.
Commissioner, one of the things I had done is I forwarded the RFP to the sheriff's office to get some feedback, to make sure that I'm putting out an RFP that his office will be okay with. I will follow back up with them to get that information.
But you're running the RFP, not the sheriff's office,
Well,
correct?
I have to, they are the
Correct.
subject matter expert. I'm not.
But you're running the RFP.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
And we ultimately will be making the choice on that.
Yes, sir, but I just wanted
Okay.
to make sure the specifications were correct. And
Okay.
I wasn't putting out something that he doesn't agree with.
All right, so we're
follow
back
that.
to the original direction that was given to run an RFP on this. And it sounds like, do we need to vote on the 90-day extension, or does that by
Yes,
nature
please.
carry?
Yes, please.
All right. So Commissioner Arrington, your motion is on the floor, but we've already technically, the ask of the RFP was already put in place at our prior meeting. So really what's open is a 90-day extension.
Correct.
Are you open to a friendly amendment to your motion of, we just extend that we're just extending this contract for 90 days to allow it to be rebid?
My motion, I'm not going to accept the friendly amendment. My motion was to extend this contract until it can be rebid. Now, I don't know if that takes 30 days. I don't know if that takes 90 days. I don't know if that takes 180 days. I don't know that. I just want to extend it until it could be rebid.
Commissioner, I think 90 days will suffice.
Okay. All right. The motion on the floor is to extend the contract until it can be rebid.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Okay, it's 5:07. We've got a lot of voting items we haven't got to. I know we have a discussion item that's next. I would ask for reconsideration of that, and we take up as many voting items as we can. Reconsideration of the agenda to begin with, 230883. And then we continue until roughly probably about 20 minutes, maybe? 15, 20 minutes? Let's go.
Okay. 230883, purchasing and contract compliance, request approval of an ordinance to amend Fulton County Code of Ordinances to extend the expiration date of the non-discrimination program from December 31st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024.
Motion on the floor by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. Is there a second?
Discussion, why is it only being extended for 6 months?
Commissioner,
Commissioner Arrington has the floor. Somebody answer the question. Why has this only been extended for 6 months?
Yes, Commissioner. In order for them to complete the new disparity study, the current provision sunsets on December 31st of 2023 of this year. And we want to extend it so that we can get the disparity study recommendations for the new non-discrimination and purchasing and contracting that may change.
And we think that'll be done by June 30th? They don't need
Yes.
more time than that?
No, we don't think we'll need any additional time. They're almost complete. There
Okay,
was
thank
some,
you.
yes, they're almost complete with the analysis.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Let's vote.
The vote is open,
Next item.
and the motion passes.
Vice
5
Chair,
yeas,
sorry,
0 nays.
quick point of order. Is there anything we can combine or anything that's not time sensitive? Because we're supposed to be somewhere as a group.
Well, I mean, the business of the county is time sensitive.
No,
We
I
got a
know,
lot
but
of renewal, we got a lot of stuff that's got dollars attached to it.
Is there anything that's
I
not
mean, I
time
didn't put
sensitive?
I didn't put the agenda together. I don't know what's time sensitive or not. I mean, let's start with purchasing items with 230885.
All of the purchasing items, if they are approved at the next December 20th meeting, that will be fine. But it'll mean that our next agenda is going to be even larger.
Well, I would suggest that, I would suggest we continue to 520 until we lose a quorum. And take as many voting items as we can. If you want to leave, you leave. But
The business of the people is more important than meeting with some friends that are legislators. They understand exactly that we need to get the work of the county done.
all right, continue with 0885.
230885.
Okay, 0884, let's go.
230884, Human Resources Management, request approval of the Pregnant Workers Fairness Act policy.
Motion and a second. Let's vote.
Quick, I just want to say that there are no baby changing tables in the restrooms for pregnant workers. Just making a note of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230885, Real Estate and Asset Management, request approval to utilize a corporate purchasing contract in amount not to exceed $2,331,442 to provide gasoline and diesel fuel for Fulton County fleet vehicles. And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 230886, Superior Court Administration requests approval of a recommended proposal in an amount not to exceed $205,380 to provide legal assistance and services to citizens. And the
Vote's
vote is
open.
open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. On page 14, Arts and Libraries, 230887, request approval of an intergovernmental agreement with the City of Johns Creek to establish the long-term ownership and maintenance responsibilities of the newly commissioned artwork using steel from the historic Rogers Bridge. And the vote
Vote's
is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 230888, request approval of a change order greater than 10% in an amount not to exceed $137,678 to modify existing contract for additional funding for renovation project for the Peachtree Library. And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230889, request approval to extend an existing contract in the amount of $508,816.42 to continue to provide program management services for an additional 6-month period for Phase 2 library renovation and expansion projects. And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. Next items on page 15, statewide contracts, 230891, request approval of a statewide contract in an amount of $694,000 for rental of box trucks, passenger vehicles, and cargo vans for the presidential elections. And the vote
Votes
is
open.
open. The motion passes 4 yeas, 0 nays. 230892, request approval of a statewide contract in an amount not to exceed $339,600 to provide printing services for the presidential elections. And the vote is open. And the motion passes 4 yeas, 0 nays. On page 16, 230893, request approval of a statewide contract in amount not to exceed $274,500 to provide poll pad technicians for the 2024 elections.
Commissioner Thorne?
Nadine, do you want to come up? Want to make it worth your while coming all the way down here. Do we typically have no ink work our elections in, with the poll pads? Do we have them in every precinct, or what's the?
Yes, I'm sorry. So we usually do not have, if they come in, they would have to work in the warehouse with the poll pads. But we usually do not extend all this money. We just want the authority that if we have an emergency, need to pull their text in, that we are able to do so.
Okay, okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, votes open.
And the motion passes 4 yeas, 0 nays. 230894, request approval of a statewide contract in a total amount not to exceed $12,831,466.31 to provide temporary staffing services.
Okay, we no longer have a quorum. So we will, I guess all those people have left, 5:16 and 42 seconds. So we are, Madam Clerk, our last item that we voted on was 230893, correct? All right. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. All right, just for the record, just so we can note it for the record, for the management team, were there any of these items that we had here left that are particularly time sensitive, to your knowledge? Is there any,
Point of order, Mr. Vice Chair. I understand that we cannot, we do not have a quorum, so we cannot take any action, but I certainly want to talk about 23-0914 and the unethical members of our ethics board and all of the actions and rules and laws that they have broken, and they need to resign immediately.
Commissioner Harrington, I'll give you the
They
floor.
all need to
Commissioner
resign.
Harrington, I'll give you the floor to talk, but I did ask this question to the staff. I did like an answer on that first.
Joe Davis indicated 230941. 01. Which one is that?
Okay, so.
This is a increased spending authority on our current motor vehicle maintenance and inventory management service contract with Automotive Rentals Incorporated.
Okay.
It's an authority increase.
Okay, so that's the only thing you feel like might be an emergency that the manager might have to act on and advise us on later?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Anybody else feel there's anything?
Commissioner Ellis, I'm not 100% certain on this one, but there was a spending authority increase request for the Sheriff's Department related to prisoner Transportation Services, 23-0903.
Okay.
That I believe was to carry us through the end of this year. So we may need to take some action on that as well.
Okay.
We'll have to verify that with the Sheriff's Department.
Okay. And I just want to note that in case you need, and the manager have to take something, he can report back to us on it at the following meeting. And just, I know effectively we can't take action on anything, but this does just sort of highlight for when we're formulating these agendas, I mean, we need to work on trying to, the structure of our agendas where we take some of the discussion stuff and move it back so we can take care of the stuff we need to get taken care of. And the scheduling in general. So frustrating and somewhat disrespectful to everyone when we can't cover the ground we need to cover. So, all right. With that, we're adjourned.
You said you were gonna let me talk.
You can, Commissioner Arrington, you have the floor.
Thank you.
I mean, if you
The
would
members
like-
of the
like to
Fulton
talk.
County Ethics Board are unethical. They are acting illegally. They have exceeded their authority, and they all need to resign immediately. They are unethical. They're either biased against me or they're incompetent. So I think they would rather say that they're biased than incompetent. But they are all incompetent, they're unethical, and they are breaking the laws and the rules, and they all need to resign immediately.
Meeting is adjourned.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.